HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting in one piece? The problem isn't the protests, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Eazy-E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free, but this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance has always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and up claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zion, assessing Jewish brothers and sisters out there and writhing in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. It's students' intents posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, by that we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart fed my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's put it.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from another gloomy, doomy day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today, regardless of the doom and gloom, is a wonderful day. It's a fantastic day, no matter what. That's right. Where'd you talking mad shit about Macklemore about this music? I don't know what you're talking about. This goes hard, dude. And also, I made this song, so I don't know who Macklemore is. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, I will not let Macklemore steal my song. Don't worry. It's Thursday, May 23rd, 2020. What is this? You have to see this new intro? Sure. I'll look at it. It's May 23rd, 2024. Okay. And let me tell you, folks, I'm alive, and this is a very special day. A very special day. Even though one might say they're all special, and you'd be right. All of the days are special, or at least I try to make them all special. That's fire. That's a fire image. Please cover this. Breaking X now requires ID for monetization. I don't care, dude. Anyway, folks, I'm live. I'm alive. Like, you sent that to me like it was the most important thing that I have to look at. Like, oh, dude, X is requiring monetization, like IDs for monetization. No way. Have you heard of Project 2025? Yes, I have. Where are your glasses? Good question. They're on my face. Okay. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I'm alive, and this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. And let me tell you, I got the blast off. I did. I got it. Okay, I got the blast off. In any case, folks, personal news. Okay, personal news. In between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the start streaming button. Okay, that's what this is about. 30 months now means I'm a hater. I hope not. Anyway. Yes. Why are the Turks? Illegal immigrant from Turkey shot by lack of security on U.S. border. He illegally crossed. Oh, dude, let's go. Anyway. Okay. Yesterday was a incredible episode of Batman. Like an actual insane episode of The Batman. Okay. And honestly, we did it. We had a Sekkuso run. We did that shit. It's like Sekkuso in many video games has been tried and has been failed, and honestly, like, we were able to do it. Catwoman. I'm still kind of reeling. I'm still kind of like, I haven't fully recovered from being able to have sex with Catwoman, honestly. Anyway, I probably should conduct myself a little bit better today, considering that, as you guys know, if you've probably seen the title, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to be in the building. Well, not in the building literally, but we are going to be live streaming together. Okay. Later today. That's right. Yeah, I made Two-Face on Batman last night. Anyway, other than that, what did I do? Other than honestly, nothing. I didn't do shit last night. Oh, I watched Wano. Finally, Luffy is out of prison. So Jesus Christ, it took like 800 years for him to get out of jail. But like, they're gearing up for the final big battle, hopefully, which I suspect will be like an entire year. Are you excited for the election on Tuesday in July? Yeah. Shows News Frogs what they missed. Bro, should the News Frogs even see this? Honestly, do they deserve it?
Then you look around and see nothing. So you get back out there. Try and chase that feeling down.
You're not alone, okay? I'm here for you.
I can't wait for how annoying this entire community is going to be, and I'm probably going to literally fucking permaban like a lot of people today. A lot of like little tweeners, little zoomies that are like involved in their first ever political thing that they're doing. All the zoomies that are really fucking hardline and really enthusiastic are going to be really fucking annoying today. And we're probably going to perma a lot of them, I suspect. Anyway, you're going to have Redditors, liberals, and TikTok, BDS, baby leftists today. Oh, yeah. It's going to be annoying. A big content creator podcast had the C word, and literally nobody said anything about it. Shocking. Yeah. One Piece has Wano through Act 2 and has a little bit of Act 3. The prison stuff is in there. One Piece gets to the point where they're going to go to Onigashima. Yeah, I'm already like at that point. So I actually swapped it back on the Crunchyroll, and I'm watching it in English too. I'm watching it in dubbed. But regardless, ladies and gentlemen, that's the elephant in the room. Let's address it. I played Batman last night, and I after playing, you're finally in the trend. What's the trend? Oh, I meant celebrities trend. Let's go. But did you take Hasan's first? This was an iconic photo, honestly. This was an iconic photo because, like, we're both glistening in it. I don't know how else to describe it. First ever 0.5, and it just banged. Kind of look like a hot pirate. Thank you. What does 0.5 mean? It's when you zoom out, and it's just like a fisheye lens type situation. 5'11" versus 6 foot. Head looks gigantic in 0.5. Yeah, I agree. Anyway, did you see Kyrie going absolutely mad last night? No, but I heard a lot about it. I have a funny Kyrie story. I've been, as you guys know, I've been becoming more and more of a Kyrie Irving fan. Like, I used to be a fan in the Uncle Drew era, but obviously then I just like kind of stopped paying attention. Apparently last night he was popping off. I mean, he's been popping off, really. Like, he's been popping off a lot, right? And sometimes popping off in the worst direction. But anyway, I was balling with a buddy of mine earlier today, and I was talking to him about like how TikTok is a psyop, and it's making me into an anti-vaxxer because of how much I love Kyrie Irving, because I keep like watching videos of him balling like crazy. And then I told him like, I would believe the earth is flat if it gave me ball handles like Kyrie, right? Like I talked about that. And then like the place I ball at, there's like a Holocaust museum or something near it. And there's always like kids that come in school buses that go to the Holocaust museum, right? And these fucking kids are going to the Holocaust museum, and one of them goes, "Hey, who's your favorite baller?" And I almost said Kyrie, but I didn't. Like, because I remembered the situation, right? Like I remembered like where I'm at. These people don't know me. They are going to make up they're going to make weird assertions about me if I say that. So I didn't say it. And my buddy immediately said Harden, because he's a Harden simp, which is, I mean, he's from Texas. What are you going to do? Whatever. But then he goes, hey, who's your favorite baller? And the kid goes, Kyrie Irving. It's like, bro, you're walking into a Holocaust museum, bro. What do you mean? That's crazy. Maybe he's going to walk in, walk out and be like, okay, I was wrong. I was wrong to say that. He's going to walk in and walk out and be like, I retract my previous statement. Okay. Anyway, did he deny the Holocaust or something? I don't know who he is. No, he didn't. He is, this is not even a defense of him. This is exactly what I said even back then before I started watching like slow motion TikTok videos of him. But he's like the type of dude who wants to be like the smartest guy, but he's not very smart, you know? And he's like the classic guy who's like, in many instances, like very well intentioned, but will find himself believing unhinged stuff. And sometimes the unhinged things that he believes in range from like cool stuff and fun stuff to like, ooh, that's not great. Oh my God, I can't believe you're saying this. And the, oh my God, I can't believe you're saying this part. Like, he's not as bad as Aaron Rodgers. No, that's crazy. That's white supremacy. White supremacy is comparing Aaron Rodgers to motherfucking Kyrie Irving. Like, Kyrie Irving is nowhere near as bad or as consistently awful as Aaron Rodgers. Kyrie Irving, however, did during the Kanye West saga when that shit was popping off. He posted like an Amazon link to a documentary that was very anti-Semitic. That was like one of those classic anti-Semitic conspiracies, like, oh, Jews secretly did the slave trade. Like, Jews were responsible for the slave trade. It's typical white supremacist shit. Okay. And he posted a link to it. I don't even fucking believe that he actually watched the documentary. I think but regardless, he just it was a very weird moment. It was the worst time to like post some shit being like a prominent black person that was anti-Semitic. It was a very bad time. He was Kanye adjacent. He was caught being Kanye adjacent. But that's it. Wait, I thought Kyrie Irving was Muslim. Yeah, I mean, he's a lot. He's Muslim. He's Native American. He's everything. He's all the thing. He's all of the above. Did you blast off? No. But yeah, it's I mean, it was. By the way, for the record, I said the exact same things even back then. He like his shit got like amplified for sure. This doesn't mean that this doesn't mean that there aren't like black people that believe in unhinged shit. Of course there are. Obviously, it's still kind of almost funny to think about, considering like how unhinged white people are on average and across the board. But you know, there's definitely some black dudes out there that believe a whole litany of nonsense. But in any case, he's never done shit without the GOAT to carry him. In fact, I respect LeBron more for winning with Kyrie, dragging him down. He scored 10 points in game 2 and 3 in 2016 to go down 3-1. And he were buying the last of his shoes as he was getting canceled. Yeah, okay. I know that it kind of sounds like I'm a Kyrie simp for quite some time secretly, because I did buy a shit ton of his shoes when he was getting canceled. But to be fair, it absolutely had nothing to do with him being an anti-vaxxer or any number of different things, and everything to do with the fact that as a big boy, there are certain shoes that actually I can hoop in, and I just really, really melt those shits, right? Because I'm so big. And the Kyrie shoes are actually very good. And I did this back in the day, I did this exact same thing with the Hyperdunks. I bought Hyperdunks for years and years and years after they had discontinued them. And I did the same thing ahead of time this time for the Kyrie Irving shoes. I knew that they were going to fucking discontinue them. So I went and I bought a shit ton of them. And I still wear them. I still hoop in them. And they're pretty sick. Like, they're very good. Yeah, I bought a bunch. I even gave one to Nicewig. I gave my favorite green and white pair to Nicewig. And like I said, it has nothing to do with this. None of this has anything to do with Kyrie Irving. I don't know why it sounds like I'm fucking defending him. I'm not. Just a funny story. Okay, anyway, let's do it. Where is it? Yeah, let me blast off. No, wait, Ludwig is the same size. No, Nicewig is not Ludwig. Nicewig is my goat, my king. I love him. We were supposed to ball this morning. Shoe size is 13, and we have the same shoe size. We're around the same size in general. Ludwig is not nice. So, you know, Hotep forces 1S. I'm going to play the highlights. Hold on. I'm going to blast off first, though. Israeli families release footage to pressure government to ceasefire, which, of course, the footage is used in a very different way in America, as always. Okay. How long do you think Ludwig's basketball challenge will take him today? I don't know. I think he's insane. But AOC will be live with me later, watching Trump's Bronx rally, 7 p.m. East, 4 p.m. Pacific. Let's say 4 p.m. PST. Batman episode 4 later. Get in now. Are you releasing more merch soon? My washing machine destroyed my shirt. How is that even possible? What the fuck? But yes, I will be releasing more merch soon. The new lineup looks crazy. John Lovett is on the next season of Survivor. Wait, what? No way. A podcaster, comedian, and former speechwriter from Long Island. Bro, former speechwriter from Long Island. He was Obama's speechwriter, brother. That's crazy. What a way to undersell a person. Bro, he was Obama's speechwriter. He wasn't just like a speechwriter that wrote speeches for, you know, the hall monitor or the fucking school principal. He was the speechwriter for Obama. Anyway, yeah, he's a co-founder of Crooked Media and was a speechwriter for President Barack Obama as well as Hillary Clinton when she was a United States senator and a 2008 presidential candidate. He is going to be on Survivor. That's crazy. I'm going to hit him up. What did I tell you? Eat, pray, love it. That's insane. I cannot comprehend how he's doing this. I gotta watch Survivor. Flat Earther Kyrie or booger eating Luca? Flat Earther Kyrie all day. Guys, I've told you already. Like, I am willing to give up on my firm commitment to scientific truths, okay? Or to, not truths, but like to scientific observations, okay? As it pertains to the narrow scope of whether or not the earth is flat or spherical, as long as I can hoop like Kyrie. Do you understand? I will literally be the Terrence Howard of flat eartherism if I can have his handles. I won't give up on other shit. Like, I'm not going to fucking start talking about how, like, Jews are responsible for chattel slavery or some shit, right? Like, I won't go that far. But the flat earth shit, like, I will literally do that as long as I can handle, as long as I can have his ball handling skills. As long as I can have his ball handling skills, I will unironically believe the earth. I will be committed into believing that the earth is flat. What shoes are you wearing today? I'm wearing the Sambas. Reject gravity and it has no control over you. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Anthony Edwards is better anyways. I know. Guys, I'm not saying Kyrie Irving is one of the best, okay? I'm just saying that his ball handles are some of the best. That's it. That's all I'm saying. I also saw some extra copium from another unk. What's the guy? The guy who like will sometimes go out and will like the dude who's like a old player who's like a shooter who like will go and play one-on-one against like active NBA players sometimes and beat him and shit. What's his name? He's one of the commentators, one of the ESPN guys. I think he's on ESPN. Anyway, he was talking shit about Kyrie's handles. I forget who it was, but he was talking shit about Kyrie's handles, like saying that he's like, oh, back in the day we used to all be able to ball like this. We just weren't allowed to do so on the court because they would call it a carry. It was it's not Skip Bayless. It was one of the worst fucking things I've ever heard, bro. It was one of the worst copiums I've ever heard from otherwise like decent commentators. It was just like it's embarrassing. He's not wrong. Stop. Please don't fucking do this. Okay. I unironically, that's very true, Hasan. They've changed the carry interpretation a lot. It doesn't matter, dude. It does not matter. Like, I genuinely fucking despise people who like who will unironically still maintain the position that like the overall balling skill and capabilities in a former generation was better than this one. It just doesn't, that's not it, okay? That's not it. Because it's not just ball handling. It's literally footwork. Like, you can see their feet. Do they think we are blind? Do they think we do not have eyes to see? We can't go back to the fucking 90s and look at the game footage? Like, it's crazy. Just because there is a looser understanding of carry doesn't, or just because you can like carry a little bit more, or things that would have been considered a carry are not anymore, doesn't change the reality that like the game is objectively better. Ball handling is objectively better now. It's just, anyway, whatever. Kenny Smith is just mad he's not in the top 2,000 players of all time. I think it might have been Kenny Smith. Yeah, it was Kenny Smith. Let me see if I can find him. Oh, this is it. I think this is literally it.
Kyrie's got a great handle for the NBA. He's got the best. But no, he's not the best handle I've seen. It's funny because I watched today's game from Kyrie and Steph, and everyone's like, oh, that's the best. I was like, that's the stuff we did when we were at home. It really was the way we...
Yeah, bro, we were playing just like that, just at home. Like, we just wouldn't do it at the NBA because it would be considered a carry. That's it. Dude, this is so... This right here is so ridiculous, especially because like this dude very specifically does put his money where his mouth is, and he will cook like a bunch of fucking current players and shit. Like, it's not like he doesn't actually end up he does actually ball like still, and sometimes we'll even beat players and stuff. So I think it's crazy that he's just such an old head.
But we would never do it in a game. Everybody had that.
The game wasn't ready for it.
No, it was like you get pulled out. Like you get chastised for doing the stuff that guys do today. But everybody had that in their repertoire. Everybody. Like, I'm like, no, that's not the best handle I've seen.
Oh
like,
my God.
Who's the best handle you've seen, you feel like?
If they let Skip play like he know how to play within the league and not try to make him play like a regular point guard in the league, he would have been so much better.
Let me tell you,
But he toned it down.
They toned it out. Skip's handle.
They toned it down.
Doing all this stuff, and I pull him aside. I said,
this is the oldest old head take ever. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Okay. Being able to not look down while you're dribbling with not just your right hand, your dominant hand, but with your non-dominant hand was considered you're really good. In the fucking 90s, suck my dick to anyone who says that that's not the case. Okay. The notion that like the gameplay is even comparable is unimaginable. And let me tell you, and this is why I always get mad. Let me tell you, okay, in the future, 20 years from now, the game will be dramatically different then, okay? The people will be that. I mean, look at Wemby. There is no world where a person that looks like that can play like that in any other prior season. Like, that is a generational talent that is like once in a lifetime. You got, I guess, like, how tall is Kareem Abdul-Jabbar? But even then, it's just, and that's one player. Like, that's one player. There's going to be so much more. Every generation thinks they're the best generation, Hasan. I just don't understand why people have this attitude, and it's weird. And also, I don't know. It's just very frustrating. It's just always going to be better. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar came to my summer camp, and he taught me how to ball. He's very tall. Yeah, no shit. In the 90s, if a center shot threes, they'd be pulled out of the game. It was European players who introduced a big man shooting threes. Yeah. Anyway, did you see the CNN report on Egypt playing a role fucking up the negotiations process? Not to change the subject, but I assume you saw the war crime of the day. No, I didn't. My dumbass brother is a Gen Z and constantly chirps about the same thing, but with rap. Says these new rappers are all Takeshi 69 or some shit. Wait, what? Okay. We'll watch the Kyrie highlights before we move on. God damn it, dude. A second 9/11 has hit the USA. Oh, dude, I know. I have it. Don't worry. The Obaba, not Obaba, sorry. The Skibbity toilet. I'm gonna fucking hurt you guys today. You're gonna be hurt. Your eyeballs are gonna be hurt. The Skibbity Biden. The Skibbity Biden is going to fuck you up. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to watch it. You're gonna have to watch it. So let's bless your eyeballs with this Kyrie ball handling 30-point highlight versus Minnesota Timberwolves real quick, and then we'll do it. We'll do the damn thing.
Got by Edwards. infiltrates the lane and gets it to go.
Oh, man, what a tough shot there by Kyrie.
Here comes Luka Doncic and off to Jones. A terrific series against the Thunder.
He's also a thumb flicker too, which is respect.
Good feed. Kyrie on the fly. Josh Green has come in for Dallas. Allie, thank you. He weaves through traffic and puts one up and over. Go Bear.
It's like, oh yeah, dude, do you have an entire fucking, do you have like, are you 8 foot tall? That's all good. It don't matter to me. I'll still fucking go up so fast that by the time that your brain even processes that I'm taking a shot, it's already over. I've already made the bucket.
We see now that Alexander Walker comes in. He's going to take Kyrie Irving, who gives him one right away.
2011 Maverick championship team. Irving will drive hard. What a finish. Here comes Hardy the other way. Now it's Kyrie Irving through traffic.
That's insane, bro.
Foul coming.
What a start for Kyrie Irving.
Nice throw. Free read. Rebound Lively.
A great pass by Edwards, though. Left-handed hook pass off the dribble.
Irving drives hard with the left hand. He gets it to go. Reed came to meet him.
He's just demonstrating solid fundamentals, dude. Demonstrating solid fundamentals. He can drive hard, even from the left side. Not even a big deal. Goes right in there.
Nice rebound inside. Jones to Lively and Lively to Washington. They'll reset with Kyrie, who goes right into Edwards and takes a floater on the fly for two. Looking at treacherous inside that lane. And the other end, Kyrie puts it up and in.
What a lead.
Get Kyrie on stream and talk about flat earther shit. I would die. Oh, that'd be so sick. I know he like sometimes streams on Twitch too, no? It'd be so sick. I would love to have Kyrie Irving on stream.
That was terrific.
That was a 2-for-1 situation, so he let it go from deep.
Look at the speed of Irving to the rack. Washington, Irving, McDaniels is on him. Kyrie,
That's insane. That's insane. That's insane. That's an insane thing to do. Look at this. Look. It's just impossible for him to miss. What is he doing? What is he doing? The world is literally, the world has never been this flat, okay? The world has never been spherical. It has never been a globe. You guys are all a bunch of fucking phonies and a bunch of haters. I am such a firmly committed believer in the flat earth conspiracy that's not a conspiracy.
What a great play.
What a first half by Kyrie.
Now, Gafford and Lively both doing a great job on the glass early on, 7 each.
Prying his way to the paint. Oh, and tomahawked in. Sledgehammer in there by Gafford.
They don't want to let loose those corner threes. But the way that Irving and Kyrie, look at this, left hand off the glass. Again, playing downhill.
McDaniels inside. Threw it away. Doncic. Irving. Corner three for the lead. Good! What a shot by Washington.
Incredible. An understanding of Earth being flat allows you to handle balls better because you don't have to account for the curvature. That's what I'm saying, dude. It literally doesn't, like, bro, everybody else, okay? Everybody on the Timberwolves side is thinking to themselves like, oh, look at me. I'm both gay and lame and love science. And like, they're constantly held back by the fact that they're always accounting for the curvature of the Earth. Kyrie, on the other hand, literally never considers that at all because he knows the truth. He knows that the Earth is flat and he is bawling his fucking face off as a consequence of that. Anyway, we're going to move on from this. We're going to move on. We're going to move on from this. We're going to get to the news. All right, let's get started. No more ball talk. Okay. I know a lot of it's been 47 minutes. I know a lot of you are fucking losing it right now. You're just sitting there white knuckling through this like sports. Does it though? Because on the basketball isn't smooth. If you posit your viewpoint on the surface, there's never a clear horizon indicating a spherical shape beneath you indefinitely. What is this? Yeah. By the way, the Israeli hostage families released footage of female soldiers captured on the 7th of October. And the reason why they released that footage, okay? The reason why they released that footage was to put pressure on the Israeli government. However, that footage was used, and it was already like footage that had been out before. It had circulated before and debunked before certain aspects of it, right? But immediately Americans took that footage and were like, see, they want to do rapes. They're saying they want to do rapes. And it's always so fucking wild when people say this shit because they just suspect that not a single person will speak Arabic, or rather, not a single person will ask a person who can speak Arabic. Yeah, the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs released the footage with the fucking fake translation, which is crazy. That in and of itself, let me tell you something. That in and of itself is literally, it's over. You do that, it's over. You should be universally never trusted ever again. Okay? You do some shit like that as the government, and Israel has done it a million times over at this point. Okay? But you do some shit like that. What is this? You sent me your fucking bookmarks folder? What is happening, chatter? Are we out of control? It's also subtly designed to make you look like you're either supporting or otherwise denying the events they're alleging if you attempt to refute or correct them. It's like, wow, so you're saying these women weren't raped? Yeah, it's insane. And it does not make any sense to me whatsoever. I don't understand how, they run with this. Like, I don't understand how American outlets just run with it. Sickening new video shows Hamas line up female soldiers on October 7th. Here are the girls who can get pregnant. And it's like, bro, what is happening? Like, do you think that we are living in colonial times? Do you think you can just be like, the angry black man is tribal and just write it on the fucking paper of record? And then because at that point, no one thinks that black people are human beings, I guess, that like no one will question it. Bro, this is 2024. There are people who speak Arabic online. There are people who can like watch the footage and go, what the fuck are you saying? I just don't understand it. I do not understand it at all. I genuinely, it's just pure racism, right? It has to be. It's just like the idea that you think you can get away with like releasing this and just expecting no one to question it is just because like, well, technically if someone speaks Arabic, they are also a terrorist. Like the audience that you're going after is basically people who firmly believe that like if someone speaks Arabic, then they're a threat. So like the people that you're trying to convince here are going to be people that like hear Arabic and go, oh, they're rapists anyway. So this just like reaffirms their suspicions. And then they're not going to go and fact check it. They're not going to go and like ask someone who does speak Arabic, right? Because anyone who speaks Arabic is a terrorist. So obviously like it's you know, perfectly crafted in the most laughable way possible. If it wasn't so damning and so insane and the situation that they were like, I guess trying to manipulate in this circumstance wasn't already like pretty awful. You know what I mean? I don't think you understand terrorism, Hasan. Wait, what? On like the top of the hour, oh, fuck. God damn it. I was too busy reading their fucking previous take. God damn it. Dude, why? Why you guys got to do this to me when I'm like literally in the pocket? When I'm in the pocket and I'm just locked in on the stories, you hit me with a fucking low effort ass bait, dude. At the top of the hour, nonetheless. Tech Jess, thank you for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Oh my God. He smoked you, OG. Smoked OG. You got smoked. I did. Treyarch doing 9/11 in their next COD game. Dude, I fucked up the top of the hour QTE like I fucked up the QTE last night at Batman episode 3 when I had sex with Catwoman and then Catwoman's cat scratched me and then I revealed myself to Harvey Dent, furthering his demise, furthering his radicalization into becoming Two-Face. Anyway, you need to get those out of the bag now. You can't get you baited in front of AOC for sure, bro. We cannot do that. What is this? God is good. Crotona Park is gonna be a muddy mess tonight with the Trump rally. Oh yeah. Anyway, we're gonna do that right now. We're gonna do all of this. We're gonna cover it. We're gonna go through the fucking footage because this is like the next Hasbara line. Okay. Yeah, Bruce was fist fighting, dick out, unwashed. It was awesome. Okay. So let's get back to this story. So Daily Mail Online. You're so beautiful. The girls who can get pregnant. Horrifying new footage shows Hamas fanatics taunt young Israeli women with the threat of rape, making them have their children as the hostages. One still in her Snoopy pajamas, plead to be freed. Again, this is over. The mass rape is done. The Israeli regime is honest in their desperation to cover up their APPs, ICC charges, and recognition of Palestine, decided to abandon all pretense and thereby fully expose what a hoax it is. Now, the thing is, the reason why the hostage families actually resurfaced the footage, okay, was so that they could literally increase the pressure. They wanted to increase the fucking pressure on the government to do a ceasefire. But of course, just like the way that the hostage families have, used the posters of the hostages in Israel and the way that is perceived by the broader Israeli population is very different over there in comparison to over here. Over here, we use the hostage posters to be like, see, that's why we're going to fucking murder all of them. That's why we're going to murder all of them. Meanwhile, if you're doing that in Tel Aviv, you're doing that to be like, stop murdering the fucking hostages. This is something that, a lot of people refuse to comprehend in the Western world. This does not mean that the family of the hostages are actually, anti-Zionists or whatever. Of course they're not. But even within the confines of Zionism, there are still people who want a ceasefire for obvious reasons. I live in Tel Aviv. I just got back home, and there was literally a billboard saying something like, Yoav Gallant, do a better job or quit, which seems good until you read the next line. It says, we didn't fight so there could be a Palestinian state in Gaza. I hate this shithole. Yeah, exactly. So that was the point I was going to mention. There are a lot of people that hate the fucking war cabinet because they're not going hard enough, for example. You know what I mean? There are a lot of people who hate the war cabinet because they're not doing a ceasefire. My mom in Israel literally used the footage to continue the fighting. Yeah. And there are still people in Israel that are looking at that footage and going, this is why we fight. This is why we fight. This is why we fight. Now, the problem is, in the Western world, no one looks at that footage, on the Zionist side at least. In the Western world, no one looks at that fucking footage and goes, yeah, that's why they need to do a ceasefire. They look at that footage to go, no, that's why we need to keep fucking pummeling Gaza. Meanwhile, the hostage families are releasing the footage specifically to be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? These are our family members that are stuck in Gaza, and you're blowing them up. Now, of course, it did correspond to an AP News debunking that just came out, and Israel does have a really good eye for this sort of thing. Whenever they see someone whenever they see some naysayers in Western media, they immediately hit him with remember October 7 line, and they just resurface that to be like, hey, remember how bad it was? Remember how fucking bad October 7 was? And it was bad. Okay, but it still does not allow Israel. It does not give Israel the right to do a million October 7s all the fucking time, right? So, and this is the other side of the Israeli discourse. What is this? It is not so clear to me what in the observational video caused such a public reaction. We've seen much, much worse. I answer here broadly to everyone. Dear brothers, how can you even imagine that I am indifferent to the fate of the kidnapped? I risked my life for many months on missions in Gaza to try to get them back. I saw the horrors of Hamas with my eyes and felt them with my hands in the days after the massacre. My question was honest. I was really just trying to understand. There are difficult documents of abductees who are still alive, which were published in the past and did not receive a similar distribution and public reaction, and I wanted to understand what happened. Any other reading of my words is forcefully looking for a fight, which is definitely a shame. So I think the reason why this invokes a lot of reaction, because this round of footage, I think really, but this is footage that is not new. This has been out before, I'm pretty sure. Because I remember, if I'm not mistaken, I remember them trying to do the fake caption, they want to rape our women shit before. I'm pretty sure they tried to do that before and were roundly condemned and criticized for trying to do that. But because it was very close to October 7 at the time, that it was there was a lot more momentum in favor of Israel. Israel had a lot more, social and political capital to expend at that point because people were just finding out about it. Bro, a poll came out yesterday, and the combined effects of the ICC warrants and Gantz's threats and the fight with Gallant is that a Likud have the highest seat projections at the start of the war. Oh my God. Only God will save Israel, dude, at this point. I don't know how. Yeah. Washington Post also has been lying and saying that Sabaya has sexual connotations. The Arabic word sabaya does not have sexual connotations, is playing on racist and Orientalist shows about Arabs and Muslims. Relying on the fabricated idea of translation of the word isn't journalism. Yeah. It's just, you know, there, and that is the educated version of this. Like, that is the educated, laundered narrative. So Eunice Tarawi responds, you're stooping so low as to sexualize your own female soldiers and using them as propaganda material. The number one, the first phrase, get pregnant, is fabricated by the author. He says, here are the captured women, using the Arabic word sabaya, the plural form of sabiya, which means captured women. These are not civilians like other hostages. They are active on-duty soldiers captured from a military base, Nahal Oz military observation post. Hamas men said, those are the ones who have been killing our brothers, referring to the extrajudicial killings during the March of Return. The translation claims, these are the Zionists, but he actually said, here are the cowards, Hay al-Hamal. Israel edited the video, adding noise to obscure the original audio. What was audible as no beautiful was mistranslated as you are so beautiful to imply Hamas was complimenting the female soldiers. Another mistranslation occurred when a Hamas man said talle, which means get her up onto the vehicle. The pervert author said without her. And it's fucking nutty. Sabaya just means girls. I don't know why he added captured. No, as far as I understand it, sabaya or sabia is a specific terminology for captured women in war, is it not? And by the way, it literally is the opposite. The reason for the terminology is because, like, Islam has very clear rules about what not to do with enemy combatants. I thought it was, it just means girl. Okay. Regardless, Islam does have very specific rules of what not to do with captive women. Not that it matters in this situation. 1,000,000%. A religion having rules about something isn't an ironclad argument and shouldn't be used. This wasn't. No, you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I wasn't saying that to be like, oh, they would never do that because of Islam. I'm saying that the irony is that the Orientalist understanding dictates that rapist, barbarian, Muslims actually are capturing women specifically to rape them, when in fact, if they were at least a little bit more inquisitive about the rules of Islam, they would recognize that it is exactly the fucking opposite. That was simply what I was mentioning here. Not to say that, like, they actually follow the rules of Islam or anything like that. I'm simply stating that Orientalism quite literally shows you the exact opposite, or presents the exact opposite of the supposed rules, making it seem like, oh, they are capturing people specifically to rape them with no real justification for that whatsoever. Anyway, also these are random fighters saying shit. Even if they said anything, is there actual proof? Meanwhile, you have Israeli leaders calling for ethnic cleansing. I know. The reason why we're getting into the minutia and the hyper specifics here is because it is being used as another round of propaganda, and I want people to, like, be able to properly debunk it if they want to know what the truth is. You know what I mean? And I'm using this also as an opportunity to clarify certain aspects of even Orientalism and how damaging Orientalism can be, especially when mainstream media in the West is looking at this and taking the false translation and running with it, when in fact it's like a relatively simple way to parse through this. It's a relatively simple way to just look at it and go, that's ridiculous. That's not what it says. And Israel has done this many times over. If you recall, famously, you had the Brigadier Rear Admiral fucking go and, like, point at a calendar and be like, this is a Hamas terror schedule. And it was just a calendar. He was like, look, see, they have the names of the hostages. And people were like, no, dude, those are the names of the days of the week. You're fucking stupid. And they've done it time and time again, which is why I think it's important for people to understand. They are only able to do this. They would never be able to do this if Hamas was speaking English, if the enemy was white and spoke English. They would not be able to do this to the same degree. But because the enemy is this, like, secret, scary, mystical being, and a rapist barbarian horde in the eyes of the world that wants to destroy the entirety of the Islamic population, right? And in an effort to justify America's war on terror, we've kind of run this narrative over and over again, and people just take that shit for granted. You can get away with doing this. Laughable levels of like introductory level 1 racism. Do you understand? I just realized Israel blocked you. Did they? No, they didn't. Norway, if your goal was to reward terrorism by declaring support for a Palestinian state, you achieved it. Hamas thanks you for your service. Dude, two things always happen. Two things always happen. Whenever the Western world, and I'm going to get to the second part of this, whenever the Western world, like, turns around and says, like, oh yeah, Associated Press debunked how the 2 debunked accounts of sexual violence on October 7 fueled a dispute over the Israel-Hamas war. They'll do this article, Israel will retaliate and be like, no, they're actually rapists. And like, they have to fucking come up with like an October 7 thing to recycle again. And then, and on the second, on the more nefarious side of things, they will then further punish the Palestinian population. And that's the other side of the story. Because on the one hand, they are going crazy. They're going nutty mode over the disturbing new video released to hostages in Gaza, right? On the other hand, however, they're also simultaneously increasing the pressure upon the Palestinian population. What are they doing? Oh, that's right. They're recycling funds taken from border communities inside of Israel and putting them directly into settlement efforts in the West Bank, which is, of course, very frustrating for a lot of people. They're doing that literally, and I guess that's what you're mentioning here as well. Exactly. They're doing that right now. Why are they doing that? The timing of that is very suspicious. It's probably because every single time anyone ever says, Israel, what you're doing is wrong, they literally double down on the cruelty towards the Palestinian population. Whether it's in the West Bank or whether it's in fucking Gaza, it doesn't matter. That they only have one note. They only have one fucking note. Pretty cynical timing here. For a while now, Smotrich has had his eyes set to steal the 19 billion NIS of the Negev Development Fund, money meant for the southern communities devastated by October 7. Yesterday, he succeeded. A preliminary vote passed a law that would nonsensically redefine the Negev to include South West Bank settlements, thus funneling these desperately needed recovery funds towards settlement and outpost expansion. Every time this government mentions hostages and October 7's victims, they don't care. Exactly. They don't give a shit. They don't give a shit about the Gaza envelope. They don't give a shit about fucking the Negev communities. They only care about being more and more violent to the Palestinian population as best as they can. They literally have one note, and it's so transparent. You can always count on the Israeli government to go, oh my God, someone fucking said that we're actually in the wrong. Well, guess what? These Palestinians are now going to suffer because of that. It is just pure evil. It is pure evil. This is what I mean when I say the arrogance and the entitlement and the bloodlust of Zionism will lead to its inevitable demise. Okay? It is like it is comic book evil shit. It's fucking crazy. Anyway, let's watch this and then we'll get to it.
Disturbing video of hostages in Gaza. It's just come out. It shows female Israeli soldiers who it's believed are being held by Hamas. It was released by the hostages' families to pressure the Israeli government to make a deal to bring them home now. MTS Tayeb has more on this story.
Israeli protesters had one message for their government: free the hostages.
At least they're admitting that these are soldiers, by the way, and not like little girls or some shit.
Demonstrations were triggered by the release of a graphic video showing 5 female soldiers in Hamas captivity, made public by their families.
I want the world to know that she's more than a poster.
Sasha Aryev's 19-year-old sister Karina is seen in the video.
A few girls like in pajamas, blood-covered, terrified, and you just can't imagine, even when they're speaking to them, I don't think the girls realized, because they do not know the language, you are so pretty, you
Sorry if you covered it, but can you run down the difference between hostages and prisoners of war when it comes to soldiers? Yeah, no, they're literally prisoners of war in this situation. They're enemy combatants that were captured in an offensive campaign. The difference, however, is that they're literally fucking IDF soldiers that were captured in a fucking military base, whereas Israel will literally do collective fucking dragnets all the time, both in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, and also in the Gaza Strip since its siege. And we'll just say every single man is a soldier. Every single man across the board. And then they'll fucking torture them in their torture facility. and then they'll release them after a couple days or weeks of torturing them. Anyone over the age of 15 all the way up to 65 is considered an enemy combatant and a functioning member of Hamas in the eyes of the Israeli military, at least for the duration of their torture. They'll fucking dragnet them, they'll strip them, they'll film the entire process. As you guys saw, you saw the footage. They'll make them do like fun little bits where they'll be like, here, hold this AK for a second. Okay, hold this AK for me, please. And then they'll just send them, they'll ship them off into the fucking desert in a torture facility. After torturing them for fucking weeks, they'll be like, okay, this guy was a nurse. Boom, released. To Israeli society, I should say there's no real difference in the discourse, especially because these soldiers were most likely with their families at school like a year ago. They are prisoners of war, though, of course. Yeah.
You are the girls who will get pregnant.
Hamas has released a trove of October 7th propaganda videos. The family said they were given this edited version from the military that had removed more disturbing scenes.
Why did your family want to release this video to the public?
Because people are forgetting. We have the feeling that it's becoming normal.
Anger is only growing at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Many Israelis accuse him of blocking a hostage deal in order to prolong the war in Gaza, allegations he denies.
Do you think your Prime Minister is doing enough?
I came across a video from October 7 where a group of festival attendees were huddled into a large shower stall and Hamas threw grenades in the room. I really don't know how we resolved this issue. Yeah, I mean, there's horrifying footage from October 7. Like, I've seen them too. Like, the Hamas militants literally fucking opening fire. Like, they're doing mass shootings at porta potties and shit like that. Like, absolutely. A lot of people personally think that, like, the way that Palestinian resistance conducted themselves has to be perfect or was perfect. Like, they have this weird belief that, like, no, Palestinians are these, like, mythical beings. Like, no, your brain is broken by TV. Okay, you watch too much TV. In the real world, although one side is objectively worse than the other, no one is a perfect victim. Okay? And the Palestinian resistance is, of course, not going to be perfect in the way that they resist against the apartheid state, which is precisely the reason why we look at the overarching moral failure here. If one state is a nuclear state and heavily militarized and getting all of the armaments from the Western world and all the legal political cover to be able to maintain an apartheid, and the other is an ascetic resistance group that is pieced together by, orphaned people by the apartheid regime, then yeah, I'm going to be on the side of resisting against the apartheid, because morally speaking, I think it's unconscionable to do that to people. Okay? And the reality of the matter is that those people who have been fucked over in incredibly dramatic, unimaginable ways, when they lash out, when they conduct any kind of military incursion into Israel proper, when they do horrifying things to the Israeli civilian population that doesn't deserve it, mind you, okay, in what I would absolutely consider an act of terror, that still does not change the dynamic for me, even a little bit, okay? There is a lot more than October 7 for the Palestinians, for the Palestinian resistance groups, for Hamas or Al-Qassam or any number of these brigades. There's a lot more than October 7 for them to even come close to the harm that Israel conducts on a daily basis when they're not actually having a military siege, when they're not actually doing an ethnic cleansing campaign. This is something that a lot of people don't understand. Fanon said, decolonialization is always marked by violence, a violence that has been produced by colonizers and experienced by colonized subjects in their everyday lives. The same violence accumulated by the natives has to be claimed and launched back to the colonizers. Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the violence, the standard for violence is set by always the occupying force, okay? That's it. And Israel, as the occupying entity here, has set the standard of violence and has increased it over the years. So when that increases on the Israeli front, of course, the resistance side is also going to match the intensity to the best of their ability. But once again, when you look at like a Palestinian militant knowingly throwing a grenade into a civilian, into a crowd of civilians at a fucking at a rave, at a techno rave in the middle of the desert, right next to a concentration camp, mind you, but still, right? You go, that's unconscionable. That's so crazy. But we, in the Western world especially have no way to contextualize, to understand the machine of death that Israel has created in the Gaza Strip. Because you think of how personal that is, right? You see a guy, it looks like it's a dude doing mass shooting and using grenades, right? That's something you can comprehend, right? That's terrifying. Imagine if that happened to you when you went to a techno concert, if you went to the EDC and they did some shit like that, right? Well, you can never understand entire city blocks being wiped out by laser-guided munitions, 2,000-pound bombs, killing every fucking family deliberately with AI targeting. Like, that's so beyond the pale for us. And I think that that ends up creating a little bit of cover for Israel. Because we're conditioned into thinking like blown up city blocks, that's Middle East shit. You know, they probably had it coming. Who knows? But the personal violence that you see, people actually fucking using weapons to shoot people, that's something that you can comprehend, especially as an American. Certainly, it's like waving a plate of meat in front of a starving lion. The dynamic hasn't changed for me either. I just have a hard time seeing the end of this being productive. I just want to be optimistic, but old Joe's going to see that footage and keep throwing more weapons into Israel. No, old Joe doesn't need to see that footage. He's already hallucinating the footage. Don't fool yourself. He literally has time and time again lied about what kind of footage he has seen. And there's plenty of fucking gruesome shit that you could look at from October 7. And yet, for some weird reason, old Joe still keeps making up other shit. The word you're looking for is nexus. Proximity contributes to our biases. That's why I always personally bring up the West Bank. Because the way that the Israeli occupying force and the Israeli government has conducted itself in the West Bank is something that even Americans can understand as unconscionable. Because it is literally the Jewish KKK brigades out there. Just a bunch of fucking inbred hicks literally doing pogroms to the Arab population and kicking them out deliberately from their ancestral homes, specifically with the go-ahead by the IDF. And an occupying military force comes in and defends them and ends up killing anyone that says, don't do this to me. When you see that shit, you understand exactly what it is. Anyway, troops captured after being defeated in combat are hostages? No, they're not. These guys are, dude, we see the same, it's the same thing with like American troops. That's it. If an American guy in Afghanistan gets captured, they're not going to be considered a prisoner of war. They're going to be referred to by the media as a hostage, even though technically they are a prisoner of war. Then it's not a war crime when they're mass shot up. Why do we keep pretending resistance is a war crime is justified and legal even under half-ass international law? No. Dude, come on. I don't know why we still have this fucking conversation. You're not going to be able to convince me on this issue, okay? I have an understandable distaste for targeting civilian populations. I think that you should too. And it's both for, it's both for the playing a political purpose, but it also is something that I'm genuinely against personally. They're active members or reservists or armed settlers. How are they civilians? Yeah, dude. There were plenty of people who were not any of those things. Okay. You're ridiculous. Once again, they don't need to be, the Palestinian resistance does not have to be perfect. Okay. It does not have to be perfect for me to say that, their cause, Palestinian emancipation and an end to the fucking occupation is just. An end to the apartheid is just. I have, I guess, in my assessment, a better understanding of historical violence than you do. This is absolutely something that has always happened. Okay? It happened during the abolition era. It happened in Algeria. It happened in Ireland. It happened in apartheid South Africa. It has always happened and will always continue to happen. It happened in Haiti. It will never not happen.
Every day that she's not home, it becomes harder for me not to be disappointed. But if I won't believe, I won't come out from my bed in the morning.
So you have to believe she'll come home.
For fundamentally, morality politics is deeply liberal and always favors those who maintain violence in structured ways that are not readily discussed or shown. Resistance is justified. Dismantling systems of oppression is justified. Condemning those resisting apartheid is pointless. Yeah. I have friends who escaped a music festival by the skin of their teeth. I put my finger through the porta potty bullet holes. The question isn't about moral responsibility. That's a discussion I don't have the student debt to handle. There's a conflict, there's a history, there are power structures. I don't care who's at fault for October 7. I care about what material systems drive the conflict and who holds the power and what can we do to achieve a just resolution of the conflict. Exactly. 100%. This is why I always fucking say, like, analysis does not mean justification. Like, and when I talk about like the actions of October 7, every single person is immediately like, wait a minute. You're not immediately running to fucking talk about the barbaric monsters that are Arab dogs that are operating on antiquated, ancient epigenetic anti-Semitism that is, you know, that is their biological predetermined destiny. They have to operate this way. They wanted to kill Jews. That's why they did this. And it's like, no, that's not the reason. You are delusional for thinking that that is the reason. There's a very obvious reason for why this is occurring. I recently saw a Piers Morgan interview and the questions he was asking didn't make sense at all, and you were furious about it? Yes. Yeah, here in Denmark, I remember this. Here in Denmark, the resistance against German occupation did sexual assaults against women who were in relationships with German soldiers and killed German civilians and German soldiers, but they were still on the right side fighting Nazis. There has never been a circumstance in which, like, there's never been a circumstance in any global conflict, any sort of resistance against a colonial occupation, where the part that is fighting against said colonial occupation has conducted themselves in a perfect fucking manner. Of course they haven't. Okay? And if the intensity is higher, as is the case in like chattel slavery in Haiti, for example, as is the case in Haiti, in the way that slavery played a role in Haiti, the fucking revolution was incredibly violent, like unimaginably violent. They literally went to town on anyone they suspected of being fucking white. Okay? Do you think anti-Semitism factors into Hamas's agenda at all? I'm aware it's far down on the list if it does, but it's a common Zionist talking point to label them as genocidal and anti-Semitic to devalue the Palestinian position. No. I think it's laughable. And I think it's very Western facing to say that, like, no, these guys are operating on anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism in the fucking East is very different than old school Christian anti-Semitism that has led to fucking pogroms, that has led to the Holocaust, that has led to Jews being shipped out of Western and Eastern Europe and Russia, specifically to the Middle East. Okay? No. If Israel was a Christian entity, then they would be anti-Christian. The reason why many in that region make no distinction between Zionism and Judaism is because Israel in the region does not make that distinction at all, and as a forward PR campaign will regularly marry Judaism with Zionism. That is the reason why we say Israel makes Jews less safe. It's one of the many reasons. That's why I've talked about it. I've talked about the differences. For example, when you see a Star of David being fucking spray painted outside of like a synagogue or something in the Western world, or outside of the house of a Jewish person, that's a threat. That's a threat. That's most likely a signal that some anti-Semitic hate crime is about to happen in the Western world. But in that side of the world, in the occupied territories that Israel maintains, when you see a fucking Star of David, that means a pogrom is going to happen to the Arab family that lives there in their ancestral homes. It is a very different meaning on that side of the world in comparison to the Western world.
We'll get.
What is your just resolution of the conflict? I find the state of Israel and Zionists to be Zionists as detestable, but you propping up Hamas is infallible. I never said Hamas is infallible at all. And as an idea, presents no clear end to the conflict, because Hamas is an idea. I don't present them as an idea. It is. It is a violent means of resisting against a violent apartheid. That's it. That's all it is. There is a reason why Hamas has been able to recruit during Israel's offensive campaign, during Israel's siege of Gaza. You have to understand why. Here it is, yeah. Biden officials are becoming increasingly concerned that Hamas has been able to recruit during wartime, thousands over the last several months, allowing the group to withstand months of Israeli offensives. And for the record, right now, October 7, Hamas and the Palestinian resistance groups did absolutely engage in acts against civilians that are unconscionable, that are war crimes, that are something that I would consider to be an act of terror for sure. Okay? This does not change the dynamic for me at all as far as Palestinian emancipation, but that must be said. Having said that, however, Hamas and every single fucking militant resistance group since October 7, since Israel entered the Gaza Strip, since Israel started bombing the Gaza Strip, has been engaging in the most moral and the most righteous and the most just cause, which is fighting against the settler colonial occupation that is conducting an offensive, forward-facing ethnic cleansing campaign. If you can't separate the two, I don't know what to tell you. They're not recruiting shit. People are volunteering because Israel erased the entire families off the registers. Exactly. The October 7 attack happened in the context of and in response to the conflict. What drives the conflict are the mechanized systems of ethnic cleansing, apartheid, and Jewish supremacy. Israel has the power to end the apartheid and Jewish supremacy. Here, it's not complicated. I don't care if I should blame Herzl, Ben-Gurion, Bibi, Sinwar, or the individual Hamas fighters for October 7th atrocities. You can decide that for yourself. What's important is we know what to do now and the apartheid. Exactly. It's not Jewish supremacy, it's Zionism. First of all, you're talking, the person that you're responding to is literally a Jewish citizen of Israel, the one that said Jewish supremacy. And for the record, Zionism does factor Jewish supremacy into it. It does not mean that it is Jewish supremacists and Jewish fundamentalism does not have anything to do with actual Judaism. You have to understand this. You have to unmarry these concepts. It's like saying Christian supremacists or Christian nationalists. They do not represent the millions of fucking regular Christians, okay? It does not matter. These concepts are completely removed from one another. It is akin to ISIS not actually representing Islam, okay? But utilizing Islam as a galvanizing principle, which, by the way, no one even fucking believes in the region because they just always end up killing Muslims more than anybody else. But that's why it's ironic that Israel tried to go with the Hamas's ISIS narratives, when in fact, Israel, in the way that it presents itself, is way closer to ISIS, bastardizing religion, bastardizing Judaism, weaponizing Judaism cynically as a shield, when it is anything but Jewish tenets or even Jewish cultural history. Of course, it's Jewish supremacy. All that means is that between the river and the sea, Jews are massively advantaged and Palestinians oppressed. I'm Jewish, Israeli, anti-Zionist, and still have more rights than Palestinians. Yeah, no, the reason why chatters are chirping at you when you say that is because when someone says Jewish supremacy in the Western world, it goes back to the same dynamic. When you say Jewish supremacy in Israel, it means something different. When someone says Jewish supremacy in the Western world, people go, wait a minute, what? What are you, fucking Nazi? Because in the Western world, it's usually Nazis that say shit like that. It's the very same weirdos who will point to that Motorola phone cam footage of like some Kahanist inbred fucking asshole being like, that's right, we're going to take the goy and we're going to make all the goy our slaves or whatever. And then they go, this is what Jews believe. It's like, no, dude, that is you, but Jewish. Okay. Ironically enough, the person that you're pointing to is literally just you, but Jewish. You just hate the mirror image of you. That's it. Which is, of course, not surprising because Nazis love doing that shit. Pointing to like an extreme example of someone from a marginalized background in the Western world and being like, this is what they all believe, in an effort to dehumanize. Anyway. Please scroll up. You put things so normally. I don't know how else to conceptualize it. What would a path to a one-state solution look like, my love? I'm not fighting. I have trouble even seeing this reality through the evil of Western governments. What must happen, or what I believe has to happen, is very different than what I think will happen, unfortunately. If you ask me what I think is the best way to... Also, my love is a little crazy. What I personally think must happen is a inevitable end to the apartheid and a singular secular state for all of the people living in that area with a right to return for the Palestinians. Just as there is a birthright and a right to return for all Jews around the world to Israel, the same exact principle must be offered to all of the Palestinians who were pushed away from their homes. Reparations must be given to the Palestinians. On top of that, these are not actually insane concepts in general. These are ironically concepts that have been talked through in the so-called peace process, in the negotiations. You did say that on the pod. You didn't vibe with people saying I love you. Okay, you guys need to stop calling me my love. It's fucking weird and cringe and super parasocial. Is freaking me out a little bit. Anyway, Hassan, I've been here for 3 years. I'm one of the few Jews that didn't leave after October 7. First of all, that's not true. There are plenty of Jews that didn't leave after October 7. Chatters like Mackie for the win make me ashamed to be here. Wishing death on the chatters. Friends of the concert is just disgusting. I see this shit in the mods ban. Mackie for the win. If you let that shit slide, you're encouraging legit anti-Semitism. Hey, you fucking dumb fuck. They're banned already, and a mod asks you for screenshots of the messages. Either send them or shut the fuck up. Like, we take anti-Semitism pretty fucking seriously in this community. So I don't know why you come in here and you're like saying that we don't. Please. I hate chatters that use the chat only to send the messages but won't read the chat. Okay. Anyway, everybody chill out. Don't yell at that one chatter either. It's understandable to get hypersensitive when you see anti-Semitism, especially in a community that you otherwise perceive as a safe space. As a Jewish chatter that's been in here for 3 years, you definitely do. People think the one blip they see of it means it goes unchecked. Yeah. It is also pretty funny because, like, one, there's a lot of course, there's a lot of anti-Zionist Jewish chatters in here. But two, the unimaginable amount of anti-Semitism that is everywhere else outside of this community is like something that you guys should be aware of course. Like, it's not something that we ever allow in here. How seriously do you take anti-Italian hate speech? I take it very seriously, as in I seriously say it all the time. What is this? Israeli Ambassador Amir Maimon.
We are not the victims. Sorry, we are the victims. We are not the aggressor. Sorry.
But I can tell you that we are not targeting anyone else in Gaza but civilians. Hamas is cynically, but rather terrorists, of course.
If the international media is objective, it serves Hamas. If it just shows both sides, it serves Hamas.
Sverige och EU står enat i att Israel har rätt till folk till försvar inom Har Israel rätt att begå folkmord? Vi hörde det!
We need to see a cease. We need to see a humanitarian pause so we can flow. We need to see ceasing of the levels of
oh my God. Oh God.
violence that we're seeing.
The decision of one man to launch a wholly unjustified and brutal invasion of Iraq. I mean, of Ukraine. Right. Anyway, 75.
And I would like to use the rest of my time to say how appalled I am that people are bringing up the Holocaust. Do not use other genocides to describe this one. I have been...
That one's the best one. Anyway, that's a fun little compy right there. But getting back to the situation, it's for the white people who get the PTSD flashbacks from here. Allahu Akbar. Yeah. The reason why they're going nutty mode right now in Western media, and the reason why they're going nutty mode right now in Western media and also nutty mode in Israel is partially because of the AP coming out with a piece saying like here are the two debunked accounts of sexual violence that went far, and also because like all of these other countries in the Western world are even saying that they are like, you know, Palestinians have a right to statehood and sovereignty. So as it stands, no matter what happens, as it stands, Israel will inevitably do more Israel shit. They'll do the one thing that they know what to do, which is harm Palestinians further. ICJ will rule a ceasefire tomorrow, and they'll go extra crazy. Here it is. Israeli officials believe the ICJ will order a ceasefire tomorrow and are fearful of resultant repercussions, such as a resolution of the Security Council to put into effect the order, which would force an American veto. ICJ orders are binding on the parties concerned in the case. Israel has to comply with all measures ordered, past and future. Haaretz came out with the article. Israeli officials fear exposure to sanctions if ICJ orders the halt to Rafah offensive in Friday's ruling. So obviously Israel doesn't give a shit about breaking international law. This doesn't mean that like magically Israel is going to stop. Okay? You need to understand something here. These things take time. Okay? It just means more pressure. But going back to the situation at hand, this is a Hamas press release regarding the video released by Israel relevant to Nahal Oz base on October 7th. In light of the Zionist occupation's release of the video clip about the captured female soldiers during the events of the Al-Aqsa flood battle on October 7th, we affirmed the following. The video clip being circulated in Hebrew media is a manipulated and partial clip. Its authenticity cannot be confirmed. The circulation of this clip at this time comes as part of the occupation's failed attempt to tarnish the image of our valiant resistance by spreading fabricated narratives that have been proven false by multiple forums and media investigations. The scenes show images of female soldiers at a military site who were captured while working in the Gaza Division Command. They appear in civilian clothing because they were on break, especially since the attack occurred early in the morning on Saturday, October 7th, which is their day off. There is deliberate cutting and editing in the footage with selective images and clips chosen to support the occupation's claims and lines about assaults on the female soldiers. The clips show deliberate distortions and manipulations in the English translation, fabricating words in the English subtitles that were not spoken by any of the fighters appearing in the video, whether in Arabic or in English. This falsification and manipulation in translation proved the falsehood of the Zionist narrative from the outset. The presence of minor bloodstains on or slight injuries on some of the female soldiers is expected in such operations, which can involve jostling. The scenes did not show any physical assault on any of them, but rather depicted dialogue between the fighters and the female soldiers without assault or abuse. The female soldiers were treated according to the ethical standards of our resistance, and there has been no evidence of mistreatment towards the female soldiers in this unit, despite their involvement in harming our people and causing the deaths of hundreds of peaceful protesters on the Gaza borders. All the images and scenes from the recent exchange operation confirm the good treatment they received under the resistance in Gaza, in contrast to what our prisoners face in the occupation's prisons, where they endure oppression, abuse, and killing. But once again, you know people can speak Arabic and fact check this, right? Most people only have time to read headlines, not go over Twitter fact checks, let alone Hamas's own refutations. That's why the media repeatedly does this fabricated atrocity propaganda, and those lies are parroted long after being debunked. It's true. The reason for why they do it is because most people don't give a shit. Most people don't see Arabs as human and immediately fucking go after any kind of narrative that reaffirms their position. However, what you have to remember is that there are still always people in the margins. There are at least, make no mistake, there are at least 50 people in here right now, and I'm being very conservative, that came in here to see what I had to say about this footage, to be like, haha, what will Hasan say now? And then actually saw that the Israeli narrative was completely fabricated. That's it. That's why we do what we do, and that is precisely why Israel keeps slowly but surely losing the charitability. Israel keeps losing the charitability as they attempt to do this kind of bottom of the barrel propagandizing. Do you understand? That is something that has happened every single day since October 7. Okay? When people have a tendency to believe whatever the state is saying and take it for granted, and then that state uses that to conduct, what the fuck? I can hear my neighbor's fucking phone. Anyway, when the state like Israel uses that charitability to conduct some of the worst propaganda, some of the worst, most bottom of the barrel propaganda you've ever seen, they will inevitably lose more and more people. Okay? Nothing changes. Remember when the IDF released that fake cell phone recording after the Al Shifa hospital attack that they never did not forget? Wait, dude, every single day, there are more and more people that are coming to the realization that what Israel is doing is unconscionable every single day. Some days, like in the immediate aftermath of the World Central Kitchen aid worker attack, there's a shit ton more people. But every single day that Israel does this shit, there are more people that go, oh, dude, what the fuck? Everyone has their own metric for what they consider to be ridiculous. Okay? But you have to remember that. You have to remember that there's a reason why we are seeing previously unforeseeable levels of support for the broader Palestinian emancipatory movement. Okay? Israel is doing that themselves. Bro, you don't understand how these Hamas monsters operate? They lie all the time. Yeah, dude. Hamas has never actually fucking lied about the top of the hour ad break, though, okay? They know that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And they know that that kind of bait is not going to fucking work, okay? Even if you are a gray name. Exactly. You got cooked, son. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Bop and Wop and others that gift subs will allow you to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. But yes, regardless of what your opinion is, there's still a 3-minute ad break coming for you now. Little M97, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Here's the 3-minute ad break now, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. This is an irresponsible paragraph by Shira Rubin in the Washington Post. The Arabic word sabaya doesn't have sexual connotations. This is playing on racist and Orientalist tropes about Arabs and Muslims. Relying on the fabricated idea of translation of the word isn't journalism. Larry Albach asks if any of the gunmen speak English before one shouts at her, "I want you quiet, quiet." Then another yells, "Our brothers die because of you. We will shoot you all." A voice can then be heard of the video saying, "Why don't you speak Arabic, you cows?" At one point, a Hamas gunman inspects the women and calls them sabaya, an archaic term that means female captives but can have sexual connotations. The video subtitles, which were provided by the Israel Defense Forces, translated sabaya as "girls who can get pregnant." Another man says "beautiful." A brief clip shows the gunmen all praying while the women remain sitting against the wall. The video then cuts to a clip of the women being dragged outside amid the sound of gunshots and being thrown in the back of vehicles. Some of the women are clearly injured, their legs streaked with blood. I think it's really interesting how often this woman retweets directly from accounts of Israeli and American officials. Yeah, it's just, this is not journalism. It's just being a stenographer for the Israeli government, for the record. That is all you're doing when you... Wait, what?
That the police chief was going to be temporarily reassigned. So this is a lot for the new temporary chief who's in charge to take on today.
Again, police have shown up once again to the UCLA campus with pro-Palestinian protesters have set up barriers.
That was brought on to kind of oversee.
These are UAW protesters too. They're like, I believe they're working alongside the UAW. Classic. Anyway, we'll check in on the protests and what's going on in a little bit. But yes, UCLA grad students are a part of the UAW, if you remember from the conversations that we had. Archaic, it's Arabic for captives, prisoners, not necessarily female. And what are the sexual connotations? Because there is no sexual connotation for the word itself. Absolutely racist drivel from Washington Post, Shira Rubin. I said another tweet that it was for female captives, but that also is not fully accurate. Depending on the spelling of the word in Arabic, it can mean groups of girls or prisoners. This is why having people who know Arabic well in your newsroom can go a long way. The sexual connotation seems to be in that group of Palestinian male fighters took 5 female Israeli soldiers from an IDF post outside of Gaza captive. The sexual connotation that these people are putting on this word is because who did the capturing? Muslim Arab males is crazy racist. Yes, these mistranslations absolutely matter, especially in the context of the visuals that are provided. Every time there's attention to Israeli crimes, the Israeli and Zionists tout that Palestinians are rapist propaganda, which is used to obfuscate attention, and the U.S. news media runs after it like a loyal dog. It might not seem like a significant mistranslation, but the Israelis also purposely mistranslate "here are the cowards" to "here are the Zionists," presumably done in an attempt to victimize Zionists as a whole. No, the words are not similar sounding in Arabic. Guys, I know Marxism is there. Oh my fucking God. I'm not going to cover it right now. Okay. Holy fuck. There's other news that I'm covering currently, specifically as it pertains to mass disinformation being presented as fact. It's such dumb propaganda. What's the point? I think Zana did a phenomenal job describing what the point is. The point is to literally reaffirm the narrative that like these guys are anti-Semitic rapists, and they are doing this not as a way to extract prisoners of war from a fucking military outpost, but instead they're actually capturing young women specifically to rape them in an anti-Semitic fashion. And that shit personally absolutely works for all of your parents. If you're like, what's the point of this propaganda? Go talk to your fucking mom and dad about this particular instance, and they will tell you, they will show you immediately why this kind of propaganda works.
Israeli activists continue to try protecting aid convoys headed for Gaza from attacks by extremist Jewish settlers. Before the war, 500 truckloads of supplies a day sustained Gaza's population. Due to strict security checks and the attacks, far fewer trucks now cross into the territory. DW's Aya Ibrahim reports from Takumia Crossing, where right-wing activists have been vandalizing aid convoys en route from Jordan through the West Bank.
These Israelis aren't going on a day trip. They're on a mission. They want to make sure that aid for Gaza makes it there safely. But when they get to the junction, food is already scattered on the ground.
We've arrived at the site of an attack by Israeli extremists on an aid.
Omdim Be'achad is the group that they're talking about. You can recognize them from their purple. Those are the guys who are increasingly gaining more momentum and more numbers as Israel's siege worsens.
Aid convoy meant for starving civilians in Gaza. And as you can see behind me, activists are now busy trying to save really what can be saved from that food.
They're encouraged by the effect they've had.
Because we were here and we made the police come here as well, and we encouraged the police to do whatever needed to stop them, we can see that only few of the boxes were falling down and most of the thing in the truck continue to Gaza.
We've also seen the police try to come between the activists and the attackers who, even as the police is standing right next to them, continue vandalizing the food as it lays on the pavement.
They are full of hate right now, and they are acting as if they don't care that people die from anger. This is not the country we want to be. We are not leaving this checkpoint till the settlers will leave the area, and we'll make sure that all the trucks will go and bring food to Gaza.
The police officers on site refused to give us an interview on camera, but said that on that day, they arrested at least 2 people in connection with the attack whose aftermath we witnessed. A few days earlier, near this checkpoint, there was a violent attack on another aid convoy. Activists there said Israeli soldiers did nothing to stop the vandalism. Extremist settlers have been waging attacks like these regularly in Israel. A report by the Guardian newspaper even suggests that some members of state security tip off attackers ahead of time about the location of aid convoys.
Yep. Remember that part. The settlers are working alongside members of the military and the police. They get the information from members of the military and the police as to figure out which trucks to stop.
It was violence like that which inspired this group of activists to organize their Solidarity Guard.
It's not only the question of what's going on in Gaza, it's a question of our society and which kind of a society we're going to be. Are we going to be a society that will allow hunger and famine and destruction and death to be celebrated, or are we going to stand against it and to say we are human, we are fighting for our own humanity?
It's infuriating, the fact that we need to be here. We'll always find people that will be disruptive. But I'm a citizen of Israel. I'm also an American citizen. As a human being, why are we not doing more? It's happening in my name. And it's for the government, for the police, for the army.
Dispersal order has been issued in UCLA. I'm going to cover
Get my hands out!
We're going to go to breaking news. We're going to scenes. We're going to scenes on the ground as our on-the-ground correspondent, Cinemarxism, Brett, is at UCLA, where a new encampment has been put together. Police are on scene, and an order for dispersal has been issued.
There's diffusion in the air. We might be using tear gas. I can't tell, or like pepper spray at least.
Move to the sidewalk, please. Move to the sidewalk, please. Guys, just go to the sidewalk. Come on, guys, just go to the sidewalk. We don't want any problems.
Yeah.
You haven't seen anything from me yet, man.
You're a private fucking cop. You can't do shit. It's called assault. I have as much right to touch you as you do me.
You don't want to test that.
Okay.
He's right. That's a threat, by the way.
Who oppress black people.
What does that have to do with me getting paid, bro? Nothing at all.
It's called integrity and honor, man. You have none. You have no integrity.
Move to the sidewalk, please.
120,000 people dead or injured, and you're here beating us.
We're not being beat. Move to the sidewalk, please. Stop! 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 Hey! Hey, let go of his bike! Let the bike go! I got you, You're good.
Back up to the street!
If the youth can count on you, what faith do we have?
Peacefully to move back to the street.
None of us is peaceful.
Back forward. Officer Madrid of Santa Monica Police. Vargas of Culver City Police. Yeah, he's got his body cam on his belt, pointing to the ground. Getting a lot of good shots of feet, I'm sure. A lot of movement, more cops. Hey, fill in where the bikes are at. So shit, guys. I'm doing what I can. We will not stop. We will not rest.
Oh shit! Look at it!
I was trying to keep it. I was like,
We will not stop, we will not rest. It's closed. We will not stop, we will not rest. It's closed. We will not stop, we will not rest. It's closed. We will not stop, we will not rest. It's closed. We will not stop, we will not rest. It's closed.
I haven't seen any arrests so far. Vargas, 1171, Culver. Yeah, Culver City Police. Madrid, no badge. No badge. Dispersal orders over a loudspeaker from the roof of one of the buildings.
Land of the free, baby. Land of the free.
Something happening over here.
Land of the fucking free, dude. Graham Waters, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Here's the aerial shot.
Our university! 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 Our university!
I lost my jacket.
Our university! Our university! Our university!
Rip.
Our university!
Rip my jacket. Where did it go?
Our university! Our university! Our university! Our university! Our university! The same. LAPD, KKK, IOF, they're all the same. LAPD, KKK, IOF, you're all the same. LAPD, KKK, IOF, you're all the same. Genocide block! Genocide block! Genocide block!
Mom, we're gonna all mobilize to work. Get ready at home. We're gonna have the business food admin. We're all gonna mobilize to work.
How you gonna carry that? Whose university? Our university! University! Our university! Our university!
Everybody's moving. I'm gonna follow. Also look around for my jacket. This is kind of chaotic. I don't like this. We're leaving the police line. We're leaving the police line. People are saying to go somewhere else, I guess. Still no sign of my fucking jacket.
It's at UCLA campus.
Murphy Hall! Murphy Hall!
My friend Jonathan Roost or something is doing
a
rotation system.
So, as far as I understand, police is on tactical alert. This is what I've gotten from people speaking to those inside the encampment. A new encampment was officially planned for Tuesday, but they set it up today. And police were on tactical alert, and they're blocking people in all food and drinks to enter encampment. Is what I've gotten so far.
Oh, Murphy Hall. Okay.
The stand-up strike is supposed to start on Tuesday. It's at UCLA campus, chat.
Free, free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free, free Palestine!
This is troubling, in my opinion.
Yeah, Murphy Hall.
You said something about a negotiation with the administration? I don't really know what's going on. See bike cops moving fast over here. People.
Originally, there was supposed to be a stand-up strike that would have also featured the UAW in full force, which would have made it a much larger, protest. I don't know I don't know who made the decision to set up an encampment early. Okay, but encampment went up today because Genocide Gene is talking to Senate. Oh, it could be. It could also be because I think the deans, like I think presidents and stuff from both UCLA and all these other colleges, were at Columbia University. They're all supposed to speak in front of Congress. City University of New York public safety officer just said, "I support killing all you guys," to a group of students who walked out of the graduation of the College of Staten Island. Nice.
You support genocide! You support genocide!
Killing all you guys. How about that?
Huh? Kill us. Kill us. You're a communist. You want to kill us? I have you on camera. Yeah. I have you on camera.
That's insane, bro. You're a sergeant. Like, what a psychopath. He's like, yeah, no, I do. I actually, like, even if you're sarcastic, which I assume he's trying to be sarcastic, that is an insane thing to fucking say. Like, actually insane. What are we doing here?
That's what you are.
He's just saying what's on his mind. Yeah. He's like, I see nothing wrong with this. I'm gonna fucking openly state it, you know? He's just, that's what he's got going on. Shows that HasanAbi is far from exaggerating when he says they just want to kill all the protesters. I mean, I am exaggerating, obviously, when I say that. I don't think they want to kill all the protesters yet. Maybe some do, but all right, let's get back to Israel, though, where here's what's going on.
Army to do everything possible.
Insults come thick and fast. Nazis and Hamas, their fellow Israelis, call them. But they continue to try to get the food onto a truck and back towards Gaza. By the end of the day, they told us all the trucks had gone through with little damage. To them, a victory.
And Aya joins us now from Jerusalem. How common have these attacks on aid convoys become, Aya?
They've become very common since April. We've been seeing on social media on an almost daily basis videos of Israeli extremists associated with the settler community intercepting these aid convoys and destroying them. We've also heard reports of truck drivers being assaulted, even if they're not carrying aid at all. So that gives you a sense of the chaos that is around the story right now. If the particular settler group suspects that a truck is carrying aid, what they usually do is that they put a roadblock with rocks and they start attacking the driver. If he is Palestinian looking, if they suspect that he's carrying aid, he's often sort of by himself in that situation. And that's really...
Yeah, they're fucking attacking truck drivers, many of which are of Palestinian descent or look Palestinian, because they're like, oh, well, we thought you were carrying aid. Nice, dude. Thanks.
Really, the frequency of these attacks and the randomness of it is, as we mentioned, what inspired this group to start organizing. And what they're saying is that their modus operandi is to really try and stand between the aid and the attackers, and also with their presence, because they make their presence very well known to the police, try to encourage and force the police to come and, according to them, do their job.
And chaos is a good way of describing the situation. I mean, what about protecting these truck drivers as well as protecting the aid? What is the police doing? What's the Israeli military actually doing?
So when we were there present, the police was present. And as we tried to show in the report, they sort of tried to keep the two groups separate from each other. But what activists have been saying is that previously, and certainly this claim is corroborated by the visual documentation of these attacks, the police has not been present and has, in some cases, just stood by and watched these attacks. That's according to eyewitness accounts by activists. And I just want to, paint a bigger picture about the situation with the police in Israel right now for our viewers who may not be familiar. The police is, of course, under the supervision of the National Security Minister, the far-right National Security Minister, Itamar Ben-Gvir. And we have seen him in the past couple of days sort of implicitly openly support these attackers, saying that he understands their anger, he understands their frustration. He says that he wants to see them block aid, but that they shouldn't be burning or attacking drivers. So there is some support coming from the man who really controls the police. And he has also boasted about being a member of the Security Cabinet who's actually voted against Israel facilitating aid to Gaza. And there are a lot of accusations coming from the activist community saying that basically because of this rhetoric coming from political leadership, namely the National Security Minister, police isn't really motivated to do their job. And in fact, the National Security...
It's crazy, man. It seems like, these guys are doing Hitlerian politics out there. What's that about? What's that about? We're so cooked. They demonize starving Palestinians for looting aid trucks, but won't condemn Israeli settlers for destroying and stealing the aid before they can even get in. Yeah, it's just rather odd. What's up with that? I thought this was the most moral democracy on the fucking planet. Well, seems not so moral. Seems kind of immoral.
Security Minister has spoken out against the police providing so many resources to protect the aid, saying that he doesn't really understand why so much police is there to protect the aid going to Gaza.
And there's been widespread condemnation of these attacks, of course, from Germany included. How's the Israeli government reacting to that?
Well, I've touched a little bit on what the national security...
Ben-Gvir says he's against the burning, but just because the aid should be completely stopped by state instead, kind of like how Smotrich said water should be erased on the earth, but by the IDF, not the settlers. Yeah. They're like, we should be doing it. We should be burning the fucking aid trucks.
Minister has been saying so. From there, you can definitely see that there's a...
It's fucking nuts.
He's not condemning the violence openly, but there's certainly an understanding for what the attackers are doing.
But you're absolutely correct. We're now in a moment where Israel is getting a lot of pressure from the international community on many fronts when it comes to this war. Germany has condemned these attacks. The United States, Israel's biggest ally, has condemned these attacks as well. But we're also hearing a lot of condemnation from Jordan, because remember, a lot of this aid that's coming through the West Bank is originating in Jordan. And that's another, that's Israel's immediate neighbor, an Arab country with one of the old.
Yeah. By the way, the condemnations are, wow, the numbers are crazy. Holy shit. Here's Sin and Marxism at UCLA campus. Condemnations is great, except, you know, as chatters are pointing out, condemnations don't actually feed the Palestinians. You should be taking direct action at this point, you know, against the Israeli state for allowing this to continue, and also doing genocide as well. While you're in the start of the process of like taking actions against the Israeli state, maybe even, you know, extend it further to Israel's offensive ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. But instead, America only mobilizes against the naysayers, as you can see right here. God forbid you say, dude, stop the genocide. We only have the smoke for those who are critical of Israel and never for Israel. It's pretty obvious where our government stands on the issue, for those who are still like somewhat confused about this process, I guess.
Oldest peace treaties with Israel, now also speaking out about this. And so it gives you a sense of the level of concern that this, you know, domestic issue, we could call it that, is also resonating well outside of Israel's borders at a difficult time for the country and its political leadership in this war.
Context there from Aya Ibrahim in Jerusalem. Thank you.
Here is Brandon.
You know, we've made our position clear on the ICC. We don't recognize the jurisdiction of ICC the way it's being exercised, and it's that simple.
Bro, y'all loved it when it was being enforced against Vladipu, though. What's up with that?
We don't think there's an equivalence between what Israel did and what Hamas did.
House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's moving ahead with a formal invitation to the Israeli Prime Minister.
By the way, it's insane that we have war criminal, psychotic fascist Benjamin Netanyahu addressing Congress. Dude, I don't understand how delicious it must taste, the Israeli dick, okay? Oh my God, Zionist cummies. Holy shit, dude. It is so crazy. They're like, no, you don't understand. We love it. We fucking love it. Senator Chuck Schumer called Benjamin Netanyahu an obstacle to peace and too willing to tolerate civilian toll in Gaza, and called for Israel to hold new elections to replace him. Senator Schumer is 100% right. However, if you look at it, this was, of course, I don't even think this was from March 14th. This was like even before then, for the record. Senator Schumer himself right now is saying things like we need to bring. Senator Schumer was critical of the ICC, trying to fucking bring justice to Benjamin Netanyahu, and is also a part of the people that is inviting him. If I am not wrong, if I recall correctly, I believe that he is also a part of the group of individuals that has invited Benjamin Netanyahu to speak in Congress. So a lot of politicians use the exact same equivalence term to condemn the ICC. Yeah, there is no equivalence between Israel and Hamas. I condemn this outrageous move, this dangerous move by ICC. There's no equivalence between Israel and terrorist organization Hamas. The attempt to create moral equivalency between Hamas terrorists targeted civilians for torture, rape, and murder versus Israel defending itself is absurd. To make a false equivalence between the actions of democratically elected government and those Hamas. Senator John Fetterman, Hamas leaders suggest there's a moral equivalence between them. There is none. There is none. There is no equivalence between the actions of Hamas, which is a fucking resistance group against an apartheid, and the nuclear militarized state that is doing the apartheid. There is none. These guys are not wrong. There is no equivalence. One side is clearly, objectively in the wrong, and that side ain't Hamas, let me tell you. Also, ironic, because these guys literally love saying Hamas is democratically elected, and that's why everyone in Palestine, everyone in Palestinian occupied territories is Hamas and must be dealt with. So what's up with that? Which is it, man? Shouldn't democracies be held to a higher standard? Exactly. But these guys use democracy as a shield. theoretical democracy is being used in this circumstance as a fucking shield. Here's the House and Senate Dems pushing back on upcoming Netanyahu invite to address Congress. AOC says, I don't think it's constructive.
What if Schumer signs on to this invite to Netanyahu to address Congress?
I just don't think it's constructive for Netanyahu to be doing a joint address in this moment, period, regardless of who's sending him.
I think it's Republican mischief in action. I think...
Wow, not constructive? Yes, you're right. AOC and American Democratic Party senators should be like, Netanyahu, if you come here, I'm going to fucking do a citizen's arrest on you. Like, guys, these are politicians, okay? Set your fucking expectation to the correct degree. At least she's called it a fucking genocide, okay? Which it objectively is. And the bar is so goddamn low for politicians that I'm not going to yell at one that at least clears that low-ass fucking bar. They're like, chat's like, dude, I don't understand. Why is AOC not saying we have to nuke Tel Aviv? We're talking about a government body that literally censured currently the only Palestinian American representative for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. You're insane if you think after even watching countless hours of false equivalence, after watching countless hours of the American government doing everything it can, after watching the American state send its Gestapo force to brutalize people for the crime of saying what Israel's doing is wrong, you're still over here being like, dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, by the way, a fuck ton of Israeli human rights orgs petitioned the Supreme Court today to shut down Sede Teiman. I hold no love for the courts, but they have taken action against some of these human rights violations on rare historical instances. And after long legal battles, we'll see how this petition goes, especially given the international attention this facility received lately. Like, here's another great example of this, right? Sean Fain, who I love. Sean Fain offered support to Biden, okay? While there are many UAW rank and filers who are literally out there getting arrested and getting brutalized by cops for protesting against Israel, Sean Fain still offered support to Biden. It was a tactical decision. I'm not going to fucking discount one of the most radical union leaders we have seen in American history, in American contemporary history, okay, in recent years for doing that. Because my understanding is that those in positions of power, I'm not going to have the same level of fucking smoke for those who are on my side in times of need. It was voted for by the UAW executive board. It wasn't his call alone. Regardless, I think there are valid criticisms of AOC. She's definitely cozying up to Biden. I think we need to think critically about the relationship socialists will have with their electeds. I think there are idiots that are being misogynist and ultra leftists. Yeah, I totally understand that. Like, AOC is probably not going to fucking say, AOC is probably not going to turn around and be like, you shouldn't vote for Biden either. That should not come as a surprise to any of you. Okay? You can have differences. You can have differences with your elected representatives. What the fuck is an ultra leftist? Ultras are a very ultras are more aggro than the average leftist. When I am criticizing politicians, I have expectations from them. Like when Bernie Sanders says this war was started by Hamas, of course I'm very critical of that. Why am I very critical of that? Because I expect more from Bernie Sanders. I expect more from Bernie Sanders than I do of AOC even. Because he is a fucking socialist for longer than Israel has existed. Anyway, ultra leftism is just, don't even worry about it. It's what, like, it's super aggro. It's super aggro MLs for the most part. What is your Instagram story, Cap? Is AOC coming on? Yes, AOC. Wait, oh my God. Was that a... I think that person was wearing a fucking HasanAbi merch. Brett just passed by. let's get back to serious news coverage.
Benjamin Netanyahu to give a joint address to Congress soon. It's expected to be a bipartisan invite and an overwhelming show of unity for Netanyahu as a prosecutor, the chief prosecutor, I should note, with the International Criminal Court says he plans to seek a warrant for Netanyahu's arrest for alleged war crimes in Gaza. But while most in Congress are standing against the ICC prosecutor and that announcement that he made to CNN's Christiane Amanpour, there is one prominent exception. He's my source tonight, independent Senator Bernie Sanders. Senator Sanders, welcome back to The Source. And thank you for being here. What do you make of Netanyahu coming to address Congress? Would you go to that?
It's a terrible idea. No, I won't go. Look, you have a prime minister who has created the worst humanitarian disaster in modern history. Israel, of course, had the right to defend itself against the Hamas terrorist attack. But what Netanyahu has done is gone to war against, all-out war, against the entire Palestinian people, women and children. 5% of the population is now dead or wounded. 60% of them are women and children. Some 200,000 housing units have been completely destroyed. Every university in Gaza has been bombed. There is now imminent starvation taking place. So why you would invite somebody who has done such horrific things to the Palestinian people is something that I think is a very bad idea.
Well, it's not just, Speaker Mike Johnson. Senator Schumer is on board with this.
Well, I strongly disagree. Look, what the ICC prosecutor has done is very important. What he has said is there must be, war is horrific in general, and I would hope that someday the human race might end war. But what he has said is there've got to be standards. And as you know, last year he went after Putin of Russia, who has kidnapped thousands of Ukrainian children and taken them to Russia. And he said that's a war crime, not to mention Putin starting the largest war in Europe since World War II. What he said about Sinwar, the head of Hamas, he said this is the guy who started the war, committed a terrible atrocity on October 7th. He's a war criminal. He is a war criminal. But when Netanyahu goes to war against the entire Palestinian people, kills 35,000, wounds 77,000, destroys their healthcare system, their educational system, their civilian infrastructure, you know what? You got to have standards. And if you turn your back on that, then the next guy around the world comes and says, hey, we could destroy the whole thing. Let's do it. So
what do you make of what we heard on this? Because the common refrain to that and what President Biden has said is that it draws a false equivalence between Prime Minister Netanyahu and Yahya Sinwar.
I don't agree. No one, Netanyahu is the head of a democratic nation. He was elected. That's true. Sinwar is a terrorist, head of a terrorist organization. That's true. But what the ICC prosecutor looked at is what they have actually did, what they did. And what Sinwar did, what Hamas did, is, to my mind, a criminal violation of international law, no question about it. He's a war criminal. What Netanyahu is doing to the Palestinian people is different, but that is also, to my mind, a clear violation of international law.
Yeah, and we saw that video today of the female Israeli soldiers being tied up and bound.
Disgusting, disgusting. All right, but what Hamas is, what they did is horrific. They are a disgusting terrorist organization. End of discussion. Sinwar is a war criminal. But does that give the head of a modern, powerful, industrialized nation the right to go to war against the entire Palestinian people? I want to read you one thing, which is important. As you know, Defense Minister of Israel, Gallant, has also been, there's a warrant out for his arrest as well. This is what he said soon after October 7th. He said, quote, Defense Minister, quote, I have ordered a complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals, and we are acting accordingly, end of quote. That is the Defense Minister of Israel. And you know what? That is
I miss when Bernie spoke the truth on Israel. I mean,
any female born after.
Okay, dude, come on. It's sad. It's very sad to see from someone like Bernie Sanders, like the equivocation narrative. At least he's like on the other side, but like this isn't just tone policing. This isn't just tone policing. This isn't just me being like, oh, the optics of what Bernie's saying are like false or whatever. No, there's a lot of colonial language being deployed here. The people resisting against the occupation and apartheid are presented as like barbaric terrorists. The colonial entity here is being presented as a modern nation. This is a way to also reaffirm the commitment that we have to our ally, right? He is, however, on the right side as far as like, you know, criticizing Netanyahu, saying he shouldn't come and speak to Congress and defending the ICC's decisions. So at least he's doing that, and that's not bad. Ultimately, that's a good thing. And I think it does move the needle in the correct direction, at least for many. It's just that it doesn't make any fucking sense. Guys, I love Winnie. I love Maya. I love Peach Jars. But now is not the time, okay? I'm doing fucking coverage over genocide, and there's literally people in the chat chirping at me. Please, like, read the fucking room a little bit, okay? As a Jewish man, him taking this stance is still huge. What do you mean? There's so many more vocal critics of Israel that are Jewish than Bernie Sanders. He's saying Israel committed war crimes. What more do you want? Do you want him to say it's chill to take hostages? Both warring parties suck. The only innocents are the civilians. No, I don't think you understand it. I don't think you understand my criticisms. Saying Hamas started this war, Yahya Sinwar started this war, is just objectively incorrect. Okay? It's just my criticism of that statement is not because I'm like, oh, Bernie's not saying nuke Tel Aviv or whatever the fuck. It's just objectively false. And I expect more from someone who has been a open socialist and anti-imperialist, who has said way more aggressive things about other supposedly enemies of America, right? And has defended other supposedly terror entities in the past, socialist groups and anti-imperialist groups. AOC gets a pass, though. AOC has been literally further to the left than Bernie Sanders on this issue. If you think that AOC has not been further to the left than Bernie Sanders on this issue, then just say that you look at the aesthetics of something and don't like it when it's a brown woman saying it and move on, okay? Not to get all fucking rad lib on you, sweetie, but it's true. AOC has actually has taken a more radical stance than Bernie Sanders. So has Jasmine Crockett. So has, or not Jasmine Crockett, sorry. So has obviously Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar and many of the other squad members. Almost Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Summer Lee. I think you guys are failing to acknowledge this. Bernie lost family members of the Holocaust and he's old, cut him some slack. No, that's ridiculous. Bro, how many fucking Holocaust survivors have we shown on this broadcast, like Gabor Mate and many others? Norm Finkelstein has lost family members of the Holocaust, and he's also old, just as old as Bernie Sanders. It's ridiculous. This is not about like I don't know why you would think that would be that would give him more leeway in this circumstance. The only thing is he's a senator, okay? Him being a senator, you know, I'm obviously going to have more allowances in that circumstance. I'm obviously going to be more understanding of the sentiment that he expresses. It's just that when he says ahistorical things, that is absolutely when he says ahistorical things, that's when I'm like, oh, dude, come on. What's Bernie supposed to say? He's got plenty of Zionist friends in his personal life. What do you mean? I'm telling you what he's supposed to say. He's supposed to say exactly what others have said before him and will continue saying after him. Say the truth. October 7 was an atrocity. October 7 led to all of the graphic images that we have seen a million times over at this point. Massive death and destruction upon a civilian population. The majority of the people killed on October 7 were civilians. Okay? That, however, is not the beginning, nor will it be the end of this supposed war that Hamas started. We have to look at Israel's settler colonial occupation, Israel's actions as an apartheid. And that's not me saying it as Bernie Sanders. That's the Human Rights Watch. That's Amnesty International. That's Israeli human rights organizations like B'Tselem that have been openly stating with proof that Israel has been maintaining an occupation and an apartheid regime since 1948, but certainly in the West Bank since 67. To act like this started on October 7 would be a falsehood. That in and of itself, I hope I hope you guys understand. That's just, I'm not saying anything radical in this situation. I'm just telling you how things actually are. Yeah, it's just, okay, correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't a political calculation here for Bernie to make between 1, a movement leader, and 2, a policy leader, as someone who leads anti-Israel, anti-war policy initiatives in Congress? Doesn't he almost need to have the more moderate rhetoric so he can get as many senators on board with his bills as possible, especially with how the Senate is, even at the expense of having a holistic, authentic message? I'm not super informed here, so correct me, please. Well, I mean, the standard I think that Bernie should at least abide by is one set by a very courageous Israeli Knesset member who I've had on this broadcast. It is not simply I who is upset with Bernie Sanders' consistent rhetoric on the matter. It's Dr. Ofer Kasif, who tried to communicate with Bernie Sanders long before October 7 and tried to get him to speak out, and has tried to reach him since October 7. And Bernie Sanders has refused to acknowledge him. And regardless, though, Bernie Sanders being a movement leader or a policy leader with this rhetoric is not a political calculation that he's making. Because as you have seen time and time again, the American government is so unimaginably anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, anti-Islam, and so unimaginably pro-Israel that, like, it doesn't matter what kind of moderate stances he takes. The outcome will always be the same. Nobody is going to listen to Bernie Sanders and go, oh, yeah, he took a moderate approach to this, so I guess he's right. We shouldn't actually criticize the ICC. As you saw, it's the exact opposite. Now, the thing is, I feel like I have a very healthy approach to this. Which is to not talk about Bernie Sanders in general. If you noticed, I rarely ever cover Bernie Sanders. And the reason for why is because ultimately he's better than 99.9% of American senators on this position, right? So I don't spend a lot of time fucking yelling about Bernie Sanders. Now, the reason for why I don't do that, and the only reason why I'm bringing it up today is because he's speaking specifically about Netanyahu and the ICC here, okay? The reason why I don't speak out about Bernie Sanders more frequently is because I don't care. Like, I think that there are better battles to pick. It's also the exact same reason as to why I don't, while I am sometimes critical of AOC's decisions as it pertains to American foreign policy, she is not my, she's not my enemy. Okay. Now, the thing is, for many, especially in the left, we love to just like clean house. We love to be like, oh, dude, well, this guy's supposed to be a socialist. Like, oh, fuck this guy. I can't believe it. It's like, dude, John Fetterman is out here being like, drop ship me into Gaza. I want to murder Palestinian children. I don't give a fuck about what Bernie Sanders or AOC is saying in that process. You know what I mean? Like, there are infinitely better targets, infinitely more valid targets than people who are, for all things considered, people who are infinitely closer to your side. What? You're just being hypocritical of Bernie because you're anti-Semitic? Come on, dude. It's 1:54. You really think this is a good and valid way to fucking bait? You're just being hypocritical of Bernie because you're anti-Semitic and can't stand it when Jewish people agree with you. Well, Jewish people agree with me about the top of the hour ad break. At least those who are subscribed and also Jewish. They agree because they don't see the ads. If you want to also be a part of the group that sees 0 minutes of ads at the top of the hour, Uncle Habibi, you can subscribe. That was a bad bait, dude. Bad. Damn, exactly. Don't come at me with this weak-ass bullshit. Why does your discussion center around critique? Why can't we build up and still disagree? Wait, what? I mean, I am open about my disagreements with Bernie Sanders on this issue. I just am also explaining to you that you will never hear me fucking... you will never hear me spend a ridiculous amount of time shitting on Bernie Sanders. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I don't. Focus your efforts on more productive outcomes. A lot of you openly criticize like the TikTok block list or whatever. Okay? A lot of you openly criticize the block list because like they end up adding like Gigi Hadid and shit onto the fucking block list for not being sufficiently pro-Palestinian or whatever. And then you turn around and you demand more criticisms of like leftist leadership or those who are closer to you than anyone else, unimaginably closer to you in their worldview than anybody else. And why I'm not spending a shit ton of time there, because I don't care, because I think it's unproductive. Okay. Having said that though, go off kings and queens on the TikTok block list. I mean, U.S. government also loves to melt poor people, and Bernie hasn't made any political calculations to be moderate on economic policy. So I think his opinions on Israel are due to a soft lean. Yeah, no, I agree. You're not wrong on that assessment. I think that it is his own personal bias in this regard. That is precisely the reason why I brought up, like, Bernie has defended the fucking Sandinistas and shit. Come on, guys. Like, it's not like he has been shy of offering critical support to those who America has declared enemies of the state or terrorists. Okay? The reason why it's different here is because I think he's a little bit biased. It's sad to experience it. It's sad to watch it. It's sad to see it, but that is the truth. Okay? Or at least that's my assessment. Let's continue.
Exactly what they did.
Yeah,
Today, there is no electricity.
We covered those comments, and we've covered also what's been happening, obviously, there. On this front, though, if those warrants are issued, countries that are a party to the ICC will have to arrest Netanyahu and Gallant if they go into those countries. I mean, would you be okay with...
Look, between you and me, I don't think Putin is going to get arrested. I don't think Sinwar is going to get arrested. I don't think Netanyahu is going to get arrested.
Netanyahu.
But the world community has got to have certain standards, or else we move into barbarism. And the next...
We have moved into barbarism, Bernie. We're doing barbarism, Bernie. Come on, you're a socialist, Bernie. You should see that already, Bernie. Goddamn, Bernie. Damn, son.
Country at war will say, look what Israel did. Yeah, we're going to wipe out all the housing. We're going to starve all the children. Hey, that's okay. So what the ICC is trying to do, I think, importantly, in a crazy world, in a world of so much violence, trying to hold at least some minimum standards of what governments have got to do.
Senator Bernie Sanders, thank you for joining us here tonight.
Thank you.
Joining me again, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who sits on the House Oversight Committee and had that
I don't care about the back and forth between her and Marjorie Taylor, Margarine Titan Green. What do you mean between you and me, dog? You are on a news channel. They talk about Israel, Palestine mostly. Wait, really?
exchange with Marjorie Taylor Greene. I mean, in some ways, you know,
make procedural down the caning involving Charles Sumner,
Right.
and so Mark, every single Friday, if you don't want,
Gaza, although quite also,
it's going to come to you.
You have been very critical of the Biden administration's policy on Israel, Gaza, although quite also strenuous in your endorsement of the Biden-Harris ticket and the importance of electing, sort of balancing those two. At the top of the list of priorities, are there specific actions, specific things the Biden administration is not doing now that it should be doing, that they have under their control?
I think this right here is an excellent.
Has she? Yes, bro, she has. I think a lot of people just like see shit on Twitter. A lot of people see shit on Twitter and get fucking geared up to be angry. Like, yeah, she has. Especially as a politician, if your standards are lower for a politician, like, you have to remember that. As far as being a politician goes, like, it's pretty good.
Question, because there are things that are within our control when it comes to the bombardment and the outright famine that is precipitating in Gaza, an unfolding genocide in Gaza. And there are things that are not in our control that the Netanyahu government is just barreling ahead towards. For example, I do not believe that it is constructive to invite Prime Minister Netanyahu to a joint address of Congress. And many foreign leaders use this opportunity to lobby the entire Congress and the U.S. government for their own needs or for a certain view of their priorities. And I don't believe that that's a constructive role for us to be playing right now. I believe that we should be more thorough in enforcing a red line at Rafah. I believe that while there was one individual weapons transfer that was blocked, I think that we could be doing more to be investigating this. I believe that the sanctions with respect to the West Bank, we want to make sure that we are fully enforcing each and every one of the laws that we already have on the books to the fullest extent possible in order to rein in the aggression, as well as, I think, the extraordinary incentive that the Netanyahu administration has to continue its campaign in Rafah. They themselves have their own political pressures that they are responding to. And I think that is both domestic and international. And we have to make sure that we're not playing into that hand either.
I want to ask you a last question about the International Criminal Court, which is related to this. Obviously, you mentioned Netanyahu. There was an arrest warrant issued for him and the head of Hamas, the mastermind of the military wing of Hamas, Sinwar, who oversaw the operation on October 7th. There was bipartisan calls in the Senate to work on legislation to essentially sanction the International Criminal Court for that arrest warrant towards Netanyahu, not towards Sinwar. Anthony Blinken said that he would be amenable to working with a bipartisan group of senators to come up with legislation. Would you be interested in bipartisan legislation to sanction the International Criminal Court for its arrest warrant for Benjamin Netanyahu?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I would associate myself with some of our strongest allies, as well as other members, even within the United States Congress, that assert and respect the independence of the courts, the independence of the ICC. And what I find particularly disturbing about this attack on the ICC is that there is no particular set of evidence that has been presented by any member of any party as to any sort of reason why the ICC's conclusions are wrong or corrupted, or why the process may or may not have legitimacy. And the fact that we are simply attacking a court because we do not like its conclusion without any evidence to support that case creates, I think, an opening of hypocrisy, and it could potentially be a gift to adversaries of the United States. Because what prevents Putin, what prevents individuals from other authoritarians around the world from also disregarding an international body from trying to create accountability for war crimes anywhere else in the world? We have a responsibility in this moment to advance democracy and shore up democracy, not just here at home, but in order to be an example of a functioning democracy and upholding structures of democracy globally. And attacking the ICC is the exact opposite of what we should be doing right now.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who represents parts of Queens and the Bronx, thank you so much. Always a pleasure.
Thank you.
Sorry, I got a big ass package. I'm gonna show you guys in a second. She said democracy a lot. I feel like she was compensated and do the chair agree? Okay, shut the fuck up. I was listening. I'm literally here, just off camera. In any case, there you go. There's not really much else to show you in terms of like what her perspective is and why I would say it's even better than Bernie Sanders' perspective. Did you buy a new Batmobile? No, I bought a fucking massive mini fridge, which is oxymoronic. No, new merch samples came in, but it's not just the new merch samples that came in. There's a bunch of stuff, which I won't show you the merch samples, obviously. I got a massive mini fridge, which is the size of a regular European fridge that I'm going to be putting in here in a second. Anyway, here's AOC roasting Donald Trump for doing a campaign rally in the Bronx. Now, this is the reason why AOC is coming on today. As a matter of fact, we are going to live react to the Trump rally in the Bronx that will be happening later today. The rally is supposed to start at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 p.m. Pacific Time. However, we believe that the rally will be late, as he's always late. So we're gearing for a 7 p.m. Eastern Time, 4 p.m. Pacific Time start for the rally if it happens at all. However, AOC will be on the stream and will be live reacting to it. Thank you for owning Trump, Madame Democrat. Okay, election zone, chill. What the fuck is this? There's lots of folks waiting for the Trump event today. Oh, some scenes from the event.
Someone who does actually represent parts of the Bronx, Democratic Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's good to see you, Congresswoman. I should note the rally is technically in Richie Torres' district, just to be clear on the district lines. What do you think about a big Donald Trump rally in the Bronx?
I mean, I think, as you mentioned earlier, this guy is stuck in court. And let's be very clear about the fact that he is stuck in court because over hush money payments in order to quiet the story about him having sex with Stormy Daniels in the lead up to the in the lead up to the election. And I think that because he is stuck on so many charges around fraud and these payments, he is stuck in a pretty tight radius of where he can go. New York City's blue. Brooklyn is blue, Queens is blue, the Bronx is blue, and he's got nowhere to go. And so he's decided to come to the South Bronx. He's broke. He needs to pay these legal funds and, bussing people in order to get those donations so that he can funnel them to his legal fees is kind of his business right now.
I will say Crotona Park is quite nice. I think it once had a reputation for being pretty ragged, but it's quite nice. And I'm hoping that the many people coming down from Westchester get a moment to appreciate the beauty and splendor of our borough of the Bronx, which is indeed a beautiful place.
Well, I can tell you that the Green New Deal investments that we have secured through community project funds have absolutely beautified everywhere from Pelham Bay Park, Crotona Park, and Throgs Neck as well. Spoken
like an incumbent running for re-election. Let me ask you this, Congresswoman. We just had this news about Samuel Alito. And I think all of us are there's a little bit of sort of banging your head against the wall, like, okay, what now? And a feeling like the affirmative decision to fly these flags feels like some form of taunting. I mean, he could just not do it. You could just sit in your house and write Dobbs. Like, you don't have to fly any flags. You got a lot of power. What do you see as your role as a Democratic member of Congress in a Democratic House majority with respect to this court, specifically Alito and more broadly?
Well, I mean, I don't even think that we have to wait until we have a Democratic House majority because we have a Democratic Senate majority. And this is an alarm that I've been sounding for quite some time now. I think that what we are seeing here is an extraordinary breach of not just the trust and the stature of the Supreme Court, but we are seeing a fundamental challenge to our democracy. Samuel Alito has identified himself with the same people who raided the Capitol on January 6th and is now going to be presiding over court cases that have deep implications over the participants of that rally. And while this is the threat to our democracy, Democrats have a responsibility for defending our democracy. And in the Senate, we have gavels. There should be subpoenas going out. There should be active investigations that are happening. And I believe that when House Democrats take the majority, we are preparing and ensuring to support the broader effort to stand up our democracy. But I also believe that when Democrats have power, we have to use it. We cannot be in perpetual campaign mode. We need to be in governance mode. We need to be in accountability mode with every lever that we have. Because we cannot take a Senate majority for granted, a House majority for granted, or a White House for granted. Every single minute matters, and we have to use our power when we have it.
Good take. Now let's look at Trump support among New Yorkers. You can shove so many Diet Cokes in that motherfucker. Yeah. Mini fridge, brother. That's just the fridge. Okay. The European mind cannot comprehend a fridge that is mini like this. You think this is a fucking sizable fridge because you're just a Euro cuck, okay? This right here is a mini fridge. It's tiny. It's a tiny little baby of a fridge. Please stop drinking Diet Coke on stream. Suck my fucking cock, okay? Suck it. From the back, from the front, suck my dick. It's a mini fridge.
All right. Meanwhile, former President Donald Trump is set to make a stop in the South Bronx tonight at 6 o'clock, right on the doorstep of AOC's district, where no Republican presidential candidate has won that district in 100 years.
Thousands of supporters are expected to turn out as a new Siena poll has the former president now within single digits of President Biden in the Empire State.
Left-wing demonstrations are already being planned to try and counter the former president's visit, like that poster that you see right there, seen circulating on social media, claiming that Trump is, quote, not welcome in the Bronx.
Well, somebody who is welcome in the Bronx is Rachel Campos Duffy. You know her from the Weekend Show, and she was out in the Bronx yesterday, just essentially taking the temperature of the neighborhood to see how people are going to receive former president.
Absolutely. I stood on a corner, walked up and down a street with our crew, and just talked to dozens of people.
Is it similar to Wisconsin, where you came from?
No? I'm an Arizona girl originally.
Okay,
so,
good.
You know. Listen, here's what was interesting. I mean, there's no question that the Bronx is a solidly blue area. But when things get bad, people are more loyal to their neighborhood. They're more loyal to their family. And that's what the sense that I got. There's also a pride in the Bronx, you know. I know AOC said, you know, Donald Trump, you know, it's an embarrassment that he has to go to the Bronx, you know. These people took that offensively. Right. They're happy he's coming down. They want him to see what's going on. They want him to get a temperature. And that's the thing. You're seeing these polls that show Hispanics and African Americans moving towards Trump. It just feels like data.
Right.
You go into this, you go there, you actually talk to the people. It really brings it home. You really feel that the polls are right. And I think Donald Trump is going to be very pleasantly surprised by how welcomed he is in the South Bronx. Take a look.
Yeah, bro, they love him there. They do. Yeah. This one poll shows him within striking distance. Striking distance is like at least single digits. Okay. It's so awesome. Like, come on. They already are like trying to dance around it by being like, it's not like Wisconsin, am I right? Like, they're already simultaneously gearing up for how they're gonna say all of these guys are gay and they're all brown and they don't get it. But also they're like, but you know, Trump is very popular amongst the gays and the browns in the Bronx, you know? Come on, dude.
I see Democrats now coming out and they're like, oh, Trump is not welcomed here. Who are you?
I think he should definitely come to the neighborhood.
He should come. He should check out the people because, see, Trump is for the little man.
Donald Trump is coming to the Bronx. Are the other boroughs going to be jealous?
That's awesome. Yeah. I think in this interview, they interviewed every single person that has voted for Trump in the Bronx. Okay? Like, virtually every, like, when I say every single person, I'm not exaggerating. I think, like, literally every person that they could find that actually issued a vote to Donald Trump in 2016 or in 2020, they interviewed here. All of them. It's like someone said in the chat, I don't know if it's true. Someone said like that he wants 16% of the Bronx in 2020. Like, come on, dude.
I don't know, but I hope so. Trump is doing something that no one else has done. He's giving such a respect to the Bronx.
Before Trump, you know, it was not really considered. Like, would they really go into the Democratic strongholds? Would they really go into the poor neighborhoods?
One of the very important things that I wish the Republicans would understand is that even though you have, and you look at the registers and you see how many registered Democrats are in the Bronx, and you say 80-90% are all Democrats, not all Democrats vote Democrat. I happen to be one of those Democrats that hasn't voted Democrat since the age of Ronald Reagan.
I've been intrigued by the impact of the trial of Donald Trump. And as a Hispanic myself.
Bro, then you're not a Democrat. What do you fucking mean? Like, that is the most insane. Bro, what are you saying? Let's see. Bronx. 15.6%. They literally asked every person they could find, bro. That's awesome. The median American voter is beyond human comprehension. Yeah, no, I love Americans talking about politics because like you get such a good snapshot of how fucking busted our system is. She's like, yeah, I haven't voted for the Democratic Party since like the 80s. But I'm a registered Democrat. It's like, what are you saying? No, you're not. You've been voting Republican since before I was alive. You are not a Democrat. What are you fucking saying? Bro, she's been voting Republican before AOC was alive. Okay? Like, she said 4 decades without a shred of irony. For 4 decades, I've been voting reliably Republican as a Democrat. And it's like, okay. I don't know what to tell you then. That's just nutty.
Democrats that hasn't voted Democrat since the age of Ronald Reagan.
I've been intrigued by the impact of the trial of Donald Trump. And as a Hispanic myself, it looks familiar to a lot of things we've seen in Latin America.
Absolutely. I know a lot of friends of mine that are Cuban, and they're frustrated.
Yeah.
Cubans, you got Nicaraguans, they see this in their country. That's why they left.
I happen to be one that I'm still asking, what is he being charged with? What is he being charged with? I'm still trying to figure that out. And so I think it's not just me, because, we're not dummies, okay? Even though Democrats sometimes treat...
She's like, we're not dummies. Even though I just said I've been a Democrat my whole life, except for the past 40 years. I've been a Democrat since I was fucking an eligible voter. I've been voting Republican, which is why I'm a Democrat. But I'm not a dummy.
Treat us like we're dummies?
People that weren't interested in politics, now they're watching a sham trial. They're watching all these things happen, and they're just like, what is going on?
That is good. Rachel, I know a number of New Yorkers appreciate Donald Trump because he's a New Yorker. And even though he now lives in Florida, but he understands what it's like to be in New York City.
Yeah, they feel like he's one of them. And he chose their area, their neighborhood, to come visit. And, you see all the organizers out there putting up posters saying, you're not welcome here, Donald Trump. I did not get 1 ounce of that from when I was down there. I was literally shocked by how open-armed they are. And by the way, some of these people mentioned the trial. The trial, I think, is a double-edged sword for the Democrats, especially with Hispanics. It's like, you have them trapped here in this kangaroo court. Guess what?
It's an icebox.
Yeah, some of them are noticing that it's a kangaroo court. And if you're from Latin America, you've seen the politicization, the weaponization of the justice system against opponents in this way. You left those countries because of that kind of corruption and Marxism, frankly, and they're seeing it happen here, and they're not dumb. I know maybe a lot of Democrats think that this is, that they're setting some sort of narrative here. People are seeing, as she said, we can't even figure out what he's guilty of. And then they said to me, he's on trial there. We got problems here. We've got crime like we've never seen before, and it's because of the open border, which was another shock to me, is how much the border policies were mentioned almost universally by everybody.
We got about 82,000 people here illegally. We are housing and we're feeding.
Yeah.
We're trying to kick them out after 30, 60 days, and they're not leaving.
Well, they're not on the Upper East Side.
Right.
They're going to the Bronx.
Right, and they're taking over the parks where their kids play.
That's exactly right. And that's what they said. They said, our service, we're poor. This is a working class, poor neighborhood, and our services are being strained, or they're literally cutting our own services and giving it to other people who came here illegally. So that was really an interesting thing. And they're associating the rise in crime to Alvin Bragg, but also to many of the illegals.
Let's see if the president keeps it short and crisp tonight.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be very interesting to see how he does it.
6 o'clock tonight. It's in a park in the Bronx called Crotona Park. Lawrence is going to go up there. He's interviewing the former president.
You know what they told me?
The open border in New York is causing crime. Yeah, that's right. We're not dumb. They're not dumb. Methinks they doth protest too much. Yeah. I love that. I love the idea of being a New Yorker and being like, we hate immigrants around these parts. It's like, bro, like, what are you saying? Do you hear yourself? Like, what are the words coming out of your mouth as a person who lives in one of the most diverse places on the fucking planet? Okay, that's right. Ellis Island was a woke gender conspiracy.
Of them said it's epic.
They were doing woke gender at Ellis Island. Them goddamn immigrants ruined New York.
So they, in Spanish and English, they're saying this is historic. Thank you for coming to our district, to our area. So I think it's going to be a very interesting thing to see today, and it will be great if Lawrence actually gets a chance to interview some of these counter protesters to see if they're AstroTurf. Because what I saw was if they're from the Bronx, they're open. They're open to ear, open armed right now.
And we put up that poster that showed the organizers. Yeah. Over a dozen and a half different organizations. Yeah. If they don't wind up with a bigger crowd than Donald Trump,
It'd be embarrassing.
It would be embarrassing for them because they've got the entire New York City area with a lot of people at their disposal.
There's a lot of dark money funding these kind of protests. It's the same kind of stuff. This is the same group that came, with BLM and so forth. This is George Soros funded. That's who's behind this. The people on the street are saying, come, see what it's like here. Listen to us. And they're so honored that somebody like the President of the United States, who they consider an outsider and a new fellow New Yorker, is coming to their neighborhood.
I don't want to make this all about me, but it's just the same week that the Pope takes shots at the Irish and the Italians, immigrants. At the same time, President Trump is giving such respect to the Hispanic community. There's a big dichotomy.
There is.
Well, if you look at the
Pope was talking about whiskey.
Because he said the Irish brought whiskey to America and the Italians brought the mob. I mean, those are all my people.
That's the shot.
Right. It's unbelievable.
Hey, Rachel, thank you very much. I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Let's discuss with NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard, Christina Greer, professor at City College of New York, and Susan Del Percio, Republican strategist and MSNBC political analyst. So thank you all for being here. Von, explain to us why Trump is campaigning in this extremely blue district today.
So number one, he thought that he was going to have trial today in Manhattan, and so his campaign went forward with planning this South Bronx event. At the same time, Donald Trump has been...
As a Hispanic, I gotta say, Trump being willing to stoop to ask brown people for money makes me feel really heard and understood. That's what I'm talking about, dude. I mean, it is symbolically important. I won't discount that. Okay, I do think that it's symbolically important for Trump to go to the Bronx. I think that I think that it is hilarious to act as though it's hilarious to act as though he has any kind of real fucking support out there. He doesn't. They're probably shipping motherfuckers in, as Chris Hayes correctly pointed out, from Westchester and Staten Island to just like go and do a show of force. Model of your mini fridge. I want to Google. I don't know. How we can keep the creators for Palestine link when AOC is on? Yes, of course. Very sad to see they use socialism to scare off Hispanics to vote Republican. No, there's no... Brother, motherfuckers would be like, I can't believe the unjustifiable kangaroo court in my country of Nicaragua, where I did unimaginable war crimes before flying on an American military plane to the United States of America. It's just like, okay, dude. Yeah, no, kangaroo court for you that you evaded specifically for being aligned with the American State Department. Like, get the fuck out of here. There are always going to be reactionary conservatives, oftentimes direct fascists, that have escaped into America after doing their fascism and losing.
Been obsessed with the idea that he can actually win the state of New York here in November. And we should note that back in 2020, he lost the state of New York by 23 percentage points. Lee Zeldin in the governor's race against Kathy Hochul, he did lose by just 5 percentage points. And so for Donald Trump, he sees polling that indicates that he's able to make some inroads, particularly with black voters. He received a record number for black voters of 12% in the 2020 election, a record for a Republican nominee in recent decades. At the same time, polling is indicating, some polls up to 20% of black voters suggesting they could vote for Donald Trump. But this is where it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him, because there's a difference between dissatisfaction with Joe Biden now in a reality that 5 months from now we're in a very different place, and being dissatisfied with Joe Biden and voting for Donald Trump. There's a big gap that, frankly, history has not provided, even in recent elections, even in 2022 midterms.
So even a little bit can make a difference, right?
It can, and here's what's really interesting. First, the Bronx elected its first Republican last year to the city council, the first one in 40 years. So just putting that out there, that a Republican won a seat for the first time in 40 years. And I'm not suggesting, by the way, Donald Trump's going to win New York. It's not going to happen, but it goes to a bigger issue for the Biden campaign. Donald Trump did 7 percentage points better in the Bronx in 2020 than he did in 2016. Biden did...
Yeah, 7 percentage points, as in... went from 9 to 16, went from 9 points to 16 points. Please, if you do not recognize that, if you do not mention that, what good are you as a political commentator? It's literally like, wow, they almost, she should have said, Trump doubled his support. if the worst way to say that would have been Trump basically doubled his support in the Bronx from 2016 to 2020. Okay, that's the least that's the least honest way of mentioning it. Biden will lose. Seems our corporations and media want Trump to win and Biden to lose, increase their profits, forget the people. I mean, a second Biden term is not exactly spelling positive things for the American working class either. It's just, as always, as is the case almost always in American elections, how bad do you want things to be?
Worse in New York City in 2020 than Clinton did in 2016. So the narrative that's out there that these communities are not getting the attention and that they probably should get from the Democrats if they want to increase turnout is very significant. And while Vaughn is absolutely right, Donald Trump's doing this rally not to win over votes, but because he thought, it's a good press hit. Okay, fine. He can have that, but there is a message in the numbers for Democrats, not in New York City per se, but if it's on the margins, those swing states, it matters.
Well, this is the message coming from Congressman Richie Torres, who is in this specific district in the South Bronx. He says there is no greater enemy than Donald Trump to his district, and that his district will not buy the snake oil that Trump is selling. And here he.
I don't get it. I thought Richie Torres should welcome Donald Trump, who is one of the more popular figures in Israeli politics. It's shocking to me that Richie Torres is so anti-Trump when they align 100% on Israel. I thought that was his most pressing issue. That was his most significant political footprint, was defending and dick riding Israel unconditionally. How strange. How strange now that he's criticizing Donald Trump when on the one issue that he cares about, they're aligned 100%.
Was earlier on Morning Joe.
Donald Trump is so unpopular as to be radioactive. He's even less popular than arsenic in the Bronx. So I'm confident that the Bronx is going to overwhelmingly support Joe Biden. If Donald Trump did not have a criminal trial in New York City, he would never be caught dead in the Bronx. And as far as I'm concerned, the only place in the Bronx where Donald Trump has any place being is Bronx Criminal Court.
Christina, do you agree with Congressman Torres there, or could Trump's visit help him make inroads in these voting blocks that have been more traditionally Democratic, like with Black or Hispanic voters?
Right. Congressman Torres does have a point. I mean, the real reason why Donald Trump is going to the Bronx is to say to the Democratic voters of the Bronx, has Joe Biden been here? Right? You all keep voting democratically, but I'm the one who's actually coming to visit you. Now, he's not saying it's because I got to stay close to home, which home is the court, but he's also trying to, I don't think he necessarily thinks he's going to get Black and Latino voters to vote for him. The strategy is to get them to abstain from voting for anyone on the top. And that's where it matters, not just in New York, it matters in places like Milwaukee, it matters in Detroit, places where Joe Biden has less favorability. But also, we're in a moment where, as Vaughn said, we have some time, right? Joe Biden needs to make the case to Black.
This Turkish dude, yeah, this is really funny. The Turkish dude that crossed the border.
Did you have to?
I love this. I love the Turkish guy who crossed the border and instantly asked for better border control. Yeah, Turks just like a challenge, dude. You don't understand. Well, let's finish the Trump Bronx shit, and then we'll get to some other stuff.
Black and Latino voters, and I should say Black male voters. Black female voters tend to be completely immune to what the Republican Party is selling. But we always see Black male voters voting a little bit more for the Republican Party than Black female voters.
It's so marginal. It's like the only reason why it's important to recognize is because the Democratic Party's actions are so repulsive to many former demographics that would be where it would be unconscionable to vote for anybody else. That's it. Anything outside of that, any way to make it seem like there's a pendulum swinging in the other direction is silly, because people refuse to recognize that the percentages that they're talking about are so minuscule. It's actually quite shocking that they don't talk more about another demographic that has actively been important to the Democratic Party winning elections in many places in the country. Young voters. There, Trump is actually beating Biden, which is shocking. That actually is shocking. There are polls that keep showing that Donald Trump is performing better with young voters than Joe Biden. That part is legitimately shocking.
But the real reason that Donald Trump wants this is to make sure he sort of suppresses the vote by black male voters in the sense that he's not expecting them to vote for him. Now, I will say, I don't know if New York is definitely a blue stronghold. All states are red states. We just have blue cities in red states. New York is the reason why Joe Biden didn't have unified government in 2022. We're the ones who lost the 4 members of the House who went over to the Republican Party. So, yes, it seems like a long shot that, Donald Trump would ever win New York. But looking at those Lee Zeldin numbers in 2022 does make me realize that there are a lot more Republicans and dissatisfied Democrats in the state of New York than we'd like to admit.
And beyond, obviously, New York, too. And I've talked with voters, especially from the Hispanic community. There have been complaints that they don't feel really heard or seen, that they feel taken for granted by the Democrats. But let me turn to the other big political news that we have this morning. And this is an endorsement, the announcement from Nikki Haley about voting for Trump. Vaughn, she was really, really critical of Donald Trump during.
Oh, it's so shocking, guys. Who could have foreseen this? Guys, who? And I mean, who could have foreseen this? That's crazy. That's crazy. Who could have foreseen it? Who was saying that, like, Republicans always fall in line at the end of the day, no matter how much they criticize Trump.
In the primaries, and she's changing her tune.
It's like, bro, you're only shocked because you're just living in a fucking bubble, okay? That's it. That's the only reason why you're shocked. I don't even think these guys are shocked. I think they're just playing a role. It's theatrics. It must be. I can't imagine, like, the level of stupidity that you have to operate on. It's like, how is this shocking?
Preface this, if we could, with the fact that Nikki Haley's already done this before. In 2015, she equated Donald Trump to being a kindergartner during the 2016 primary campaign, and then she ended up going and serving in his administration as UN ambassador. But this year, it went to the next level. She called him unhinged. She called him toxic. She said that the most harm he's ever possibly had is getting hit by a golf ball when he's sitting in a golf cart. She's called him chaotic.
She said so many meanie bobini words this time. It's just like weird.
Suggesting that chaos follows him. I don't want a president who is going to praise dictators. He's weak in the knees about Putin. She's questioned his memory. She has blasted the amount of debt his administration incurred. He took a shot at her husband when he was deployed overseas in Africa, and she went on to call it disgusting, awful comments. This is somebody in Nikki Haley here, though, who is understanding that the power structure of the Republican Party lies with Donald Trump. And last night heard to the Hudson Institute saying that she would vote for Donald Trump. She said it because the Biden administration, her words, have been catastrophic. And so this is what we saw with Ted Cruz 8 years ago, Marco Rubio.
Wow.
Right? If you continue to want to have a place of relevance in the Republican.
But we want a strong Republican Party. I don't understand. And we want a strong Republican Party, and she is a representative of said reality. She is the perfect representative of a strong Republican Party. This is what you wanted, Democrats. I don't understand. Meanwhile, thank you, Themasius, for that link. A group of Nikki Haley voters from Vermont to Arizona met with President Joe Biden's campaign on Wednesday night, almost immediately after she announced their plan to vote Donald Trump, the Daily Beast has learned. Thank God. Thank God we're courting the right voters, all fucking 10,000 of them total in every state. Oh. Reddit libs used to say Nikki should be Biden's VP. Yeah, that's why you get your political commentary from me. Okay? I hope. And every single other dumbass that is basically repeating whatever the fuck they heard on MSNBC looks like a fucking idiot all the time. Not that it matters, because people are not looking for genuine analysis. They're not looking for critical analysis at all. They're looking for someone to literally tell them that things are fine. Functionally, they want to hear someone sing them a lullaby. They want to go to sleep. They want to close their eyes as you whisper sweet nothings into their ears. Anyway, the court is actually, yes, helping Trump, potentially keeping him from doing even dumber shit with that time. That is actually the one aspect of the court that has been saving Trump's ass a little bit, because it limits the amount of campaigning that he can do, and it limits the amount of camera time that he has. So when he's not on camera and the Democratic Party is like openly committing political suicide, okay, this way everybody continues to focus on Joe Brandon. and how shit he is. The title of this Atlantic article, Nikki Haley surrendered, but not her voters. Republican primary voters turned to Haley to oppose Trump, and their commitment hasn't changed. By none other than David fucking Frum. Never Trump Republicans. We got this in the bag. Fuck it, dude. I think they should just cut out Kamala Harris and put Nikki Haley in the bag. And then Joe Biden dies so we can have a Republican female president. That's how you arrive at the first ever Republican president, or that's how you arrive at the first female president. Okay? You cut out Kamala Harris, you put Nikki Haley as the VP, and then Joe Biden dies. Okay? And then boom, first ever female president is a Republican.
He is not the right person to come and talk about affairs in the Middle East at this moment.
The views of Nikki Haley Republicans, pro-Ukraine, pro-Israel, pro-market, reflect all those things that Republicans used to think in that bygone era, when Reagans and Bushes and Romneys roamed the earth. But few feel any emotional bond to Haley. If she gives a Ted Kennedy-style dream she'll never die speech at the Republican convention in Milwaukee this summer, they won't tear up. They'll wonder what the hell she imagines she's talking about. Most of Haley's supporters voted for her as a way to stop Donald Trump. The number of people that did this is so marginal. Oh my God, it's tiny. It's minuscule. She didn't win in a single fucking state. Or wait, she might have won in one state. Did she win in a single state? I don't think she did. I don't even remember, because that's how forgettable her fucking campaign was from the jump. But the Brandon camp has openly stated their desires. They care more about the white voters in the suburbs. They care more about the white voters in the suburbs who are otherwise reactionary, who are otherwise Republican, but hate the aesthetics of Donald Trump. And they care more about courting those people instead of like actually trying to make real promises, demonstrate in good faith that they will carry out former promises that they've made, take tangible action against the genocidal apartheid regime of Israel, things of that nature that would actually, I think, reinstitute, regalvanize a lot of support in not just the United States of America for the Democratic Party, but like literally from the international community. Isn't that a powerful political bloc, to be fair? It's not necessarily a powerful political bloc. It's more so a political bloc that if you align with, you have to dramatically change your policy prescriptions, which the Biden campaign is doing. It's no mistake that you are seeing them consistently communicate their desires for more restrictive immigration processes. Like that is a direct way to try and win over educated white racist voters. Okay? That's it. And Biden is winning in that demographic now. That is actually a true change, a real change. Problem is, those guys will still go and vote for the suited up Republican inevitably. When you do not fulfill that desire that they have, and many of them won't even vote for you because they will vote for the guy who maybe they don't like the aesthetics of, but is like openly saying, we are going to do tax cuts again. We are going to do deregulation again,
Republican Party in the Trump era, you must maintain an allyship and at least be somewhat close to Donald Trump. And Nikki Haley, just like she did 8 years ago, is doing that here again.
Are you surprised by this about face, Christina?
Not at all. They all fall in line ultimately. And so, as Vaughn has clearly laid out, I mean, I was never surprised. It was only when would Nikki Haley fall in line and support Donald Trump? I mean, when you're dealing with so many people in a party who have no shame and they're following someone who has absolutely no shame, this isn't a surprise. I think not only will we see her support him and say that she'd vote for him, but we'll see her actually actively assist him in trying to become the next president.
She hasn't gone that far yet, but I do want to play what she has said to just really demonstrate the evolution. Susan, Vaughn quoted her quite a bit, but listen to her in her own words.
I will be voting for Trump. Having said that, I stand by what I said in my suspension speech. Trump would be smart to reach out to the millions of people who voted for me and continue to support me and not assume that they're just going to be with him.
So she has previously called Donald Trump unstable, unhinged, said he wasn't qualified to be president because of his disrespect for the military and her concern over whether he could protect those men and women serving overseas. So I'm wondering, Susan, does she expect the people who have agreed with her in those previous comments and have voted for her for that reason, to suddenly follow her lead and vote for Trump now?
Well, I believe that, especially after she suspended her campaign, the people who voted for Nikki Haley are the same small percentage, about 5% of those who voted in numbers-wise in 2020, who were Republicans against Trump. These were anti-Trump votes, not pro-Nikki Haley votes.
I just want to say, in terms of percentages, 27, approximately around 25 to 27%, maybe sometimes lower than that, of the youth vote actually ends up voting for either party. Okay. So in terms of like the number of voters that you could potentially win over, I mean, Bernie Sanders also failed, right, in this regard, but there is an unimaginable amount of young voters you could potentially court. Okay. 5% of these voters that have voted in this demographic that loves voting is inconsequential in comparison to that. The idea that we do not try and actively court, the idea that the Democratic Party does not try and actively court young voters is crazy. We've completely given up on the youth vote. We act like it doesn't exist. And then all we do in terms of like reaching out, in terms of outreach, is basically just go, ugh, you dumb fucks never vote. Fuck you guys. Just go out and vote, you fucking idiot. Like, that's not going to work. It's stupid. Anyway.
And that's where she gets a little confused, I think. But what's also really important to keep in mind is last week she had a donor retreat. She did not make that comment without running it by them and knowing her political future. So it seemed acceptable for her to get away with doing something like this with her donors. So she went ahead and did it.
All right. Thank you so much, Susan Del Percio, Von Hilliard, Christina Greer. Great to see you all.
Dem's message to voters, like you talk about Bradley Martin. Yeah, we'll get back to the Bronx thing in a second. I do want to briefly cover this very funny thing that happened on Fox News. Customs and Border Patrol has encountered migrants from 150 plus countries. New from Bill Malugan, the national correspondent for Fox News. He went to the border and he interviewed a bunch of the people who were crossing the border illegally. One of those people was a Turkish man. A Turkish man who crossed into Jacumba, California illegally with a group of other Turkish men told me he paid $10,000 to a cartel and expressed shock. He crossed the border and literally said, "Why is this so easy? We need more fucking border patrol."
Did you have to pay a cartel?
Yes.
How much?
Around 10,000.
10,000?
Yes. In fact, the American people is right, completely true. Who come into this country, they don't know. Well, okay, I'm good, but how if they're not good? How they're killer, psychopath, else? No guarantee of that. Why?
Bro crossed over the border and immediately became a Republican. Okay? God, I love Turkish people. We are so fucking stupid sometimes. Okay? Jesus Christ. He's like, how do you know? I'm good. How you know?
Like no security, no security check, no background check.
No security check, no background check. You're worrying about who's crossing the border?
Yes. Of course, me, because I'm like, people are not look normal.
Did you have to?
I love this guy. I love him. He's like, it's not normal. Did you see this hot Turkish immigrant who crossed the border? Please, God, take away every incel drama farming streamer's joy and success and give it to Tadic. He mad as fuck. The cartel not doing background checks. My buddy thinks 90% of the people crossing the border are criminals. So crazy. Yeah, dude, totally. I mean, this is why this is a psyop for more Turkish immigrants in this country. Okay, I've never seen. I've of course covered the whole like ladder kicking mentality that a lot of like second generation immigrants whose parents might be originally undocumented citizens before. But in my life, I've never seen someone kick the ladder while they are literally on the ladder. Okay, I have never, in all of my years of doing political commentary, ever seen someone directly make an argument for why he shouldn't be allowed in the country. He's like, listen, you don't know. What if I am rapist? What if I am psychopath? Doesn't this completely debunk your pro-illegal immigrant takes? My pro-illegal immigrant takes. Listen, I want more illegal immigrants so they can also see the top of the hour ad break, okay? You know this already. That's why you thought you could fucking bait me with that bullshit ass bait at 255, okay? I want more illegal immigrants in the country so they sit around and watch me at twitch.tv/HasanAbi and see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. I want this Turkish man to no longer watch from Turkey, where there is a currency exchange that gives me like 2 fucking cents when he subscribes from Turkey, but watch me from America so that it is actually $5 that he gives me. $5 to subscribe, okay, at the top of the hour, where there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free, like I said. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. I'm covered. Document. Hasan is on the counterattack after the multiple crits yesterday. Oh, yeah. The full vid.
The president has the authority to do something about this unilaterally.
Turkish migrant says
Congress
America should be worried about how easy it is to cross the southern border.
Government right now. Why isn't he doing
I gotta grab my food.
Why should he have to do it unilaterally? Why should we do it in a legislative way? And let's not forget that negotiated.
I know, to undo some of.
Wait. So, you're right. He took many executive actions before. But in order to deal with what's happening at the border, in order to deal with a broken immigration system, you need law.
As you saw on the right-hand side of your screen, Bill Maloogian talking to a lot of Chinese and Turkish, primarily people crossing the border, while Fox News has pressed the White House on Biden's inaction there. You saw the cameras that are capturing the people who are coming now into mostly Southern California. Bill Maloogian's live in Yacumba. This is the most concentration that we're seeing on the border now is the entrance through California, Bill, right?
Martha, it is, and it is not slowing down. Our CBP sources tell us another 120 Chinese nationals crossed illegally yesterday right here in the San Diego sector, and we were there to witness many of them. We'll get right into this video. Take a look. This was late yesterday afternoon here in Yacumba, right where I'm standing, a mass illegal crossing through private property made up of predominantly Chinese and Turkish nationals. We saw some of them carrying their luggage with them. Some were talking on their iPhones as they walked through. We saw one guy even spray himself down with cologne as he was walking. We tried to chat with some of these people.
That guy was definitely Turkish. The cologne one, 100%. I don't need to know. I know that motherfucker was Turkish, okay? Extremely Turkish behavior to just fucking, pepper on a little bit of cologne before you do a border crossing. Respect. Why are they saying that? Well, because they want to shit on, like, the reason why they're mentioning the iPhones and everything else is because they want to say, like, these guys are not suffering. Like, they're not sufficiently suffering. They're not real refugees. They're just taking advantage of the shitty border policies or whatever. That's the same reason why they talk about the iPhones and everything else. Like, that's it. It's classic. How could they be suffering? They have iPhones.
As they were walking in, some were willing to talk to us. Others had zero interest in being on camera. Take a listen. Where are you from?
China.
What country? China?
China.
China?
China.
China. What country are you from?
India.
India. Where are you going?
America.
You're in America. What city?
I don't know.
You don't know? Why'd you come?
I don't know.
Hi guys, where are you from? China? You guys from China? China? Hello. What country? China? No? China?
Phenomenal reporting, sir. Thank you. Phenomenal reporting,
so this
sir.
ended up
Thank
being
you
a group
very
of
much.
About 100 illegal immigrants, again, mainly made up of Chinese and young men from Turkey. A Border Patrol van was actually playing audio in Mandarin, giving instructions to the Chinese. We talked to a Turkish man who spoke English, who said he sold everything he had to get here to the United States. And he also expressed shock at how easy it was for them to just walk across the border into the United States without any resistance. And he said Americans should be worried about who's coming into the country. Take a listen. Did you have to pay a cartel?
Yes.
How much?
Around 10,000.
10,000?
Yes. In fact, the American people is right. Completely true. Who come into this country? They don't know. Well, okay, I'm good, but how if they're not good? How they're killer, psychopath, else? No guarantee of that. Why? Like no security, no security check, no background check.
No security check, no background check. You're worrying about who's crossing the border?
Yes. Of course, me, because I'm like, people are not look normal.
And I asked that.
Dude, brilliant. He's worried, dude. He's like, he's perfectly assimilated. It's ironic because it's a perfect demonstration that like immigrants are capable of assimilation. Okay, that man has become an American. The moment that he stepped foot, he was already American before he ever stepped foot inside of U.S. borders. But now he's 100% an American.
That guy, how he managed to get here to the San Diego County border all the way from Turkey. He told me it was a 24-day journey, and some of the places he traveled through included Qatar, Dubai, Egypt, South Africa, and Brazil before he even got to Central America or Mexico. We'll send it back to you.
Wow, and the door's wide open. That is incredible. That's an incredible soundbite, Bill, that this individual who's crossing the border is concerned about the safety of the other people around him. He says, I'm good, but I'm worried because they're letting in everyone, and all you have to do is, country hop for 24.
She's not convinced that he's good. It's awesome. That's awesome. Except Americans, of course, will never welcome him, but,
4 hours, and you too.
Adam Türkiye'de mülteciye sallamaya o kadar alışmış ki sınırı geçtiği an Amerika'ya gelen mülteciye de sallıyor. Aynen. He's like you don't understand. These immigrants, they could be Syrian.
can get in and benefit from crossing into America. Incredible coverage, Bill. Thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
Stop looking at me this fucking glycine shit, dude. Cringe.
No, I know. I am not.
Who's communist here?
I'm Trump.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I heard there was an asshole over here. Who's the asshole? So you're communist. Are you communist?
I'm not here for nobody.
So what are you against? What are you for? I'm for Trump. What are you for? Are you for Trump? No, I mean,
not for me. Not
really?
for Trump, not for you, not for Biden.
Anybody else have anything to say? Anybody? Are you communist?
No, I know. I am not.
Who's communist here?
I'm Trump.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I heard there was an asshole over here. Who's the asshole? So you're communist. Are you communist?
They're only allowed to wear skirts on Fox, or do they allow pants now? I'm trying to eat my food really quickly because we're going to have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez on in an hour, and maybe even before. Trump will most likely mention AOC on the speech. Apparently, people are handing out Fire AOC stickers, big Fire AOC banner, and stickers are being handed out. And we're gonna have AOC on, of course, in a little bit. Let me eat. Okay, let's look at some of the wonderful scenes from the crowd here.
Are you a homosexual? Why are you getting in my face? I got my picture. I'll be in there right now. Are you a cop? I was a cop too. 88 precinct, Fort Greene, Clinton Hill. No, I'll say whatever the fuck I want. If they want to stop, I'm a homie. I ain't doing it, bitch. I ain't doing it, bitch.
Traffic in the area is pretty bad due to closures around the park, and some locals have vented frustration. One woman yelled while walking by, "The bastard ain't even here yet. How are you stopping everything?" There's a man repping Puerto Rico out here. Note the paper towels. Wonderful stuff overall. Here, we'll go. I don't know why the fuck Brian Johnson's there, but Puerto Rico mentioned, but at what cost? Anyway, we have, let's get back to the congressional Democrats criticizing Netanyahu's potential address to Congress.
You wouldn't go if he comes.
I will not.
Now, Chuck Schumer, the Senate Majority Leader, has suggested that he would sign on to this invite, although he has not said so publicly. In fact, I asked him earlier this week whether or not he is supportive of the idea of inviting Netanyahu to address a joint meeting of Congress. He would not say, he said they were having discussions about it, although he has later privately indicated to Speaker Johnson that he would sign on to this. That's what Johnson himself said, Dana, but we have not seen this invite go out yet. This Schumer, of course, is the highest-ranking Jewish Democrat, the first Jewish Senate Majority Leader, someone who has been an Israel hawk and defender for most of his career, but as you noted at the top, has been crosswise with Netanyahu, putting him in a difficult spot.
Okay, Manu. Manu calling him a hawk? Respect. Anyway, here is Fox and Friends talking about AOC.
React from the financial perspective, the author of Making Money, also known as the Money Man, Fox Business Charles Payne. Charles, another $7.7 billion into our debt.
Yeah, and Peter said they're trying to help to address inflation. This is one of the things, the gimmicks that stokes inflation. Think about that 3-year period when no one had to pay their student loans. The households that had student debt, their debt went up. They didn't have to pay their student loans. So what did? They went out and spent it. When everyone's spending a lot of money that they're not earning, that stokes inflation. And then on top of it, it is so unfair. Again, listen, it's so interesting. There's 2 separate programs, and it's hard to get the details because they give them these names like low income, yada, yada. But let's just say the low income version of this, right, is $1.6 billion out of $1.6 trillion.
Thank you, money man. It's never the corporations, right? It's never the corporations doing greedflation, right? It's just people having more disposable income that's bad. I love Fox News because they're like, we love the American working class. And you know what the American working class needs? Austerity. And then so many dummies eat that shit up. And they're like, hell yeah, you're right, brother. I do deserve less money in my pocket.
To me, it underscores the fact that most people who have college degrees in this country are the most blessed people on the planet. They will live longer. They will make millions of dollars more than their American counterparts, millions and millions of dollars more than anybody else on the planet. Their kids will live in less violent neighborhoods, and that they will live a better quality of life. They don't need bailouts.
That's really funny. So the answer should be making sure that everyone has American college education? No. He's not wrong, I know, but his suggestion is fucking insane. Like, initiatives such as the one Biden is championing here, debt reduction for student loan debt holders, is an objectively good thing. It is actually in the direction of making college more affordable, if not free. He literally just described how good it is and how good it would be if there were more educated workers in the broader American working class, only to basically say, no, the goal should be to make it impossible to pay for college so that there are less college educated workers.
Well, the court said you can't do this.
The court, and it's, by the way, unilateral.
Congress.
And it's in Congress. So I hear people like, I'm worried about Donald Trump being a dictator. You mean ignoring the Supreme Court and trampling Congress? You mean that kind of a dictator?
Right. So, Charles, the big question is, and Peter was just talking about how these people who've got the student loans, they get an email that says, hey, your debt's been forgiven. I wonder if any of the student protesters who were arrested or were suspended, will they still have their debt forgiven as well?
So far, they're not going to penalize anyone. If any of them qualify, they'll definitely get more taxpayer money.
That's insane. They're fantasizing. They're like, no, we need to punish them further. Arresting them and beating them up wasn't enough for the crime of saying Israel bad. They should be saddled with lifelong debt that is... And debt relief that is given to others should not be given to them. I love the First Amendment, by the way. I love free speech.
More taxpayer relief.
Where are we getting the money to pay for this?
We just throw it on the pile.
Print some more.
Another trillion here, another trillion there. So they keep piling it up.
Really, money man? Is that how it's going on? I thought he was the knowledgeable economist here. What the fuck does he mean? We're getting it from the same pile for endless war coffers. Is fake. We print it.
I love that President Trump is going to be giving a speech in the Bronx. I think that Joe Biden should go to Oklahoma and Nebraska and just try to make this one country for a change. Tell us your message.
At the very least, stop demonizing quote-unquote MAGA voters as if they're some foreign entity, enemy of the United States. He speaks about half this country as if they're our mortal enemy.
I know, it's just a huge problem.
They're neighbors.
AOC was asked about the president's going to the Bronx, and this is which he surmised.
He's hosting a rally to try to con people and try to fleece them out of every dollar that they have to fund his own legal fees. And by the way, he's doing it in the South Bronx not to make a point, but because he's got court. And the man practically has the legal version of an ankle bracelet around him, and he can't leave the 5 boroughs because he always has to be in court. And so it is truly an embarrassment to him. And I am looking forward to the response of everyday Bronxites talking about how they feel about him coming to their backyard.
Bronxites?
Isn't this the person that ran Amazon out of her district?
Right. Not only that, though, the irony is that she would not be in Congress if the third highest ranking Democrat wasn't so arrogant and that he didn't even go campaign. So she understands the importance of campaigning. You know what? Listen, I have a lot of relatives.
Bro, Trump won 16% of the Bronx vote, 15.9 to be exact. He's not going there to campaign. AOC's right. He's going there because he can't go anywhere else. I guess technically he could go to like Staten Island or some shit. So the point is he's going to Bronx to make a statement, I suspect, about how he's going to be like, I'm just like you, just like all the blacks and all the browns being prosecuted by the government falsely. Make me president for that reason so I can continue doing that.
In the South Bronx. I was on the board of a charter school in the South Bronx, and I'm thrilled President Trump is going there. I wish he would go to Harlem. 2 Mondays ago, my niece was shot on the street that I grew up on. My niece was shot on the street that I grew up on. She doesn't even hang out there. She doesn't even live on the block anymore, but a good friend of mine I've known for 45 years, her son passed away, and they were having a memorial for him. And so these guys, the gang violence is on the rise so much, it's so underreported. So they come around with the mask. The shooting crazy. The third floor apartment was all busted up.
Were they looking for somebody in particular?
Yeah, another gang guy. But she had 4-hour surgery. She's okay now. She went home 2 days ago. And then Cookie, who was shot also, she's gone home.
Who's Cookie?
The other girl. The 2 of them were shot. And so Cookie's the one I've known for 45 years. I went to go visit them both in Harlem Hospital. But it's just, our country is.
Which is why we literally can't do anything about gun control. We must not, under any circumstance, do something about the millions, more guns than there are people in this country, hundreds of millions of guns in circulation.
It's really getting so cracked apart where the haves are doing extraordinarily well. Right. And again, they live in safety, and they live in, they eat their avocado toast, and the rest of us, whether it's in places where the opioid epidemic is out of control, or places like my neighborhood was being gentrified, but this gang thing has really been amazing. I had no idea it was this bad. It's really bad.
You know what's going to happen? These illegal immigrants are gangsters. Yeah. They're going to start fighting American gangs.
They're intertwined. They're intertwined. A buddy of mine in the Bronx, he talked about a lot of illegal immigrants have joined up with certain other, folks. They're all intertwined in these gangs. No one will report on it, but it's really bad.
Charles, can you explain the black male support with Donald Trump, because there seems to be a divide?
I'm not surprised. I saw this coming in so many ways, and I try to explain it to people all the time. There's two things. Older black people, right, like my mother's age, she passed away, but who they grew up in a time of immense fear. I remember going to Alabama as a kid in the '60s and walking down the road. You could feel it. Even though I was a kid, you could feel there was a palpable fear. There was a blind woman, a white woman who owned this store. It's a shack. She was blind. Coins everywhere. No one stole anything. And I said to myself, even as a kid, someone must have been lynched or something. But there was palpable fear, right? So they grew up with that. My grandmother, she didn't sleep with a pillow. She slept with her arms crossed. She had to have both ears open. She was always afraid the night riders would come and she wanted to hear them.
Oh, my goodness.
There's that group. Then you have young folks, right? My son, 27, so for the last few years I've been listening to music. When they hear Rick Ross and Drake and these guys talking about owning things, they're arguing over who works the hardest. Right. And they don't want public housing, they don't want free housing, they don't want free food. They want the American dream.
What? I mean, he's trying to explain that, it's actually younger black voters, not the youngest demographic, but younger black voters who no longer see a reason to fucking vote. Younger black male voters who no longer see a reason to vote for the Democratic Party, in the way that older black voters still will maintain party loyalty as a direct consequence of experiencing the civil rights movement. And that bears itself out in the data, but I guess he's trying to fucking describe it in this weird way. It's basically, it's ultimately marginal, but the more removed you are from the direct impact of the Voting Rights Act, the less likely you are to vote for the Democratic Party. Because it's one of the last times that the Democrats have actually done something for black people, with tangible results. That's it.
So particularly young black men, and listen, they're being shut out. They're being shut out by progressives. Progressives who own corporations, they're discriminating against black people, black men. Look at Hollywood. That will tell you everything you need to know. Black women are always now in these movies where without a black father figure, without a black lover, right? The black male has been pushed out by progressives. And they are looking for someone they can look up to. And more they see Donald Trump as someone, hey, I want what he's got.
I think that you look up Charles Payne.
Yeah. Well, listen, talking about the Bronx, you had a great interview with a fellow by the name of Lou Valentino on Monday. He had this observation about the former president heading up for that gathering in the Bronx.
Or you can just listen to what he had to say, that young black men are looking up to Donald Trump as a father figure. It must be that, and not the thing that I said, which is that the last time the Democratic Party did something like tangible for the black community is so fucking long ago that every generation removed from that tangible thing that the Democratic Party did for the black community leads to less voter enthusiasm. You know, it's probably not what I'm saying. It's probably what he's saying that's correct. My favorite thing also is, like, obviously none of this matters because Republicans don't give a shit about courting the black vote. They'll take it, but they're not going to, like, advocate for, you know, anything that's positive for the black community because their most significant, most loyal base of support are fucking white supremacists. So obviously they'll just like flex on the Democrats and be like, lol, see, the blacks, they're voting for us or some type of shit like that. But that's it. Anyway.
Bronx tomorrow night. Listen.
I think the Democrats have been dropping the ball. I mean, you see crime, you see a woman being dragged.
Bro, that's the same guy. It's the one guy. Further confirming, it's the one guy. He was wearing the Rangers hat earlier. Bro, they found one fucking dude and they're like, you're our guy.
With a belt, you see all type of stuff happening in the Bronx, and they're just gaslighting it, acting like it's not happening. So I just think it's the perfect opportunity for people to speak up. And a lot of bad things are happening. A lot of people can't afford groceries. And Trump is speaking to those people in those barbershops or people that just can't afford this lifestyle that they had probably 4 to 5 years ago. So this is just, I think, you know, once in a lifetime opportunity. The fact that Trump is going there to a spot that is deep blue, that should send a deep message to Republicans once again. Step up your game.
It's a great message. However, you know, we're all impacted by the same thing, and that's the economy.
Is this dude Dominican? Trump is on? Wait, no, he's not. There ain't no way he's on already. Oh my God. Oh my God, I gotta eat fast. Damn, he was only 25 minutes late and not an hour late. We were wrong.
To the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American.
Well, at least I know I'm free.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
And I proudly stand up next to you.
Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Hell yeah, that's my commander in chief.
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you very much. This is some turnout. This is some turnout. And I want to thank New York's finest.
Bro,
They
what
just
is the
brought
bit
a
rate,
lot
bro?
of additions. So we have people, thousands of people outside that can't even get in, but they'll get in eventually. We appreciate it. New York's finest. Hello, New York City, and hello to all of the incredible, tough, strong, hardworking American patriots right here in the Bronx. Who would think? Who would think? I'm thrilled to be
Right
back
here
in the city
Bronx.
I grew up in, the city I spent my life in, the city I helped build, and the city that we all love, New York City. And I'm here tonight to declare that we are going to turn New York City around, and we are going to turn it around very, very quickly. We're going to bring safety back to our streets. We're going to bring success back to our schools. We're going to bring prosperity back to every neighborhood and every borough of the greatest city in our land. We're going to reduce taxes. We're going to bring businesses and big taxpayers back to New York. Gotta bring them back. Gotta bring them back. And we're going to make New York bigger, better, and more beautiful than ever before. And that includes right here in the Bronx. And it's going to be done and funded starting on January 20th, directly from our great and beautiful White House. Is that okay? For my whole life, I always thought that this city is a monumental testament to the power of the American spirit and the American dream. When New York started as a small, rugged Dutch trading post near the tip of Manhattan in 1624, what you see around you is nothing more than wilderness and marsh. But by the muscle and backbone and genius of the people of New York, we built the city into the towering forest of iron, aluminum, concrete, and steel. We made this city and state into the capital of global
Pretty good fucking
commerce.
speech
We
so
turned
far.
our
Shocking.
hometown into the bustling center of a confident, glamorous American culture, and we inspired the entire world.
There ain't no
Inspired
way
the
Trump
world.
knew that, by the way.
No matter where you went on this planet, everyone knew that when you said, "I'm a New Yorker," it meant you had smarts, you had grit, you had energy, and above all else, you had...
Dude, what
you
is the
had heart.
quality of
Big,
this,
big,
bro?
Beautiful heart. Everybody wanted to be here. New York was where you came to make it big. You want to make it big, you had to be in New York. But sadly, this is now...
Do we have a better one?
city
Do we have a better
in
video feed?
decline. My life, I've seen New York through good times and bad, through boom times and crime waves, through market crashes and terrorist attacks, but I've never seen it quite like this. We have filthy and of drugged out homeless people living in our places that we've spent so much time with children where they used to play. Places that we've spent so much time with children where they used to play. We have lunatics killing innocent bystanders by pushing them onto the railroad tracks for sport. Our it's a sad thing. Don't worry.
Bro sent me a feed of an entirely different rally. That's awesome, dude.
Remember, we're going to win. We're all winners. We're going to win so big, we're going to make it bigger and better than ever before. Remember that. Better than ever before. So Remember don't worry. that. By the time the other 6,000 or 7,000 So people don't get worry. in, it'll be very positive. By the time the other 6,000 or 7,000 people get in, it'll be very positive. Our subways are squalid and unsafe. The ceiling tiles are falling down, and they look worse than a third world country. The medians of our highways are crumbling. Our sidewalks are littered with garbage, bottles, and trash. But worst of all, the discarded needles from people that so desperately are in need of help. And we have mobs of migrants fighting our police officers and giving America the middle finger. But we are not going to let this continue.
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
We are not going to abandon our hope and our
I'm live already. I'm going to share
this
the
city
screen
has
with
given
you
us so
you
much,
can hear
and
it
now
as well
it is
and see it.
time that we are going to give it back. Together, we are going to make New York City great again, and simultaneously, we are going to make America great again.
I don't know why my virtual camera's not working. That's not good. Hold on.
Thank you. I have come tonight to talk about solving problems. The simple fact is Joe Biden is not getting the job done for the Bronx. He's not getting the job done for New York, and he's not getting the job done for America. He is incompetent, ladies and gentlemen. He is grossly incompetent.
You can see
I
it and
will
hear it,
get
right?
the job done as I did for 4 years, and I will get it done fast.
What's up?
I said I can see it was kind of lagging a little bit.
It's lagging a little bit? Okay. But you can still hear it and see it. We're just watching it live right now.
No.
Oh, okay, cool. I think it's working.
Get me the snake, please. The snake.
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Thank you, everybody.
How many people do you think they busted in
What a
from like
crowd.
Staten Island for this?
Oh my God. I mean, I think the Verrazano must have been backed up the
You know,
whole
we
day.
wanted to keep it small because who knew?
Hold on.
This is like a
All right,
love
I'm gonna
fest.
turn my
love
camera
fest.
on here.
It's a love fest. We love you. Thank you, darling.
We're
Who
live.
said we're not going to win New York? We're going to win
All right,
New
been
York.
live. Yeah, we just kind of.
Sorry about that. I didn't know.
I haven't put you on.
You know, if we win New
I haven't
York,
put you
we
on
win the
screen
whole
yet
thing.
because
Wouldn't
I've
it
been
be
trying
nice?
to do
Wouldn't it
some
be nice to
technical
take
stuff in the
back our
background.
country?
But we
We'll
are
do a
live.
job like nobody's ever done
my
before.
Bad. Let me know.
I'll put you on
And
screen
what we
in a second.
did for 4 years was incredible, but we also learned a lot. We're going to get in there very fast with the right people, great people, people that are tested and true.
Unfortunately, I can't.
Years ago, there
for
was an
some
ice
reason,
skating
my camera's
rink,
broken.
the Wallman rink in the middle of Central Park.
On,
You know that
on
story?
Discord. I don't know why it's not.
That
it's
had
not
been
working.
under construction for
But you're on
more than
screen
10
now.
years.
You're
They
on
couldn't
camera.
get it open.
All right,
it was
cool. Hey, buddy.
a renovation. They couldn't get it done. Mayor Koch was at his wits' ends. They just
Have you
couldn't
ever
get
seen
it
one of these
finished. They
before,
couldn't get
Hassan?
it built.
Have I ever seen one of these? What?
One of these rallies before?
Yes.
Like-
Not in person, but I used to watch all of the Trump rallies back in the day.
I've never one of these like all the way through.
I used to watch all of the rallies all the way through, like so
Oh
many
my
of them.
God.
Oh yeah. I'm just gonna turn off my camera. I don't know why it's not working. Okay.
Patches in wrong directions and at different heights. And they took their advice from a refrigerator company from Miami, where it's 95 degrees out.
Like, where does he
It
get
was a
this
total
stuff
mess.
from?
They just didn't know what they were doing. And I saw
A
this,
brilliant
and I
orator.
wanted my children to be able to ice skate
In his
before
own- in his
they
own
didn't
way.
care about ice skating.
So if
I
you
looked down on the rink and I said,
watched
"What
through
is
all
going
of these,
on?"
what are some
Years
of the
and
things
years.
that
So I
like you
volunteered,
notice about
and I took over the
Trump's
project.
tendencies in these
And,
rallies that don't
did a
get
good
talked
job.
about very often?
It's
Or at
always
least
it's
dream.
always the same. He always brings up the same stuff. Like he has he does like a comedian. He has like a tight, I guess a tight hour that he rolls out every single time. We literally have like we will do sometimes we'll have like bingo. Like we'll play bingo and gamble on with fake points on whether or not he's going to say certain things. But it's very predictable. It's always the same stuff. It's always like anti-immigrant screed. I would say that in recent years his anti-immigrant stuff has gotten even more wild. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure he'll hit that and talk about like undocumented immigrants or whatever here. And bring up like 82,000 things of that nature, but usually he's just very sassy and you know, I guess very telegenic and very charismatic to that audience specifically. Whenever he talks about his own personal gripes like hairspray or things of that nature.
Problems whatsoever. Anyway, I started the project, laid the rubber hose, mixed the water and the salt beautifully together. I was down there when they were doing it. I said, "You got to do it right." And covered the entire rink with concrete in 4, literally, you had to see this scene, concrete trucks operated by the Teamsters. Do we have any Teamsters here? Oh,
damn, he's shouting out the
well,
team.
you got to make sure that O'Brien, he's a good man. He endorses Trump. I think he's going to, actually. But the Teamsters that stretched all the way.
Endorse Trump.
You
Okay.
had trucks
Sean
stretching all the way
Sean
from the
O'Brien's
Wallman
gonna-
rink, which was, let's say, at 60th
Sean
Street,
O'Brien has
all the way
been
back to Harlem.
making some,
One contiguous port.
you know,
It was a day and a half.
there's been some weird
of
stuff
pouring
with
concrete.
Holly and
One
some of these other
contiguous
races too
giant
that
surface.
I
As you
find
know, the rink
concerning.
Yeah,
was completed
he
in
met with
just
Trump.
3 months.
I remember.
for
Yeah.
and it was very
The biggest expense
I
was
guess it was
actually
relatively
the demolition.
controversial, and I thought he was just
That is
like,
the
you know,
demolishing of everything that was
he was just
built
trying to
so
do
incorrectly,
what
so
he
badly
considers
over
to be
a
like
10-year period.
politically
The biggest cost was
appropriate,
demolition.
hedging his bets,
taking
but
it all
who
down
knows?
and starting all over.
But they went
We
in,
opened
they
with a
actually
ceremony
endorsed
with
Josh
all
Hawley.
Olympic
And I
gold
think
medal
that Senate
winners,
race
including the great
is tighter
Peggy
than
Fleming,
should
Dorothy
be
Hamill,
taken for
Scott
granted.
Hamilton,
So it
and all of
was
the
like
others. Every one of them was
there's
there. It
playing
was a beautiful
politics
night,
and actually
beautiful
throwing your
weather.
weight in.
I'll never forget the
and I
evening.
think
It was
that's
one
the
of
part
most
that's starting to get
beautiful. My
concerning.
parents were there. Now they're looking down on us. They say, "Wow, that's my son. Can you imagine? That's my son."
Wow. He's so funny.
Can you imagine? He's
Terrifying,
being tried
but
in
funny
a
at the
court
same
with a
time.
crooked judge.
Yeah,
Can
I
you
mean that's
believe
why
this?
he's effective.
Can you believe it? And highly conflicted judge at that. But everybody was there, and it was really something to behold. It was an incredible experience, and one of the great experiences of my life in New York. We opened it. It's been successful. And successful ever since. What a great, great experience. It was beautiful. And, you know, a lot of it's common sense. You'd like to say the Republican Party is the party of common sense. You don't go to Miami when you want to make ice. You go to Canada when you want to make ice, right? Or you could go right down the road in the Bronx to Ferry Point, right? Oh, everybody know about Ferry Point? It was another disaster. A development where the city has spent over 29 years.
I doubt he's ever been to the Bronx until this moment. Like, I highly doubt that he's ever frequented the Bronx.
Totally. They were spending money. You know, trucks were going here, dumping, getting filled up, moving it here, dumping, getting filled up with the same stuff. This went on for years, back and forth, the same stuff. They were feather bedding. They were doing lots of bad things. But really, they didn't know how to get it done. They had no idea how much money they were spending. And when asked how much they spent, they said, we just don't know. That's been going on for years, decades. They were unable to do it. And at the time, the mayor, Michael Bloomberg, said, no, it's all right. It's okay. Now, Michael Bloomberg was the mayor, and he called me. He said, I have to get this done before I finish my term. It was very important to him. He was embarrassed by it.
They're booing Michael Bloomberg. He was a Republican mayor.
Yeah, exactly. Went through a lot of different mayors. Almost 30 years, remember that. And he said, in all fairness, he said, I want to get this done, and you're the one that can do it. You're the only one that can do it.
So Ferry Point
and I
is
said, and I will do it. I will get it done.
He named. It used to be called Trump Links. It's what I questioned Michael Cohen about, because it was part of the financial fraud case, kicked off the financial fraud case that he just got popped on a couple months ago, where Tish James had him pay just, you know, a huge sum of money. And they just got taken over by Bally Corporation. Now they renamed it not long ago.
For years and years against the city, it's time we get together.
I didn't know he had a golf course there.
Right, and let's get the hell out of
okay,
here.
So he has been to the Bronx then, for sure.
Probably for a ribbon cutting.
Toughest contractors in New York.
For his
they
golf
had
course.
spirit like you've never seen before. And it was magnificently designed by the great Jack Nicklaus, who told me, I don't want to make any more money. They paid me enough. Everybody get paid a fortune. Jack said, I don't want money. I just want to see it get built for the people of New York, and that's what we did. But everybody, just like Jack, they said very similar things. These guys were rough and tough, and they made a lot of money, but you'd think they'd want to make more, but they didn't. They just wanted to get it built. And in just a little more than a year, so this was going on for 30 years, including, think of it, just a magnificent thing to watch. You had to watch these people working, just the opposite of what took place for the first 29 years. But we had a magnificent world-class golf course that many of you have played now.
Yes,
and it's rated as one of the best public courses in the country.
It's so crazy to me that he's talking about this, because this golf course that he is talking about is literally the source of a financial fraud investigation. That was one of the largest settlements that he just had to pay. Like, this whole thing about how he's totally broke and bankrupt is because of this golf course in the Bronx, because he tried to take out insurance on it, and he claimed the value of his properties was way higher in order to get like kind of the insurance payout on it. But then he claimed on his taxes that the value was much lower, and we kind of caught this. And a couple years ago, when Michael Cohen came before Congress, this was kind of the start of one of the question lines that I had about him. So Cohen says, yeah, he did do this. And he goes, here's the accountant you can ask. Here's this guy you can ask. Here's that guy you can ask. And the New York Attorney General, Tish James, she saw that, and they started an investigation. And that was the result of this massive settlement that just came out like in February. And so he's now like, Trump is so super broke right now, precisely because of this golf course, or rather in no small part because of this golf course that in the Bronx that he's talking about right now. And he's here, but he's like bussing in all these people from outside the borough. It's like absolutely insane.
Yeah. It should be noted that Donald Trump won 15.9% of the vote in the Bronx in 2020. which MSNBC and other outlets referred to as a 7-point increase from 2016. But it doesn't matter. It's still 15%. So it's not like there's a lot of real momentum for Trump in the Bronx at all.
How dare you? This man came in, he put up his own money, he did an incredible job. You were building it for 29 years. How dare you ask for this to be terminated? How unfair is that? Deborah James, a great Supreme Court justice. That's all I can tell you. And we won the case. But it's not easy doing business in New York, I'll tell you. Not easy. So I just appreciated that. I had to tell that story. And as you know, then I renovated Grand Central Terminal. I built the Grand Hyatt Hotel on 42nd Street and Park Avenue. And as part of that, I renovated the beautiful Grand Central Terminal, did a really good job of that. And then I was very much responsible for the construction.
It's ironic when he talks about all these constructions and it's like all of it is like riddled with scandal where he refused to pay contractors on a regular basis.
Remember?
And it's like what everybody knows this. Like he knew it far before he ran for president. Like, so my dad was an architect. He had this small business in the Bronx. And so he was always we're always at these job sites and we're with contractors and we're with the unions and the workers and stuff like that, trying to figure out like what housing that can be built in the area and whatnot. And it was known to everybody in the 90s that anyone who worked in real estate or construction or anything like this always knew that like you shouldn't, especially if you were a smaller guy or smaller business, you should not do business with this dude because he just fleeced everybody. He just like was always not paying bills, screwing people over. And like every single person knew this and like how corrupt he was as well. And I mean, he went broke in Atlantic City. This guy has gone broke so many times. And it's just been like this shell game of trying to figure out who can lend him more and more money while he tries to like con someone else out of it. And he's gone what? Like how old is this guy now? Like in his... Is he 80 something? He's in his 80s now, like just having lived his whole life without a real job. Yeah.
7 bankruptcies. Bankrupted a casino, which is like, you know, that's actually kind of
you have to see the lines
impressive.
Outside that
it is impressive.
But when we saw it and we saw the love, because I called up this morning, do the people like me or do they hate me? They said, they don't like you, sir, they love you. I said, oh, thank you. So I appreciate it. And I love you too. But above all else, boy, look at all the cameras back there. That's amazing. That's the fake news.
Boo. They're booing.
Booing camera.
You know, they'll say tonight, Donald Trump spoke to a very small crowd of people in the Bronx. It was a very hostile crowd, very hostile. They hated him very much. No, sometimes they're okay. You know, I agreed to do a debate with crooked Joe Biden on CNN with Fake Tapper. And I think they'll be fair. Does anybody think they'll be fair? I might be. No, that's all right. When they said, here's your story, you can have a debate on CNN with Fake Tapper as the primary host. And I said, I'll do it. Because you know what they thought is you'd say CNN and they'd say various people on the show, various anchors, and, you know, headed up by Fake Tapper. And they thought I was going to reject it. I don't want to do it. Then Biden would say, I offered to debate, but he wouldn't do it. So they said, we want to have a debate. I'll take it. Well, we haven't even told you what the debate is all about. Then they said, today, they said, we'd like to set up tables so you sit down. I said, I don't want to sit down for a debate. Let's go. At some point, so we're not sitting down. We're going to be standing up for the debate. And here's what you know.
It should be reminded to everyone that he almost killed Joe Biden last time when he had COVID and was like,
yeah, that's right.
He
like, is that what he did? He had COVID.
He had COVID
and like didn't tell anybody.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Shake my hand, Biden. Come on, be a man. I'm coughing into it.
All of them. So they understood. They understood before anyone how big this would be. And you got to see what's back there coming in. Thank you. Thank you.
I remember when all these Republicans were getting COVID and like not telling anybody about it, and like not telling people how serious it was. Like when you Walter Reed, it was down bad with it.
Old-fashioned American common sense is exactly what I intend to bring back to the White House, just like we had for 4 years. You know, we had 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. We rebuilt the military, we cut taxes, the biggest tax cut in history, the biggest regulation cut in history. We defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS, and we did it in about 1/100th the time. They said it would take 4 to 5 years. It took me like 2 months, right? Because we have an incredible military, and we're not allowed to show. They had Afghanistan, the worst pullout, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country.
Yeah,
it's probably the reason, a piece of it, why Russia went into Ukraine. They said, these people are incompetent, we'll go in. So Russia going into Ukraine would have never happened. None of this stuff that you see would have happened.
God.
Israel would have never happened, the attack on October 7th. And you wouldn't have had inflation.
Israel,
As soon
direct
as I get
consequence
back
of
into
the Abraham
Oval
Accords and many of Jared Kushner's and Donald Trump administration's actions, like moving the embassy to Jerusalem.
10,000.
Yeah, he is just as responsible for October 7 as anyone else. The fact that he is saying like Israel would have never happened, October 7 would have never happened, is ridiculous when it directly happened as a direct consequence of him moving the embassy to Jerusalem, recognizing the annexed territory of Golan Heights as Israeli territory, going against international law, and also conducting the Abraham Accords, completely sidestepping the Palestinians from the conversation. That is a major reason.
Very happy. And Biden can't do it. He doesn't know he's alive. You know, see all the stairs here? Stare, 2 of them behind me, 1 in the middle. When he's finished with his 2.5 minute, you know, do you ever watch a speech? They last for about 1.5 minutes. When he's finished with his speech, he can never find the stairs. He can never find the stairs. And when he does, it's not a pretty
The only reason why he talks about this is because he's also fallen down the stairs before, so he loves being like, Biden falls down the stairs all the time.
When you see President Xi of China, when you see Kim Jong-un of North Korea, when you see Putin, and you see all of these people, they're at the top of their game, whether you like it or not, and they can't believe that this has happened to the United States. We have lost respect all over the world. We were the most respected country in the world 4 years ago. We were respected more than our country was ever respected 4 years ago, and now we're being laughed at. We're like a joke.
Do you feel like
and that's
the
not
way
gonna happen.
this
That's
has
not gonna happen.
changed?
We're going to do
Like when you're watching him conduct this now, and the way he used to do his rallies, have they changed much at all, or have they remained pretty consistent?
It's pretty consistent. I mean, the they're laughing at us narrative is pretty funny because for obvious reasons, like one, America and its like global influence certainly got worse under the Trump administration. But beyond that, he also used to say exactly that about Obama. Like he would say that was like a major talking point for him in his earlier rallies all the way since 2016. He has definitely, I think he's just gotten boring, and he also no longer has the outsider effect that made him, especially against someone like Hillary Clinton, made him seem like an interesting person that people could bet
refreshing.
on. But when he was president for 4 years, people still remember it, all the chaos and all the instability. It becomes a lot harder to maintain that outsider's posture.
And importantly, for the people that are before me today, we are going to make life in New York affordable again. It's gotten totally out of control. The minute crooked Joe Biden shuffles out the door, I will rapidly rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. Look, we had the greatest economy in history. Everybody here, where you have a small business or if you had a job, you were getting more than you ever made. And we had no inflation. We had no 1.4%, considered better than none, because frankly, none in its own way is a bad thing also. We had a perfect number, 1.4%. It doesn't matter whether you're black or brown or white or whatever the hell color you are. It doesn't matter. We are all Americans, and we're going to pull together as Americans.
this is the only avenue of attack against the Biden administration that is like actually pretty salient, I would say.
Yeah.
Because that is like universally the number one thing both Democrats and Republicans criticize this administration on, despite the fact that inflation obviously is, I mean, there's many different ways of dealing with it, but we never engage in any sort of like, we never engage in legislative action to combat inflation. No deflationary mechanisms exist in the minds of American politicians for the most part, and only monetary policy. So
we had great people.
Exactly. I mean, and one of the best ways actually pursues with antitrust. Like, we need to break them up. Like, we need to break up a lot of these massive corporations and companies and be aggressive and going after them. And, you know, the one bright spot in this is Lena Khan at the FTC.
Oh, yeah.
She's like DOJ today announcing that they're going after Ticketmaster. She's but Lena Khan at the FTC has been
going after Amazon.
Going after all of them, going after Amazon. They even went after certain consumer protections, like Rite Aid started rolling out the facial recognition AI in their cameras, and this starts just sending tons of people to jail, and it's like notoriously unreliable, and also there's a lot of algorithmic racial bias in these. But yeah, so they started going after them, and Rite Aid got a judgment against them. The problem is that we need more Democrats when we actually have the gavels in these places to do antitrust policy. And there's just like so much corrupt influences from these large lobbies, especially in tech. I actually think there's like a huge amount of influence in tech, and a lot of Democrats that take corporate money. I think that's one of the reasons why antitrust doesn't get as much legislative momentum. But we do have people, again, like Lena Khan, that are doing an awesome job.
They're the ones that are affected most by what's happening. Not only the fact that you've lost the use of your schools, your parks, and your hospitals. Joe Biden's inflation.
I love New Yorkers in the Bronx chanting "Build the Wall."
I was just gonna say, here chanting "Build the Wall" in the middle of the Bronx. It's insane.
People saying people having anti-immigrant sentiment in New York, one of the most diverse places on the planet, is ridiculous.
Wall that we built 571 miles of wall. We had the safest border in history. We were going to put up within a period of 3 weeks.
They're talking about building a wall to Connecticut. That's what they want.
Designed by the Border Patrol, who are incredible people, ICE, who are incredible people, all together. I wanted to put up concrete plank for the contractors here. They didn't want it. They had to have hardened steel. They wanted 6,000, 7,000 pound concrete. They wanted rebar in the middle. They wanted different materials, harder to cut. So we had very hard steel, very good stuff. Everything was good. We had the panel on top. It was called an anti-climb panel. We had the best wall, and it was going to be, we're going to add 200 miles of wall. It would have taken about 3 weeks. And then we had the rigged election, and you know what happened after the rigged election? They took the wall, and instead of putting it up, they sold it for 5 cents on the dollar. And I said, these people really do want to have an open border. And that's
this is another aspect. I mean, I am a lot more critical of the Biden administration, obviously very publicly. But this is another aspect of like the Trump conversation that is very frustrating, because a lot of people are like, oh yeah, well, you know, build the wall. Meanwhile, Biden has pushed through a funding mechanism that will literally complete the border wall, while also simultaneously the administration doing eminent domain too, in order to continue building the wall, which I think is both bad policy and bad politics in general. But these people don't care because, you know, they are operating on pure resentment. And that is partially the reason why we shouldn't ever capitulate to the right-wing framing on immigration, in my opinion.
Absolutely. This is one of the issues that I think frustrates me the most, because this is where we see some of the most capitulation to the right. And the problem is that this resentment will never be fed. And so very often I'll see like Democrats trying to like play this political game, like this whole thing with HR2 and this border bill that with Republicans, and try and do this whole thing about, like we came up with a tough border bill and Republicans rejected it as though it was some kind of solution. But the problem is that we've been through so many cycles of this where Trump or Republicans in general or Fox News, they'll do this whole like racial panic thing and incite this whole sense of an emergency or chaos on the border. And then it resonates in Washington, D.C., and all these Democrats start freaking out, and they cobble together some bill that plows a bunch more money to CBP, plows a bunch more money into border facilities. And sometimes they will put money towards like some good things too. Like they will all in the same bill. They will have money for CBP and ICE, but then they'll also put in a lot of money to like HHS and like the kids centers and like the humanitarian centers and stuff like that. But the problem is that none of this resource stuff solves the problem. Right now, CBP is the largest law enforcement force in the United States. And the thing is like they'll pour and pour and pour all these resources, all these new technologies, everything. But the problem is not about money. The problem is that we don't have a path to citizenship in the United States. And not only that,
processing. It's a processing issue, and they never talk about it. Or Democrats used to talk about it from the framework of like immigration is a problem. It's not even a problem at all, but it's like it's at its most, it is a problem with the legal status that these people do not have, and the solution to it is to immediately open up pathways to citizenship. And then the undocumented migrants can also work alongside the documented workforce and unionize and be able to demand a larger piece of the pie. And yet it is maintained as a depressive force on the wages, specifically due to the legal status. And it's shocking to me that the Democratic Party across the board is now kind of capitulating to the right-wing framing on the issue, considering it to be a issue of national security, which is like you've given the game up at that point. You've ceded territory for no reason to the right wing on immigration, and now all of a sudden all you've done is basically legitimize their position that it is actually a matter of national security when it's not. When there are studies done on this issue, not many, but the ones that do, the studies that have been conducted on the matter show that undocumented immigrants are responsible for less crime per capita than documented U.S.-born individuals. So the idea that like they are causing extra crime is silly. So
no, it totally is. And what's even crazier about it is that we are in such a desperate need for people to fill huge swaths of labor in the United States. I mean, so many of these Republican states are rolling back child labor laws right now. Like 14-year-olds are getting hurt in meat processing facilities because they're rolling back child labor laws because they're so desperate for workers, and they're so xenophobic that they don't want immigrants to contribute to these local economies. But like, I mean, even when I was on the road with Bernie in 2020, we'd go to places, Nebraska, Iowa, etc. And a lot of these communities that are feeding the entire country, like core, you want to talk about a national security issue. One big national security issue is that like our increased inability to feed ourselves if our labor force and our workforce starts to fall apart, not be able to get fulfilled. Plus, you do that, plus the issues with climate change, with people not even being able to work the same hours because it's getting so hot during harvest season. Like these are the actual structural issues that we need to address. And like, as long as we do not actually expand people's ability to get in the, like people talk about getting in line, like there's no line, but if we made a line, if we actually created an ability for people to actually become a citizen in some sort of, and apply for citizenship in a normal way, that you don't have to be in a, get a 30-year wait in order to come to this country, then we'd be able to actually have the labor infrastructure necessary to serve huge parts of the country. But it's like, it is wild. Like, and the depressive forces on wages is very real too. Like, I've spoken with a lot of our building trades our union workers in construction. And you have like all of these real estate developers that are acting in very predatory ways, trying to find undocumented laborers in order to put up their buildings. These laborers, it's very dangerous for them because they're not covered by OSHA. There was like this huge spate a couple years ago where so many undocumented people were dying on these job sites, and it is a lot, and that's what's turned a lot of unions around on immigration, like the Teamsters. Notoriously, ironically, but they notoriously like had a very different stance on immigration. But because they realized that undocumented people like want to join a union, and if they were able to join a union, we wouldn't have this effect where it would sink everyone's wages down, but it would actually raise them up. It forced them to change their stance on immigration.
Noam Chomsky's daughter, Aviva Chomsky, wrote a phenomenal book on this called Undocumented, How Immigration Became Illegal, for those of you who are interested, that specifically details like how the PRESSU program and onward, how like the American government had a plan to basically create a never-ending pool of labor that they could hyper-exploit in comparison to like the documented American labor force, and use it as a depressing, use this two-tier labor structure to further depress wages in the United States of America. So it's always been a deliberate, the status of not being documented is a deliberate one caused by those who want to increase profit margins for capital owners. And not only that, but also if there was any sort of real restriction, if we did have this like truly white nativist, white supremacist attitude towards like black and brown people coming into the country, then you would see significant punishments towards those like Purdue and I'm talking about the chicken processors, like the agricultural industry in its entirety that relies on undocumented labor and very specifically designs their profit margins around undocumented labor, that even will in certain instances call ICE on their own plants if like the workers there decide to demand back pay or complain too much. And the reality is, like, if we did really want to punish, if we really wanted to stop undocumented immigration in this country, then we would punish the corporations, but we don't. And I'm not saying that that's a good thing anyway. I don't think that this country has no more room for additional people, and there's no lump of labor unless you create a two-tier process between undocumented workers and documented laborers. Anyway, let's get back to Trump, though.
We bombs all over the place. Spent $9 trillion in the Middle East. We bomb the hell out of the place, then we leave. You know, in the old days, to the victor belong the spoils. We don't do that. We bomb the hell out of everyone, then we come back home. It's so sick. It's so sick and so stupid. These people that led us are so stupid. You want to use that as a last resort. You can solve these problems with a meeting or with a telephone call. You don't have to drop billions of dollars worth of bombs on people's heads. You don't have to.
The peaceful dove, Donald Trump.
It's called peace through strength. It really is.
Believes in leveling these places just as much as anybody else. And like his stance on Palestinians as well is like horrific.
Years ago, I was a civilian, but I got a lot of publicity for whatever the hell reason. And I said, don't go into Iraq.
And meanwhile, his son-in-law's
don't go into Iraq.
Figure out what war properties they can.
Yeah, you're cutting in and out right now, by the way. Just letting you know. I don't know why. But you're fine now, I think.
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
You said his son-in-law is selling properties.
Or you have Jared Kushner about waterfront properties in Gaza. It's disgusting.
Oh yeah.
Everything. They were equal military partners, and for 1,000 years under different names, they would fight. A religious thing. They'd fight. They'd go 5 feet left, 5 feet right, 5 feet left, 5 feet right. Somebody would say they have gas. Somebody would say they have nuclear. Then they'd rest for a few years, and they'd fight again. But we blew the hell out of one side, Iraq. So now Iraq is a subsidiary, essentially, of Iran. Congratulations for the geniuses that got us into that mess.
Wait, what?
Because
that's
Iran
like that again. like no kind of reconciliation could ever happen with Iran because he threw away the Iran denuclearization agreement. I'm very critical of Barack Obama's administration, but that was like a signature foreign policy accomplishment for not just the Obama administration, but it was an agreement that numerous European parties also were involved in. Iran literally continued along with the denuclearization agreement even after Donald Trump said that he would throw it aside, and then he did, and then Iran still continued to follow the protocols, according to European investigators that went to Iran to look at the nuclear facilities, and he still added additional crippling sanctions on top of that. He is most responsible for Iran being more hostile and being more influential in the territory personally.
For Iraq, we just paid $10 billion. And think of it, Iraq has billions of dollars that we're paying for their electricity. So we were in a position, there was no terror, there was no threat, there was no nothing. And now Iran has become a big threat again.
Yeah, bring them home. Those words ring hollow when the number one killer of all the hostages has been Benjamin Netanyahu. So,
but remember, I said it a month ago, and it's a terrible thing to say, but I believe it. Many of the hostages that you're waiting for, and everybody's waiting for, those hostages, many of them are dead. Many of them are dead, and it's a horrible thing. It's a horrible thing, but many of those hostages are dead, and that's why when you see these negotiations where Hamas is like not getting back, they're saying, man, we could make a good deal, but these people are no longer alive. When I saw the way they were treated, when I saw they were thrown into the cars and how horribly they were treated, there's no way that those hostages, and some will be alive, but many of those hostages are dead. It's
who killed them?
It's a very
Who
serious,
killed those hostages?
horrible thing. It would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. It would have never happened if I were your president.
Wow.
They would have never done it. Because we have so many young people here today, I want to talk about, just for a moment, about success. Do you remember I used to give talks on success before politics? Okay, that's enough. We're going to do it. I know you're on our side, but it's enough. We're going to get them home. It's a rough situation. But remember, we used to give talks on success for the learning addicts and for others. And I used to do that before politics, and maybe it's one of the reasons I went in. But because, well, bringing our city back, it starts with getting the right leadership. It also involves men and women just like you. But I talk a lot about success, and I get paid money to talk about success. I would have done it for nothing. But then because of politics, and if you take a look, because of politics, I stopped doing that. But I think we're in the Bronx. We have young people, people that aspire to success. And I just wanted to know, I'm so tired of politics. Can we devote 6 minutes to success? Okay.
Oh, boy.
He's on his right-wing podcast. There are
through tremendous.
Yeah,
I've had
really
great
is.
success. I've had
He's
it.
gonna
He's gonna start talking about how to get a girlfriend and stuff.
You know,
he's gonna
I ran for
start
office.
selling his
What office
course.
did you run for president? How'd you do?
His
I won.
coaching course.
Yeah.
Actually, I won twice. You know, we did much better the second time.
You won twice.
You know, we got millions more votes the second time. But it doesn't compare to this time. There is so much more. We had tremendous enthusiasm when we, you know, I don't call her Crooked Hillary anymore. I call her Beautiful Hillary because I took crooked and used it for Joe. I don't like using it for two people. But we had tremendous enthusiasm in 2016. We had unbelievable more
Mental
enthusiasm in
active.
2020 because we did such a good job. In fact, one of the big problems in 2016 was the wall. It was the border. I fixed it so good that I couldn't talk about it in 2020. I kept saying to my people, I want to talk about the wall. I want to talk about the great job I did on immigration. I stopped people from coming in. They said, sir, nobody cares. You already fixed it. I said, this is a terrible thing.
No, that's not the
fix
reason.
You can't
It was
talk
because it was directly attributed to immigration, detention facilities, and family separation, which was a major point of contention. And Americans were very much against Donald Trump's policies and were infinitely more favorable to Joe Biden, who ran against that and even claimed in the first 100 days that he would reverse a lot of those decisions. He never did. And now Donald Trump is leading by massive margins, almost 20 points on the issue of immigration. You know, abject failure.
The harder you work,
exactly, you're not going to beat his own game in terms of these policies. Like it has to be, like just it's not just an alternative. It's like a completely different vision that we have to actually enact and demonstrate. Can't just like, you know, say one thing, but it's really important that we actually like prove what the other ways of going about this can look like.
The harder I work, the luckier I get. That was an athlete saying that. Amazing, right? It's the first time I heard it. Probably been said by others, but it's true. I can tell you, if you didn't work really hard, there is very little chance that I would be standing here right now. Another part of success is something I learned from my father. I had a wonderful father, wonderful parents. I'm lucky. You got to be lucky. You got to get great parents.
Be born.
If you're going to spend your life working really hard, you have to love it. You have to pick something that you really enjoy. Sometimes your parents will say, don't do that. But you got a little bit, in that case, you got to follow your own way. You got to love it. Ideally, you're going to love something where there's a potential, because there are some things you love, but it's not going to do you so good. So ideally, fall in love with something that's good. Some people go into a business where it's a very hard business. If you can go into business, that's an easier business and do well. But I see it all the time. Somebody has every ingredient for success. Smart, brilliant, everything's good. But they're in a business where you hit your head on the wall. It's a very tough business. Try finding something where it's a great business with a great future, and there are plenty of them out there. My father taught me about construction. But what I really learned from him was that he worked 7 days a week because he really loved to do it. I mean,
your father was massively wealthy, and so were you. This is like, I don't think this works with people. I think like talking about success in business is going to only remind them that like he was born with a silver spoon.
That's one thing I'm not going to top him on. He was married.
He totally was born. I mean,
he was married for a long time,
multi-generational wealth. And it's like wild to me. Well, here's the thing that I love is that with people like this, they talk so much about working hard, and they're like, oh, you got to work really hard. Like I worked really hard for this. Ask someone like that what they did. Like, what did your days actually look like? What did you actually do? And it's like they took a phone call, like, oh wow, you had like a really long lunch with somebody. Like that to them is what work is, like schmoozing with other wealthy people.
Yeah, golfing, cutting checks. And that's why I love Elon Musk buying Twitter and like ruining it permanently, because he showed everyone that, you know, billionaires with multiple jobs don't actually do anything, because he's tweeting all goddamn day. He tweets more than I do. You know, and that's what Trump used to do when he was president, and even when he wasn't president. So
your uncle was always getting degrees. I had to keep building for your uncle to get him through college. He was always up there getting degrees. But he was at MIT for 41 years, a brilliant guy. He used to talk to me about nuclear because he was a nuclear genius, along with a genius about everything else.
The nuclear
genius. And he used
genius.
to say that someday there'll be a time when a small package carried by hand can blow up an entire city. And I said, no way, Uncle John, that's never going to happen, Uncle John. Guess what? He was right a long time ago that he said it. But my father would price a house. And I'd say, how did you price in those days, Dad? He said, pricing was everything. He said, I'd sell a house for $3,999.99.
There ain't no way.
And that one penny made the difference between selling it and not. One penny.
Talking about
if
house
I made
prices.
it $4,000, I wouldn't sell. But psychologically, $3,999.99.
This dude, like,
and he sold houses.
I can't even understate how much of a slumlord model like that he represents, and is like, we talk about so much about rent going up. I mean, in New York City, it is actually insane, but across the country, it's actually insane.
Only 5%. According to Curb.com, only 5% of New Yorkers can actually, or I think like only 5% of availability of rental properties is in the average New Yorker salary range.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of transactions now. For pieces that are being bought in New York City, all cash transactions. Like, it is so unstable and it's so precarious, even just structurally for the city. Like, for all these people who are buying all cash properties, like, who is going to be able to even participate in the service economy that these people like to luxuriate in, when only 5% of the current housing market is even affordable to everyday people? I mean, this is like, it's actually crazy. And all these people doing like this Airbnb, like housing stock hoarding.
Wait, by the way, not to cut you off, but I think there's a medical emergency happening at the rally right now.
2 days. It's tough.
That's why he stopped.
Tough. Thank you.
He said, "Take your time, Doc," and he stepped away from the microphone.
Plenty of time.
And then said, "It's because they love me so much, because they've been waiting for 2 days to see me."
Wow.
Classic. But yes, you're right. They love the service economy. They love service workers. They love dominating service workers. Oh my God, is he gonna throw? Oh, I thought he was gonna throw like a hat at the at the dying Trump supporter.
Oh my God.
She all right? She okay?
That's a big L. Loving Trump so much, you have a medical emergency. Anyway.
Do they normally zoom out crowd shots and things?
right?
I'm surprised they haven't shown it.
Doing okay?
Sometimes it depends on the outlet. This is the outlet that we were watching originally. This is Trump's own personal camera, so they probably won't do that. But previously we were looking at Fox, but their coverage was really bad. Like it just kept cutting out.
Okay. You okay?
There's also 80,000 available
Thank you,
housing
doctor.
units that
Thank
are
you
rent
very much,
controlled
doctors.
that landlords are currently
Got a lot of
sitting on,
doctors
waiting
in
for
the
a
house.
policy change to happen so they can actually unrestrict the rent
you,
caps
darling.
that currently exist.
That's
So
great.
that's another big issue in New York City as
That's
well.
great. Great job.
Yeah, warehousing stabilized or rep-controlled apartments. And right now, there's a coalition. There's like a left coalition in the state assembly that they're trying to push for a lot more housing protections. It didn't quite go through in this session, but a lot of our DSA state level electives were fighting for like good cause eviction and a lot of other tenant protections as well.
Career were in the toughest times, but I enjoyed waking up every single morning and go to battle. A lot of people say to me today, the toughest business people that you know about, could I ask you a question? How do you do it? I say, do what? How do you get up in the morning and put your pants on? Why do you put the pants on? I'll explain it to you someday. How do you do it? How do you get up? How do you do it? How can you want to do with what you do? They're after you. They're after you. These horrible human beings are after you all the time. Impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, lawsuits all up. And they're doing it to injure the political opponent of an incompetent candidate because he can't run fairly and squarely.
I'll be back
And
in
I
a second.
say, you know what I do? I just do it. I put on the blinders. I say, I just do it. We do it. And the other question they ask me is, will it happen again? And we have to make it too big to rig. We got a lot of great people watching. We have to make it too big to rig. But one of the things you need in success is momentum. You need momentum. You got to have, and when you have that momentum going, there's nothing that can stop you. And I tell the story of Bill Levitt. Bill Levitt was a great real estate man, great. Levitt towns all over the country. One of the most successful real estate people at a certain age ever. And he built these massive towns that were, you know, there was nothing like them at the time. And very successful. And he was offered a lot of money to sell to a big public company. And he decided to take it. He was a young man. He was in his 40s. And he said, darling, I'm going to take it. Told his wife, I want to take the money. And for 20 years, he went out, he bought a yacht. He lived a beautiful life. He lived in the south of France. But he got bored. And 21, 22 years later, he said, I want to make a comeback. I can't stand this life anymore. I want to make a comeback. And he went to the company that he sold to, a big public company that did very poorly. They had no idea what they were doing. You know, he used to, by the way, he used to pick up every nail, every piece of wood, he used to sell the sawdust, everything. He would say every penny was a major event. And now you had this big public company. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. So he went back and he made him an offer. They didn't want to sell, and he paid a little more. And he ended up buying it for an okay price. And he was so happy. He said, now I can go back to work. And he went back, and everything he touched turned bad. The market turned on him. The jobs turned on him. He was no longer able to get zoning. He was spending a fortune. He had just purchased it for a lot of money, and he ended up going bankrupt. He was bankrupt. And I was young when I met him, and I was at the party of a very big person, big public company person, and Bill Levitt was there, and I was in the real estate business, so I knew who he was, and you probably indirectly know who. And everybody was shunning him a little bit. Nobody cared about him anymore. But I did, and I went over to him, and I say, "Hi, Mr. Levitt, I'm Donald Trump. I know it. I was doing great. I was sort of like a hot guy. I was hot as a piss.
Oh, God.
I think I was hotter than I am now, and I became president, okay? I don't know.
Oh, my God.
I said to somebody, was I hotter before or hotter now? I don't know. Who the hell knows? Who the hell knows?
Don't
who
know,
the hell
like,
cares, right?
who sits this and
But
watches
he knew
this
who
and
I
is
was,
like,
and I
I'm
went
inspired.
up, I said, so...
Like, this
Are
is...
you okay? And he
this
said...
does it for me.
I'm not really okay. I made a mistake that I'll never forget. And he was, by this time, a pretty old guy. And he was sitting in the corner of this magnificent Fifth Avenue
Apparently,
apartment where there were 25 verses.
Bill Levitt was, according to Times of Israel, famous for king of the suburbs, keeping black people out of suburbia. The guy he's talking about.
If he was I mean, speaking of Trump's long record here, Westchester County, which is just north of the Bronx here, Trump had like this big ruling against him for discrimination and anti-black and racial discrimination in Westchester County, and I wonder if this guy was involved in that.
And I've never forgotten that story. And it was a sad story. He was a good man, too. I thought he was a good man, but did an unbelievable job. Today, you have Levittowns all over the country, and pretty amazing. But you have to always keep moving forward. And when it's your time, you have to know it's your time. And I said to myself, in terms of politics, I said, you know what? We did so well in number one. We did even better in number two. I said, we got to do it again because you have to do it. Maybe I'm wrong. And I'm not doing it for myself. I'm doing it to make America great.
Apparently, William Levitt also even allowed a policy in Strathmore on Long Island to keep Jewish people out of the suburbs as well.
Wow.
He was the segregation king.
Because I'd go and I'd have 50,000 people at a rally. She'd go and have 200 people. And then they say, why did I win Michigan? Why did I win Pennsylvania? Why did I win all these states that a Republican hadn't won in many years? Why? And by the way, we're up in Pennsylvania. We're up in Michigan. We're up in New Hampshire today. We're up in Florida at numbers that you wouldn't even believe. But I also think it's very important to know what you want. You have to set your sights high. Set your sights so high, higher than you ever thought possible, and make your goals big and go after it. That's why I say we won't just make New York a little better. I say we want to make New York a lot better, better than it ever was before, right? And finally, you have to take pride in your accomplishments. Do not take for granted what you've achieved. Forget it. It's over. It's good for your confidence, but it's over. Go forward. Think to the future, not to the past, but learn from the past.
It's like his commencement.
Yeah. He's
wherever
for
I go,
Trump
I know
University.
that if I could,
This is very different. This is very different than his other speeches. I've never seen him talk about success this much, and I think it's probably because like he wanted to recalculate, like retriangulate his speech to the audience that he's listening to, that he's speaking to. So I don't think he can be like as racist, I guess he assumes, because he's in the Bronx.
I think that's what it is. He had to like cut the whole like racism bit, and so he's gonna try to do this like
normally he would be spending this entire block talking about migrants and how they're like rapists and murderers and stuff like that.
I find it interesting though, because they did want to like seize on and try to exploit the asylum issue and like all of the busing from DeSantis to New York City. They wanted to use that. They wanted to like kind of seize on the public safety stuff. And he's not really doing that here. He's like decided to do this like, I don't even know, like pseudo inspirational type of thing. And I wonder what led them to make that recalculation.
I think because he understands that ultimately the broader New York community cares more about inflation, and this hits Biden harder. He can tell poor people. He'll tie it back to how, see, he's like tying it back to how he was making America great and the economy was good, considering that that's the #1 most salient issue for Biden voters as well as Republican voters. Instead of talking about like migrant panic, which works really well in like southern
called the migrant crime. We have a migrant crime happening now. You add that to the
Never
crime
mind,
already.
he's getting into it now.
A terrible statistic. Venezuela was a very crime-ridden country. They just announced a month ago 67, but now they just announced 72% reduction in crime in Venezuela. In Caracas, they took their gang members, they took their drug dealers, they are emptying out their prisons, they're taking everybody that's a problem and they're dumping them into the United States of America. We're like a dumping ground. But many countries are doing that. I would say eventually all countries would be doing that. If I headed up Honduras, if I headed up any one of the countries that are neighboring or not neighboring, and we're not talking about just South America countries, we're talking about countries from Africa. The other day, 22, think of it, 22 people from the Congo. Where do you live? We came from jail. What did you do in jail? We don't want to tell you. They're now living happily. They come from Africa. They come from Asia. They come from all over the world. They come from the Middle East. Yemen. We're bombing Yemen. Here we go with the bombs again. We're bombing Yemen. And people are coming in from Yemen. Large numbers of people are coming in from China. And if you look at these people, did you see them? They are physically fit. They're 19 to 25. Almost everyone is a male. And they look like fighting age. I think they're building an army. They had 29,000 people over the last... I think they're building... They want to get us from within. I think they're building an army. This is not... You know, it's interesting. Did you see them? They all have tents. They all have gas-fired stoves. I mean, this is not like an illegal immigrant. This is... They're building something. They have something in mind.
Wow.
We're going to end all of that stuff. They respected your president. They respected our country. And we're not going to let people... We are not going to let these people come in and take our city away from us and take our country away from us. It's not going to happen.
I like the crowd looks.
No, who would let people, seriously?
Not from the city at all. They're like, yeah, we're going to take our city back.
Institutions. They cannot stay. We will immediately begin the largest criminal deportation operation in our country's history because this situation is sustainable
like that dude,
by no country. No country.
The hands that you can see are all black and brown hands that are going, yeah, hell yeah. Like the ones that you can see. It's like the rest of the country would view them just like they have very famously on numerous occasions told you, Alexandria, that you know, you don't belong here, that you're not a legacy American. It is not done on the virtue of your immigration status. You've been in this, your family's been in this country for longer than, you know, Donald Trump's family has.
Yeah.
But seems like he is seen as more of a legacy American than you for some weird reason. A lot of those people don't recognize that, I think.
17 million people, and these are
I mean,
not
this
necessarily
is
people
super
that are gonna help us
seriously
as a country.
because I mean, not even
They're coming from so many
like
places.
separate just from an immigration question. This is kind of the groundwork of fascism, right? Where you start to not only identify targets and social classes that you seek to subjugate, but also this idea of building up a kind of an internal army, right, in order to justify his continued use of building up of CBP and kind of the wielding Homeland Security forces, which notoriously don't have a good jurisdiction. And we've seen this. We saw this around Black Lives Matter protests, even before that with the Dakota XL pipeline and everything that's going on. It is the use of Homeland Security, which the resources get pumped into because of this anti-immigrant rhetoric, and then they turn around with these new resources due to that political toxicity, and they wield it on journalists. They wield it on surveillance of activists. They wield it on all sorts of cities and different places where people are organizing around grassroots mass popular movements. I mean, this is like just the playbook here. This is the playbook here.
BORTAC, the Special Weapons and Tactics unit for ICE, for CBP, that gets training literally like overseas, was very much functional during the Portland wing of the Black Lives Matter protest. They were, black bagging and tagging people in unmarked vans. And,
they had drones over these protests. I mean, this is the part that's like actually quite scary, quite scary.
Recently told they had to stay at home from school so their classrooms could be turned into housing for thousands of
right?
Which by
thousands of migrants.
It was like one evening.
Yeah.
The kids weren't even in school. And the next day the kids were like, it was totally fine.
Yeah, it was necessary because there was what was it? It was I think it was like a tornado warning or something, right?
Yeah, and I think it was flooding or something like that might have happened.
It was due to weather conditions that they wanted to offer like structured shelter to the migrants for literally one evening, and they're still using that as a talking point. And of course, many of these people don't care, they don't know, and they see it on Fox News, and then it's reiterated and it becomes a matter of fact, even though it's not correct.
It didn't have anything to do with stakes or people or illegal immigration, but this has to do with illegal immigration, and I think it's very accurate, actually.
Oh, is he
and
doing the snake story?
But I'll go and we'll do it.
See, this is a classic.
Some of you have heard it, and
Okay,
many
I don't
of you
know this
haven't.
one.
But we're going to do it right now for the great people of the Bronx.
You knew
elsewhere.
what I was when you
love
brought
the
me
Bronx.
in. It's a
We
poem.
love
It's a
the
fascist
Bronx.
poem that he loves reading.
This is that
Are you ready?
scorpion thing?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
On her work, and you know what? You know what this is all about, right? Did you know? You've heard this before? Have you heard
See,
it?
this is
We
type
got the
5. He's like, you
greatest
guys
people
want
here.
this.
On her way to work one morning, down the path along the lake, a tender-hearted woman saw a poor half-frozen snake. His
dang
pretty
it.
colored skin had been all
Off piece
frosted
of
with the
paper.
dew. Poor thing, he said. I'll take you in, and I'll take care
Fascist
of you.
poetry, man.
Take me in, oh tender woman.
thought
Take
I'd see
me in,
it.
for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She wrapped him up all cozy in a comforter of silk and laid him by the fireside with some honey and some milk. She hurried home from work that night, and soon as she arrived, she found the pretty snake she'd taken in had been revived. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. She clutched him to her bosom. You're so
This
beautiful, she cried.
A chain
But if
email
I hadn't
that
brought you
old
in by
people
now,
used to
you
forward to
truly
each
would have
other all the
died.
time, like back in the early
Skin
2000s.
again and
Yeah.
kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying thank you, ma'am, the snake gave her a vicious bite. Take me in, oh tender woman, take me in for heaven's sake. Take me in, oh tender woman, sighed the vicious snake. I saved you, cried the woman, and you've bitten me, but why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die. Shut up, silly woman, said the reptile with a grin. You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in. So when we allow people from prisons, when we allow people from insane asylums and mental institutions, which are being emptied out all over the world, you know, their prison populations are going way down. You know why? Because they're being dumped into the United States. When we are allowing terrorists at numbers that we've never seen before, remember the snake. Remember the snake. Because you're going to get bitten like you never got bitten before, and you need a new president, and you have to get rid of this person who is not a smart person, not a respected person, and doesn't have a clue what the hell is happening. So that's the snake. Did you enjoy the snake?
Did you enjoy
On day
the
one,
snake?
I will seal the border and I will stop the invasion of our country. Very sadly, in recent years, we have also seen our city destroyed by bad radical left pro-crime policy that virtually everyone, Republican, Democrat, Independent, everyone, you all know it's a disaster. You know the names of these lunatic.
This was the OG failure, in my opinion. Like even in the midterms, when Democrats also capitulated to the crime panic, which was completely fabricated by local media and also the very same police departments. Then turned around and were like, actually, we didn't get defunded, and also actually crime is down.
My favorite is Walgreens.
Yeah, it is. And yes, Walgreens CFO very famously publicly apologized for saying, okay, maybe we exaggerated a little bit the way that crime was the way that crime was causing us to shut down our brick and mortar retail stores. Ridiculous stuff. And that should have been the first indication that capitulation to right-wing framing is obviously going to be devastating policy, which in my opinion caused the likes of Lee Zeldin and even George Santos, who I apparently is at this rally right now.
Oh yeah, I saw something about that.
To flip a district and also to gain more legitimacy, more prominence in New York politics. There's no way. Did we miss the AOC mention? Oh no.
Did I get
Viktor Orban? Did you ever hear of him? Prime Minister.
Here, I'll run it back.
Do things, and he's not going to vote for him. You just know. We got to win. If we just win the state, it just puts it right. It's such a big state.
Oh, you guys lied? There was no AOC mention. Never mind.
You're going to have a president and people, but you're going to have a president that understands what we have to do. We have to be nice about it, but we have to do things, and we're going to be done. And the world is going to figure Trump out. Trump was a rather difficult person, but he used the word afraid. I don't use it. I don't use afraid. I use the word respect. They respected your president. They respected the United States of America. And they're going to do it again, and it's going to happen fast. But we have to get this absolute disaster. The worst president in history. He makes Jimmy Carter look like he had a brilliant administration. The only happy person about Joe Biden is Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy looks brilliant by comparison. I also want to thank New York's finest.
His boomer resentment towards Jimmy Carter is also hilarious.
I love our firemen.
It is.
I love our teachers. These are incredible people.
And meanwhile, Jimmy Carter is probably one of the most beloved former presidents.
Right where it belongs.
That
a few weeks
is
ago,
around.
I visited with a grieving family, New York police officer Jonathan Diller. What a beautiful family. He was a beautiful person. He was 31 years old, gunned down during a traffic stop by a vicious thug. And just horrible, leaving his beautiful young wife behind, a son, Ryan, behind, 1-year-old son. And it was the saddest day. It was a horrible thing. Opened the door and just started shooting him. The criminal charge was savagely murdering Officer Dillon, who was previously arrested by the NYPD 21 times. And he was allowed to go out because of the political things they do here. I'm the only one they want to keep. If I ever said, I want no bail, they'd say, you got to pay a fortune. If I ever say, oh, no cash bail, that sounds good. That sounds good. No, it doesn't apply to Trump. I'm the only one it doesn't apply to, probably. And the accomplice driving the car had been arrested 14 times and was actually a far more violent person. And his nickname was Killer. They called him Killer. These dangerous and violent repeat offenders should never have been on our streets. Jonathan should be alive today, but they were released again and again and again. I will not sit by and accept this reckless insanity when I am in the White House. I will stand up to the Marxist DAs and Soros prosecutors, and we will tell them, no more. We're not going to stand for it. We will not let them destroy our communities. We will not let them destroy our country. There's a 53% increase in felony assaults on your subways. 53%. That's in a short period of time. Since 2019, murders are up more than 20%. Shootings are up more than 30%. I'm going to indemnify all police officers and law enforcement officials throughout the United States to protect them from being destroyed by the radical left for taking strong actions on crime. And remember, Black, Hispanic, Asian people need this protection and safety more than anyone else. Don't ever forget it. And after years of talk by the radical left Democrats, we are going to give them the protection they need, and we're going to protect our police. We're going to make sure they do a great job. They can do it very quickly. They know who the bad guys are. They know everything about them. They know their name. They know their middle initial. We're going to insist that if a violent criminal murders a police officer, they receive the death penalty. It's going to be quick. And I also want to work with your mayor and your governor, happen to be Democrats, to clean up the homeless encampments so that you can once again enjoy your parks and your public spaces. Right now, you don't have public spaces. They're occupied by migrants in tents. Pleasures as simple as a walk in the park or watching your children again play in a Little League game.
It's just
will
like,
come roaring back,
it
and
almost, I mean, he attributes all the homelessness to the migrant crisis, when in fact it's obviously born out of material conditions and the fact that
housing costs. There's a direct relation
costs.
between rising rents and the size of the homeless population.
Years ago, people with severe mental illness were in mental institutions, and then a certain governor, I won't mention the name because at this point, what difference? They dumped all of them into the streets because they said those institutions were too expensive to run. So now they live on our streets.
That was Ronald Reagan.
This is no good for anybody. It's bad for the people who need help, and it's bad for the people of our city, and it's a horrible, horrible way to live. I want to work in partnership with your local leaders, Democrats, pretty much all, and move the severely mentally ill off your streets and back into a place where they can get help and the help that they desperately need.
Put them.
Yeah, which by the way,
they put them all in Rikers, and when they talk about people being in and out, it's because they take people with severe mental illnesses who have no recourse, that have zero support systems in society, then are invariably and very often left to the streets, and then they're just called they just call the police on them because there's no health care, there's no social safety net, and they just go in and out of Rikers every time. And then as the weather gets cold, a lot of them intentionally go to Rikers because they have no other place to go and need a warm meal. I mean, this is a cycle that we see over and over and over again because we've systematically defunded any sort of public healthcare system. And in New York City specifically, we had a really robust network of public hospitals. We still do have public hospitals. Oh, and here's Ruben Diaz, who is a notorious homophobe, misogynist, local elected official, father of the former borough president, but they actually have very different set of politics in terms of how they enacted their policies.
I used to be city council member. Today
he was my city councilman.
For various reasons. But I want to tell you first that as a Puerto Rican, as a Hispanic, I want to apologize to you for the conduct of George Juan Merchant. As a Hispanic, I want to apologize.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Also,
this is literally the Vivek Ramaswamy and Coulter situation. Like,
he has been used to destroy you. But
I
we
will
know better than
understand this dude's cat either. Like, you are in Parkchester in the Bronx.
As a minister,
where'd you get this from?
President of the New York Hispanic Clergy Organization. I want to tell AOC.
Oh, here we go. What's up? What's up?
He loves it.
He does love it.
This morning, she intended to become a prophet.
Oh, it's because it was raining this morning, and I said God is good.
Even God doesn't want
he's a pastor.
He's a pastor?
He's a pastor, and he has all these, he has this network of churches.
Madame Prophet
that he has,
AOC.
That he has, here, I'll let him say
what you have become a false prophet.
False prophet.
Look at what a beautiful day. That means that not only you guys want Trump in the Bronx, because if we're going to measure that for the weather, then I would say humbly that even God wants you in the Bronx.
This guy's awesome.
Yeah. You know, there's a really funny story brought Ted Cruz to the Bronx in 2016. And he brought him to a school.
I want to
and the kids all walked out.
I want to close by saying, Mr. President, I want to join you in having the Bronx great again. Please accept this Democrat this black Puerto Rican with a kinky hair and a broken English, please accept my endorsement for you as a president. Thank you very much.
Wow.
He's surely going to hit 17% this time now.
Yeah.
Beautiful job.
The Bronx is falling.
Thank you very much. How nice was that? I didn't expect that. Really? That was beautiful. You know, it's always dangerous to do that. You never know what's going to come out. Maybe he'll change his mind coming up, but he doesn't change his mind. That man is a winner. He's a winner and a great man. Thank you very much, Ruben.
What does that even mean? What's going to come out about
Also with us
him? What
is
the hell?
New York native and current U.S. Congressman. He's hot as a pistol. Oh, boy, he has a future. And he's a great friend of mine, Byron Donalds. Come up, please, Byron.
He's got Byron Donald.
Oh, yeah, Byron opened for him, which I don't know why. Like, I mean, I do know why. It's because he's black.
Yeah.
But that's it. That's like because he's Florida. Like, what the hell is he doing over there in the Bronx?
Yeah, what is he doing here?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Mr. President,
work with Byron on the oversight
there's
committee.
more of them here now than when I was up about an hour and a half ago. If there's one thing we know, is that this man was one of the best presidents this country has ever had.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Look at that crowd.
And if there's another thing,
Dude, yeah, I love the zoom out shot
make him the
here.
47th
Yes,
president
this
of the
looks like
United
a
States.
crowd of Bronxites to me. Wow. I like
Thank you,
I like
Byron.
this guy
Great. What a
holding
good
the sign that says
future.
Dub Bronx.
Here
And I'm
as
like,
well as
"Where are you
rapper
from?"
Chef G. Does everybody know Chef? Where is Chef G?
28% black.
Where is he?
56% Hispanic.
Come on up, fellas.
Is the Bronx
Sleepy
demographics,
Hollow.
by the
like
way.
70, yeah, it's like 70 to 80% people of color.
Come on
Yeah.
up here, fellas. How are you, man? Hey. Oh, I like that. I want to get that done.
Who's this?
I don't know.
One thing I want to say.
Chef G.
They always gonna whisper your accomplishments
Sleepy
and shout
Hollow.
your failures. Trump
He's
gonna
from
shout
Sleepy
the
Hollow.
wins for all of us.
That's Westchester as well. That's Westchester County as well.
Make America great again.
Wow.
No, his name is Sleepy Hollow. His name is Sleepy Hollow. I don't know.
Thank you very much. That's where I like those teeth. I want to find out where you did. I got to get my teeth like that.
Oh, my God.
I want that to
my
happen to me.
God. Would do it.
For somebody with a fantastic future in the Republican Party and beyond, Gavin Wax. Thank you. Young Republicans, Gavin, wherever you are. Thank you, Gavin. Adam Solis of New York, Young Republicans, who's been fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good job
Wild.
you're doing. Madeline Brame of Blacksit. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you very much. Somebody that's a real star in politics and done an incredible job and so popular.
I think
in
I gotta
Nassau
bounce
County,
soon.
the county executive, Nassau
Okay.
County, Bruce.
Thank you. So thank you so
Blakeman.
much
Come
for
up,
having
Bruce,
me on.
for a second.
Appreciate
Come
it.
up, Bruce.
Thank you for coming on. We're also fundraising right now. Creators for Palestine, like a bunch of
Amazing.
yeah, like 50 plus YouTubers have gotten together to raise money for numerous charities that are currently working on the ground. And we've raised $663,000 so far.
That's incredible.
With a goal of $1 million, which you guys can also donate to as well. And
Yeah, totally.
thank you so much for coming on. And you're very tapped into what's going on online. So I'm glad we were able to do this, and hopefully we'll be able to do it again soon. Maybe
Totally.
under better circumstances and not just like listening to Trump ramble.
Yeah, 100%. Maybe we'll set up another gaming stream soon. But thank you so much for having me on, Hasan. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, and we're happy to be supportive and amplify any fundraising as well. Shout out to you guys for launching Creators for Palestine, and thanks to everyone who's also been chipping in to help out with that, because I know there's just horrible atrocity unfolding genocide that we've got going on right now, and we have to do everything we can from a grassroots level to a policy level to change it up. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Back to Donald Trump.
I didn't know. I woke up, I said, I wonder, will it be hostile or will it be friendly? It was beyond friendly. It was a love fest. From the very first day that we take back the White House, I believe we are going to have the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. We're going to restore peace through strength. We're going to keep radical Islamic terrorists out of our country. We're going to protect our great seniors, and I will never let anyone touch your Medicare or your Social Security. Under the Democrat program, they will be gone. We are going to restore free speech in America. We are going to fight for your right to school choice, something you all want. And I will not allow schools to impose COVID vaccine mandates or mask mandates.
What? What are we talking about? It's 2024, man. It's like bringing up the top of the hour ad break. It's 2024, brother. What the hell are we doing here? He resorted back to the old speech.
Secure our elections. But all of this, saving New York and saving America, starts
What does he know that we don't know? He knows that at the top of the hour, the real vaccine is subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
Terrible. You're destroying our country, Joe. Get out. If you want to help, you must vote. I believe that we can win New York State. We have levels of support that nobody's seen before. I mean, look at this. So register, volunteer, turn out everyone you know. Don't assume it doesn't matter just because you live in a blue city. You live in a blue city, but it's going red very, very quickly. We must work together as a team to win. New York has always been the home of proud patriots like you. You are proud patriots. You love this. You love this city. You love this state, and you love our country. New York was the city loved by Teddy Roosevelt, Norman Rockwell, the great Flo Ziegfeld, General Douglas MacArthur, George Gershwin, Frank Sinatra, and in baseball alone, Babe Ruth, Lou Gehrig, Joe DiMaggio, Jackie Robinson, and many, many others. It's a city where workers and skilled craftsmen strode across steel beams 80 stories high to build the great Empire State Building and the Chrysler Building and all of the others. It's the city that lit up the shining lights of Broadway, that turned Times Square from a seedy, dirty, long-forgotten area into one of the greatest crossroads of light and glamour anywhere in the world. It's the city that produced generations of everyday American heroes who willingly spilled their blood and gave everything they had to make America into the greatest nation in the history of the world. Above all, this is the place that every one of us here today has been proud to call our home, our town, our city. And we are the ones who are going to make our city great again. It was hardworking patriots like you who built this city, and it is hardworking patriots, and this is something you can say it, and you can say it 1,000,000 times, and you can emblazon it. It's hardworking patriots like you who are going to save our country. You are going to save our country. We're going to get out and vote like never before. We're going to make it too big to rig.
He didn't mention abortion once, understandably.
Too big to rig. So one thing they can't guard against, working together, there is nothing we cannot do and no height we cannot achieve. Together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again.
Bars.
We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. We will make America great again. Thank you, Bronx. Thank you, New York. We love you. Thank you. God bless everybody. God bless you.
He didn't mention trans people. He spent a very small amount of time talking about immigrants and immigrant crime in comparison to how much he spends on that issue alone. I'm actually surprised he didn't mention AOC. Do you think he'll die of an Ozempic overdose before the election? No. They still would have cheered for him even if he did mention abortion. He would literally shoot a baby on stage and his loyals would foam at the mouth of excitement. Yeah. Kind of a weak rally, not gonna lie, a bit disappointed. I mean, dude, he needs to figure out when to cut it so that these guys can go back to Staten Island in their lifted trucks before nighttime, because he's terrified Trump's holding a rally in the Bronx, and AOC's commentary has 11.5K more viewers than his campaign's official stream. Lol. We were technically watching his official stream. Has he dropped the executing drug dealers? No. He now is talking about. He's now talking about. Dude, that's so funny. No, AOC's not coming on today. He didn't talk about executing drug dealers, but he did say a death penalty for anyone who hurts a cop. But yeah, like I said, he has to end the speech short because when at nighttime comes around, these guys are already afraid of the Bronx. There's gonna be too. It's a black and brown neighborhood. HasanAbi hit is at the rally. I already ran the top of the hour ad break. He brought up drill rapper from Brooklyn, Chef G. Eric Adams hates him. Yeah, I mean, it was kind of mid. It wasn't that good overall. It wasn't that good overall. It was like I said, it was kind of mid.
As President Trump makes a campaign stop in the Bronx, something that hasn't happened since Ronald Reagan in 1980. And
look at all these Bronx people, bro.
The fact that there are a lot of people still, trying to get into this place. 3 words for you. Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, but Madison Square Garden, the night that the American German Bund movement marched to Madison Square Garden, that's what they're talking about.
What we just saw here in the Bronx is going to be anything of a sample of what it will be like at Madison Square Garden, right in the heart of Midtown Manhattan. Can you believe it? Wow. We want to thank our friends at the Birch Gold Group. It's always good to have a backup plan for that dollar. Gold, silver, precious metals.
That's so funny. He's shilling fucking gold. Where are the buses to get those people back to Alabama or wherever they came from? First of all, they came from Staten Island. Secondly, there are no buses because the Trump campaign does not have money. So he's shilling ivermectin.
These are the kind of things that work for different kinds of viruses.
They're still selling ivermectin? That's crazy. Anyway, yeah, I saw the AOC tweet. I already retweeted it, chatters. Will Trump be out front with a bucket taking donations? I don't know. We'll see. Will he be dual casting the elections on YouTube? Would also be good. Potentially. They come from Long Island and Staten Island. Yeah. Oh, man. What a day. What a day. Overall, I think, look, if election were tomorrow, do you think Trump wins? It looks like it. Polling data shows that he does win. Anyway, will he be wearing prison black or orange on election day? We're not going to do Batman yet. Hold on. There was a couple different things I wanted to cover. The House Democrats are wilding out. I should have mentioned this with AOC, but Speaker Mike Johnson tells me that Senator Schumer agreed to invite Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Biden admin working with social media companies to limit pro-Palestinian content, from Ken Klippenstein. The Biden administration has publicly admitted that it's working with tech companies to limit Hamas's use of online platforms, including social media. Part of its campaign to suppress pro-Palestinian and anti-Israel sentiment. Though there has been much speculation that the federal government is pressuring social media companies to police their networks, this is the first official confirmation of its counterterrorism efforts. A little notice readout from a May 15 Hague meeting between the State Department's coordinator for counterterrorism, Elizabeth Richard, and other governments said that Richard updated the group on the U.S. efforts to engage tech companies in voluntary collaboration to limit Hamas's use of online platforms, including social media, for terrorist purposes. Oh boy, I'm getting banned, boys. While the U.S. government's efforts to communicate warnings to social media companies on a variety of subjects from Ukraine to COVID-19, those platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook have long banned terrorist organizations like Hamas. Now, however, the federal government is pressuring companies to ban Hamas-linked accounts and those of pro-Palestinian Americans. Hamas is formally designated terrorist organization, so it makes sense that counter-terror officials like Richard would target their communications, broadly speaking. But with evidence that Americans are getting banned from social media for posts regarding the Israel-Hamas war, the U.S. government needs to make clear what the exact nature of its coordination. Have I ever gotten Ken Klippenstein on broadcast? Yes. With social media companies on the subject and how American speech is being protected. The State Department and National Security Council did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Shortly after Hamas, but like Meta, parent company to apps like Instagram and Facebook, went a step further, banning Hamas-linked accounts and even ones without any link to Hamas for alleged praise of dangerous organizations, a category the company relies heavily on the U.S. government's list of terrorist organizations to define. That's exactly what happened to Sean King. The account was disabled due to multiple instances of praise for designated entities in violation of our policies, a Meta spokesman said in an email to King. King told me that the ban came in response to a letter he had posted to his Instagram. In it, he praised the Houthi rebels in Yemen for blocking commerce heading towards Israel in the Red Sea, calling it one of the most peaceful options to stop this genocide available to you, and thanking them for trying to end the murder of over 25,000 Palestinians. When prompted about their terrorist designation, King points out correctly that at the time of his Instagram post, the Biden administration had delisted them, which is true. We do not allow individuals or organizations. King told me U.S. government had a direct role in him being banned. My attorney said that after the meeting with Meta, that it was clear that the U.S. government had asked them to shut down my account. I mean, I don't know how right that is. I don't know if I trust that, but I don't know if the U.S. government had a hand in shutting down Sean King when, like, there are way more prominent accounts. Anyway, maybe look briefly at the Scotty Scheffler footage versus the police report. Wait, what? Scotty Scheffler footage versus the police report. The fuck? Anyway, the golfer body camera footage came out of the golfer getting arrested. Anyway, Meta's policies and practices have been silencing voices in support of Palestine and Palestinian human rights. The report singled out Meta's ban. Oh, Human Rights Watch detailed the censorious actions that Meta has engaged in. Also, here was a okay. This reporting is all right.
Looking forward to the rally, Mr. Santos?
Absolutely, always.
What do you expect to happen?
Quite frankly, I have no expectations today. We're in the Bronx, so.
You looking forward to
Why people are upset about the police because they brutalize a rich golfer? My man's got the titty sweat and everything. He's just looking disrespectful. Louisville police released new video arrest of golfer Scotty Scheffler. Police released a new video that apparently shows his car moments after the police say he refused to comply with an order to stop and drag the detective to the ground, but the video does not show the moment the detective says he was dragged to the ground. Oh, yeah, this, like I said, Mike Johnson saying that Senator Schumer has also agreed to invite Netanyahu to address a joint session of Congress. Absolute masterclass in being a fucking idiot. Congratulations to Charles Jebediah Schumer for once again proving that he is an incompetent moron and also inconsistent. Santos got the same energy from earlier. Like, honestly, who the fuck even knows what could happen, sis? That's why I'm here. What a time to be alive. Bernie Sanders says he won't attend if Prime Minister Netanyahu is invited in addressing Congress. I already covered this earlier. Wonder how AOC felt about the railroad strike in 2022. You should have asked her about voting to end the railroad strike and voting to fund the police. So as far as AOC goes, or as far as the railroad strike goes, I've talked about this quite a bit. I was incredibly critical of the Biden administration at the time. And one thing that they quietly did, which I don't really understand why they did quietly, was actually go back to the union leadership and then take their demands directly to the corporations and enforce those demands. So the irony here is that, like, it was yet another incredible Brandon moment where his administration, and Pete Buttigieg leading the helm, by the way, as transportation secretary, turned around and quietly enforced the demands, the reasonable demands that the railroad unions had made. At the time, I covered it and even talked about how the railroad unions literally fucking praised the Biden administration for getting their needs and getting the railroad companies to address their needs and their demands, which is why I find it very strange that people still bring it up. But this doesn't mean that, like, Brandon is a champion of the working class or anything like that. But it is funny. But you're right about the police part, 100%. The police part is ridiculous, and it's something that I did bring up when I was talking about the crime panic. They wanted a progressive win that politics wonks like us would find out about, but didn't want the progressive optics of scaring away small business tyrants from voting for them. I know, but it's a fucking miscalculation. In any case, I think it's a miscalculation in general not to show that in the forefront of your campaigning. But it would be ridiculous of me to bring that up with AOC when there's, like, infinitely more prescient things I should have talked about, like Israel-Palestine related, but unfortunately there was a limited amount of time. As a rank and file railroader, it's a lot more complicated than that. Oh yeah, this is a rank and file railroader, Notters _smoke time. Leadership of a few craft a few of the craft unions have come out in praise of the Biden admin, but the majority of employees still feel sold out as he did nothing to help with things like safety or the draconian attendance policies. Oh yeah, I should have mentioned that there is of course much to be done still, that the railroad unions were making demands on, very reasonable things that would actually improve safety both for the workers themselves but also for the public in general, especially at a time when there's a shit ton of derailments happening, which, you know, happen all the time, 1,000 a fucking year, but at least 3 a day. However, of course, that would be a bridge too far. No, it's not just East Palestine. I'm saying 3 a day for the chatters that don't know. And it's a direct consequence of cost-cutting measures implemented by those very same railroad companies. Oh, anyway, turn the fan on. Fan to clear away the smoke? What smoke? Oh, not our smoke time. That's why you guys are doing that. The Biden campaign isn't running, it's walking. Barely, not even. Apparently, this is a disastrous interview by Isaac Chodener, where he talked to the Democratic strategist Simon Rosenberg about why he thinks Biden isn't currently losing to Trump, whether he and the White House are too optimistic about the state of the campaign, and why he doesn't like poll averages. Most polls show Donald Trump leading in the swing states, but the Democratic Party strategist Simon Rosenberg believes the president's chances are better than the surveys suggest. This is a good insight into understanding where the fuck the Democrats are coming from, the mania of it all. President Biden is trailing Donald Trump by 1 point in national polls. The gap is larger in most of the so-called swing states, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, Georgia, and Nevada. 7% in Nevada. Moreover, in both 2016 and 2020, most polls ended up understating Trump's support. This year, the head-to-head polls and Biden's unpopularity have made many Democrats anxious about the coming election. One of the most prominent Democrats who seem to share Biden's sense of optimism is Simon Rosenberg, a longtime strategist for the party who runs the Substack Hopium Chronicles and who is known to share good polls and good vibes with his audience on Twitter. During our conversation, we discussed Trump's polling numbers, blah, blah, blah. A lot of Democrats and libs are worried about the state of presidential race. You seem to have a different take. I think there has been a tendency in recent years among commentators to overestimate the strength of Republicans and underestimate our strength. And we saw that play out in 2022. Oh my God, they keep going back to 2022. As another member said, our contracts are insanely complicated, but after the whole ordeal at BNSF, we got 5 paid sick days with the ability to convert 3 more paid days off into sick days. And at BNSF with the rest of cycles now, which gives us ample time off now. I'm loving our new rest cycles, which makes it feel like we have a life now and our undeniable paid sick time off. Yeah. What is this? Does Trump winning endanger trans people? Please don't laugh. I'm being serious. I'm scared for trans people. It's understandable to be scared for trans people, considering that the Republicans have already completely sidestepped legislation at the congressional level and are enacting their evil agenda against trans people and many other forms of civil liberties that they're restricting at the state level. They're utilizing the state legislature currently as it stands. There's been more anti-trans legislation that is passed under the Biden administration in the past 4 years than ever before. The fundamental dynamic of our politics in the spring of 2022 has been consistent Democratic overperformance and consistent Republican underperformance. Yeah, Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade, Roe v. Wade. Yeah, and this has been particularly true after Dobbs. The whole political landscape in America changed fundamentally with Dobbs. This is true. Damn, Edgar Mentum is writing for The Nation now? That's crazy. Who let this guy write? Anyway, you're definitely right that various commentators were wrong about 2022, but broadly speaking, the polls were pretty accurate. No, that's not true. That's not true. I mean, we have to stop. People have to stop saying that. The real clear politics final map for the Senate was 54 seats to the Republicans based on averages. The actual projection was 53 seats. This is from 538. Despite a loud chorus of naysayers, they're not correct. Hold on, let me finish reading. Despite a loud chorus of naysayers claiming that the polls were either underestimating Democratic support or biased yet again against Republicans, the polls were more accurate in 2022 than in any cycle since at least 1998, with almost no bias towards either party. They're wrong about that. I mean, they're just wrong. They're wrong. I mean, I'm presenting you with facts. How in the world could polling averages be correct if they ended up with 54 seats in the Senate? Some of the Senate races were perceived to be close. The Democrats won those races when some people thought Republicans were going to narrowly win them. No, but what 538 wrote is not true, and I have clear definitive proof. The entire political commentary in the final month before the election settled on the red wave. Shane Goldmeyer wrote in the New York Times, I was mocked and attacked by Nate Silver, by Dave Wasserman, and by all these other folks. Part of the reason I got the election right when almost nobody else did was that I separated out the Republican heavy polling from the independent polling. And what we saw consistently is that in independent polling, the election looked close and competitive. He's literally just repeating what 538's analysis was. I hate to hand it to 538, but it's crazy. He's saying exactly what the fuck? As 538 makes clear in their piece, while the polls in a few closely watched races like Arizona's governorship and Pennsylvania's Senate seat were biased towards Republicans, the polls overall still had a bit of bias towards Democrats. That's because generic ballot polls, the most common type of poll last cycle, had a weighted average bias of D plus 1.9, and the polls of several less closely watched races like the governorship in Ohio and Florida also skewed towards Democrats. I'm ending the interview because what you're doing is ridiculous. Wait, why? And I don't care. What you're saying is not true, and I don't care. I know that what 538 wrote. I live this every day. And so the point is what you're saying is wrong. I'm on the record saying what 538 has written was incorrect, and I've given you definitive proof otherwise. So if you want to keep coming back at this, do it. But this has become one of the most ridiculous interviews that I've ever done in my entire professional career. Totally fair. Can I ask you a different question? Yes. I saw you said Trump to me is a much weaker candidate than he was in 2016 and 2020. Can you talk more about that? Much weaker. So I think, first of all, his performance on the stump is far more degraded. He's clearly diminished. He's far more erratic. He's making a lot of mistakes that are heard in the campaign when he speaks. Second, his agenda is far more extreme, more dangerous, and will be far easier to exploit by the Democrats. According to a CNN poll in April, 55% of Americans say that they think Trump's presidency was a success. Compare that with 2020 when his job approval was around 44% on election day. In November 2016, his favorability rating was 34% in Gallup. Now his favorability rating is in the low 40s. Right, so the assumption with everything I'm telling you is that what I believe is going to happen as the campaign is prosecuted over the next 5.5 months. There are 6 things now that are true about him that were not true in 2020, that all voters are going to come to know in the following months. They are that he raped E. Jean Carroll in the department store dressing room, that he foresaw one of the largest financial frauds in American history, and he's been fined hundreds of millions of dollars for that he stole American... Okay, literally these 2 things right off the jump are objectively correct, and yet Americans already know and don't give a shit. No one cares about that. So he's wrong on the 2 out of the 6. That he stole American secrets. He lied to the FBI. Don't know if they care about that as much either. He shared those secrets with other people. It is that, again, I don't know if he means Kid Rock and shit, is the greatest betrayal of our national security by a former president in all of American history. He's like, listen, you don't understand. You don't understand. Everyone is as libbed up as I am. His answer is, you don't get it. The American population is just as fucking horny as I am, okay? You don't understand the level of libbed upness that the average American median voter is going to experience. Literally, by magic, it seems. By some unforeseen, magical reason, they are going to overnight start caring about the shit that they very objectively know, and I have openly shown you that they don't care about. The only thing that I will agree with, and I haven't even gotten to that part of the argument yet, is that Trump is seen as a corrupt, chaotic individual. That is a massive negative for him, okay? That's really, really important. And as I've said time and time again, that Trump constantly being in legal trouble reasserts that narrative. Obviously, his cult will still love him regardless and see him as like a Jesus-like figure who's being unjustly prosecuted. But ultimately, I think those Americans in the fucking margins do not like that and absolutely consider that to be a bad thing. And the more legal trouble he has, the worse it is for him because people are consistently reminded of that. He led an armed attack on the Capitol and he promised to end American democracy for all if he's in the White House in 2025. He and his family have corruptly taken more money from foreign governments than any family in American history. And 6, this is really important, is that he's singularly responsible for ending Roe. That's it. It's just that last part is the most important part. But this is what a campaign is for. This is what a campaign does. He already led that insurrection. His favorability rating is back now above where it was in the past. I know you can say that the campaign will deal with some of his stuff, but perhaps it will. But how do you understand these numbers? It is my belief when you prosecute all those things and establish a basic idea that Joe Biden has been a good president and the country is better off, which is manifestly true, that in the prosecution of all this, Trump will fall down and we will win. Oh my God. So he just thinks that like everything that has currently happened in the past will magically be important for everyone, even though I'm demonstrating that it currently doesn't seem like it. We are going to come up with the best Aaron Sorkin speech of all time. We are going to come up with the best Aaron Sorkin speech of all time, and it's going to magically make everybody care. One of the places you could prosecute this case with the largest audience would be debates. The Biden White House only wanted to do 2 debates, not the customary 3. I think it was Trump that made the decision not to do 2 debates, was it? No. In 2020, he established a precedent of 2 debates. There were 3 agreed upon debates in 2020, but one was canceled after Trump got COVID. Biden can still ask for more than 2 debates this time. I know, but they asked for 2 and Trump agreed. And I think that was smart. About this was the first. It was unclear that he was going to accept any debates regardless of what he was saying. Our theory of the case is that he's more informed. Oh, God, debates don't even fucking matter all that much. Are you talking about the so-called zombie vote? Yeah, Republicans have had to go vote in these primaries, and a large number are not choosing him, right? They're not choosing MAGA. A big chunk of the Republican coalition became loosened. We're seeing that play out in the Republican primary. You're also seeing it within the unprecedented rebellion against Trump happening among Republican leaders. There are 2 Republican former vice presidents, Dick Cheney and Mike Pence, who are not supporting Trump. Oh, dude, yeah. Yeah, you're right. The modern Republican voter definitely is always like, man, I fucking love Dick Cheney. Yeah, the guys who literally wanted to kill Mike Pence are thinking, fuck, man, Mike Pence is not supporting Trump. I don't know. I'm really going to have to reconsider my stance here. Bro, Trump ran against the Iraq war. What the fuck is this guy on? Is he snorting crack cocaine? Whose war was that? That was Dick Cheney's war. I'm sorry. This is giving cult. This is Blue Anon. The Times did something on the so-called zombie vote in the presidential primaries and found that 19% of Republican primary voters were still voting against Trump. But that's a smaller percentage than in any other Republican or Democratic primary in the past 24 years. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. None of it matters? No. What matters is this election. In this election, you have this combination. You have an unprecedented set of circumstances where the Republican coalition is splintered. Now you have Mitt Romney going on TV consistently telling Republicans not to vote for Trump. We've never seen anything like this, and I think it would be dangerous for commentators who in 2022 got the election so wrong to dismiss what we're seeing. Yeah, you don't understand. Dude, this is... Oh... Bro, what are we doing? Like, I've never seen somebody cope this fucking hard. He is maxed out, overdosing on copium. This is what happens when your brain is busted from just only reading New York Times Never Trump Republican op-ed pieces and only watching MSNBC. This is nothing like 2016, not on this scale. 2 former vice presidents. This is nothing like what happened in 2016. No, there were more people in 2016 that actually were anti-Trump. Shut the fuck up. That's crazy. How is this guy who worked with Hillary Clinton in 2016 literally relitigating the same exact fucking same exact mania that caused that caused the Hillary campaign to lose? In 2024, I'm losing it. In 2024, I'm losing it. Your tail is gonna get stuck under my chair. One video before Batman 3-month long prank on Congressman who cursed the AOC. No, I'm not gonna watch that right now. Bro, he thinks that Mitt Romney, Paul Ryan, Mike Pence, and Dick Cheney are moving the fucking needle. Let me tell you something, okay? You know what would actually move the needle in a Republican Party? If Tucker Carlson came out against Trump. It's not gonna happen. Or if Fox News started cutting anti-Trump propaganda. That would be infinitely more impactful than fucking Mitt Romney, dude. Yeah, or David Duke. Yeah, literally. George W. Bush didn't support Trump's re-election. Let's see what he does this time. Let's see what he does this time. Just to clarify from before, NBC did invite Trump and Biden in a 3rd debate with Telemundo. The Trump campaign said yes, and the Biden campaign said no. Just to clarify that. That's fine. Okay, it is confusing given that they want to prosecute this case, and this is the rare time that you get to prosecute this case. I think you should direct that question to them. Well, part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you is that according to Axios, the Biden campaign doesn't believe they're behind, and Biden himself doesn't believe he's behind. I don't think they're behind. Maybe a little bit of my concern is that suggests that you don't need a new strategy. You don't need to do anything else if you think you're ahead. And that's sort of what I wanted to talk to you about. No. But what I said repeatedly and what I write every day, and I even did that piece last week saying that the election is close. Neither candidate is ahead or behind. I think it will be a close election. But at the same time, as you've said, this guy tried to launch an insurrection, has all these awful things behind him. Are you telling me anything I don't know right now? And now he's running against a president who has very low approval ratings, despite you saying he's been a great president. I understand all this. I think that given that you're a journalist, You can distinguish between what is true and what people believe, and these are not the same things, right? Wait, what? Dude, are you fucking stupid? Elections are not conducted on what is true. It's vibes based. What are we doing here? This is the most insane thing that like, this basically is a snapshot of exactly how Democratic Party wonks operate. Their strategy is exactly the opposite of Trump, who is a fucking room reader, incompetent, corrupt, and violent overall, but a room reader nonetheless. These guys refuse to read the room. What the fuck? Exactly. That's why I'm so concerned, because I'm afraid what people believe in was true or different. And that's what makes me very worried, and why I think that perhaps the White House should be thinking differently about this election. Bro, this attitude is exactly the reason why these fucking dumbasses don't think they need to campaign. This is crazy. Well, this also paired up with the reality that that Joe Biden can't really campaign anyway. In all the Senate polling, our numbers are holding. In the House polling, the limited House polling that we have, things are looking very encouraging. Yeah, it almost suggests people just don't like the incumbent president, which is true. It's not that the people hate the Democratic Party. They don't. The Democratic Party is actually performing very well. I've shown you the polls, chat. If you recall, I've shown you the polls where Democrats are winning by like 10 points on Senate seats in the very same fucking polls where Joe Biden is losing to Trump in the same states. That is like, that should be ringing massive alarm bells in a presidential election. Normally, the president carries the ballot, and damn ballot voters actually end up bringing victory to the Democratic Party candidates that are sitting on those Senate seats. It is crazy. The reverse happening is unique. Well, right. So structurally, the generic has moved in our direction, and we're now consistently in positive territory. There's a serious poll that's coming out in North Carolina, consistent with many other polls that have been done in North Carolina, showing that the race is within 2 points. So I think that the point I'm making is that my basic assessment is that I would much rather be us than them. Oh, Trump is ahead by 6.5 points in North Carolina. This is an example of my concern about the way you're talking about this. I said there's a poll coming out. You said that it was also like the other polls from North Carolina. No, forget the averages. Forget the averages. If you look at the averages, you're going to be misled. You're going to be misled about what's happening. I explained earlier. Yeah, his argument is like, don't look at the averages. Don't look at the polls. Only look at the direction of the polls. Okay? Something that we've heard from other Biden campaign defenders, which is that it's looking better. I explained earlier what happened in 2022. The averages were all wrong. You've talked a lot about bad Republican polls. In this cycle, some of Biden's very bad numbers have been from really good polls such as Ann Seltzer at Grinnell and Nate Cohn at the New York Times. How do you understand that? That's normal. It's normal that there's a wide range of polling. Yeah, these guys should actually keep shitting on the pollsters instead of fucking getting to work, dude. That's right. It's actually the pollsters that are wrong. It's actually the American population in the vibes-based way that like they actually end up voting that's wrong. Every American should magically come to the conclusion that Biden has done a phenomenal job. Do not believe your lying eyes. Don't worry about the fucking insane cost of living, okay? Don't think about that. That's all bullshit. Think about the jobs. There's so many new jobs, so many new availabilities for jobs. What the fuck? You previously said on a podcast that in March, the likely scenario at this point is that Biden's up by 2 to 3 points by late or early May as the Democratic coalition begins to come home. What has happened is that Biden's numbers have moved up. We are in better shape than we were in early March. What we have to get beyond is the idea that there's an actual number where there's certainty about the race. That is fool's gold. Wow. Then that's it. That's the end of the fucking conversation. That's really good. Here's Edinger Mentum and writing in The Nation saying that don't believe the pundits. Gaza is a political disaster for Biden. Some observers say the war isn't that big of a deal in the 2024 campaign. Here's why they're so wrong. If you think, okay, if you look at not polls, but actual primary votes, okay, if you look at actual primary votes, no, I already covered this part. So we can just disregard 538 then, right? I don't necessarily look at just polls, okay? I don't just look at polls. I think polls are good to see as close to an accurate snapshot of what the fuck's going on, okay? But there's something that's more important than polls, okay? And that is elections, primary elections to be exact. And if you look at the primary elections, where the most reliable voters of each individual party go out to vote, and in those very same primary elections, higher numbers of likely Democratic Party voters are voting uncommitted in comparison to the margins that Joe Biden won in those very same states, voting uncommitted specifically because of Gaza, okay? You are fucking insane if you think personally that that is not indicative of a massive, glaringly obvious political failure that's coming down come November. I say this as someone who regularly, albeit begrudgingly, will talk about electoral politics. I say this as someone who's been professionally covering elections for almost a decade. If you think that the uncommitted voting campaign is not a genuinely terrifying prospect for the Biden campaign, you have to be doing the amount of copium that fucking Democratic Party strategist is on, okay? No matter how many people say, oh, the polls actually show that the number one thing that people don't care about, the number one thing that people care about is actually not Gaza. It's actually inflation, which is true, okay? It is true. People consistently say that the cost of living is too high, which of course means like rent as well for the most part. And that's precisely the reason why the very notion that you can try to get inflation under control with monetary policy is a little ridiculous and hasn't fully come into play. But beyond that, if you think that Gaza specifically is not going to deliver an L for Biden in very important states, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Among all the other members of the party, the president stands alone in the degree of his complicity in Israel's morally indefensible and increasingly unpopular campaign. He's refused to meaningfully distance himself from the conflict, even as the death toll has mounted to unimaginable highs, and horrific accounts of Israeli abuse lead daily headlines. As the story goes, this has caused support among Democratic young voters and voters of color, two core Democratic constituencies, to plummet far below both historic norms and the numbers managed by down-ballot Democrats allowing Trump to pull ahead. It all adds another degree of urgency to something people already wanted, an end to the war. Stop Netanyahu, it is said, and he will save not only countless lives, but also a presidency and, by extension, American democracy itself. Some, however, have pushed back against this interpretation, pointing at the issue polling, showing that young voters and voters of color place a higher priority on domestic issues than on Israel. They argue that the idea that the Democratic base is abandoning Biden over his Gaza policies is more conjecture than proven fact. To them, the focus on Gaza as the source of the president's woes is yet another example of an insular, overeducated leftist media clique mistaking the opinions of their friends for the country at large. To the extent that they acknowledge that the war is impacting the election at all, they can say that Biden's chosen course was the best one, politically speaking. Which one of the views is most correct? It depends on who you're asking. If you're trying to determine how much broad American public cares about the specifics of Biden's Israel policy, you'll probably side with the second camp. It is undeniable that the Israel policy doesn't carry the same electoral weight as, say, immigration or the economy. This is true. That's not too surprising. Americans only rarely place any foreign policy issues at the top of their agendas, and when they do, those issues almost always directly involve U.S. troops. Yet the larger claim from the leftist or out-of-touch camp that Gaza has had minimal effect on the election could not be more wrong. I assume that what he's going to say is Biden is already unpopular, so anything that contributes to his unpopularity is going to be more harmful than the average candidate. And to that I say he's absolutely right if he says that. Because the reality of the matter is, if Biden was fucking cooking right now, if his popularity before October 7 was high, right, and people were like, man, I fucking love what Biden did, then yeah, nobody would give a shit about Gaza. And by that, I mean, like, nobody would give enough of a shit about Gaza that they would turn around and go, I'm not voting for Biden. Okay? Problem is, everybody already hated Biden before Gaza. Everybody already hated Biden. He was historically unpopular, trailing below 30% approval rating before October 7. So the idea that, like, any little thing is just inconsequential and we shouldn't worry about it, is just simply not even short-term thinking, in my opinion. It's just a very cynical way to try and avoid talking about Gaza because they just want America to do whatever the fuck America is going to do in Gaza. Okay? It's not even short-term thinking. I think it is a cynical way to try and move the conversation away and start talking about the election, stupid. I think that's what it is. As bad as some aspects of the economy have been under Biden, and as much as people dislike his handling of it, it was not the reason why his approval first plummeted. It's not even close to the worst issue right now. The true culprit behind Biden's struggles has been his foreign policy record. It's true. As strange as it is to think about, the Biden of 2020, wait, what? Did have something of an aura about him. The idea of an elder statesman capable of managing America's role in the world in a way that Trump never could. This conception defined every aspect of his public persona. It made him popular, more so than most of his party. It made him trustworthy. It arguably made him president. That halo is long gone. And it wasn't the economy that began to destroy it. It was the collapse of the Afghanistan government in August 2021. As I put it in an article from April last year, arguing that Biden should not run for re-election, it's important not to understate the impact of the Afghan government's collapse. It not only handed Biden the ignominious honor of presiding over the end of a lost war, but it shattered the very mystique that won him the presidency in 2020. The idea of Biden as an experienced, competent statesman. He hasn't been able to rebuild that mystique after a year and a half. And it's very much worth considering that he may not be able to. It's very hard to put that sort of genie back in the bottle. In this light, the start of another massive foreign policy crisis is one of the worst things that could have ever happened to Biden in the run-up of his election. I think ultimately it all reinforces the notion that Biden is asleep in the wheel. That's what I think. And I think that's his least popular aspect. I think people don't think about it that deeply. He's supposed to be a competent leader, much better than Donald Trump in that regard. And he just keeps consistently showing everyone in America and the rest of the world that the government is currently on autopilot and that he's actually unimaginably, without a shred of doubt, asleep on the fucking wheel. Oh, never mind. He literally does say that in the next sentence. Sorry. Okay, my bad. It reinforced the most damaging perceptions that voters have of him, that he's out of it, in over his head, overtaken by events, and old. It is in this aspect of Biden's political persona that his team has completely dismissed to their peril. As sensitive as they are to every little way in which voters disapprove the economic record, from the number of chips in the Lay's bags on down, they have been unbelievably blasé about the president's weakness regarding foreign policy in general, which, if you believe polling, runs far deeper than almost any other issue, and Gaza in particular. To call this a blind spot would be an understatement. The delusion has reached such extremes that the White House reportedly saw Gaza as an asset that would allow Biden to contrast himself favorably against Trump. Needless to say, it has not been that. That's perhaps the only reason why so many fucking libbed up dipshits regularly talk about how, do you know how much worse Trump would be on Gaza? And it's like, yeah, we do know, dumb fuck. But the reason why we would vote for you is so that you don't do the Trump style things, which you are currently doing. They built a pier and the Gazans stole their aid without waiting in line. What more could be done? Wait, what? Oh, you were lib baiting. Okay, Jesus Christ. I thought you were being fucking serious about the aid thing. I have to maintain this position that if everyone was that fucking frustrated with the Democratic Party's handling of the economy, then Democratic senators wouldn't be overperforming Biden. It's not just that. Okay? Surely the economy is a massive problem. They saw negative growth in real wages for 2 years almost under the 4 years of the Brandon regime. That is not going to go away. That's something that will stay with them forever, especially when considering the fucking cost of living being sky high, especially rent and especially properties in general. Okay? That part, that's only one aspect of this equation. The real problem here is that a dynamic younger president would be able to navigate through these problems infinitely better. No, it's not ziccups. It's not Zin hiccups. Problem is, he was already unpopular before October 7, and October 7 has certainly not helped, and actually has made people more committed to the idea that Biden is too old and falling asleep on the wheel and too fragile and too weak. As much as his circle may scoff at the idea that people could see him as less reliable than Donald Trump, this perception is real and is sinking him. That's why, like, the Gaza shit is so obvious. It's so obviously disastrous for Biden. You want to know why? You You want to know why? Because the American population, according to those very same polls, think that Trump would do a better job in Gaza. That's partially because Trump is currently not president and we're very stupid. So obviously we look at the current president and we go, well, that's your fault. And we cannot imagine how much worse things could be, especially because things are really fucking bad right now. But the very same population that is being polled literally sees what Joe Biden is doing is so disastrous that they think Trump would be better. That is an abject failure of communication. And of course, yet another obvious example that people do not like what Biden is doing in Gaza at all. Anyway, and by the way, the worst aspect of this, if you are a diehard Democratic Party loyalist, the worst aspect of this for you, okay, if you don't care about the death and destruction, is that time is running out, okay? In the next 6 minutes, there will be a 3-minute ad break, and you have to work against that. You have to subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime before time runs out and before you're served a 3-minute ad break. But what I mean by that, all jokes aside, when I say time is running out, is that he has less and less time every day to not only fix the situation, but also show the American population that he has fixed the situation. He has an unimaginably difficult path ahead of him if he wants to convince Americans that he is the elderly statesman that they're voting for, that they voted for last time. Okay? He has to make people literally forget about everything else. Meanwhile, here's yet another glaringly obvious example that his his policies are absolute abject failures. After 5 months of fighting, the Pentagon and Navy admits they are losing the attritional battle. They also admit that Yemen is capable of striking the Mediterranean. Prosperity Guardian mission failed. They have weapons that can reach the Mediterranean, the senior official said. It's definitely a concern that they have that capability. Yemen's Houthis have mounted more than 90 attacks on commercial shipping in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden since November, in what the Zaidi Shiite faction has categorized as retaliation for Israel's war in the Gaza Strip. There really is no precedent for the use of anti-ship ballistic missiles the way they are doing it. It's kind of maritime terrorism that the entire world has an interest in seeing brought to a close. In February, the United States and the United Kingdom began a series of air and naval strikes targeting Houthi missiles and drone stockpiles inside of Yemen. Yet U.S. military officials overseeing the campaign admit the attritional approach has its limits, as the U.S. Navy's efforts to interdict Iran's steady supply of precision-guided components of the Houthis have barely made a dent. They admit that they haven't made a dent in their arsenal. Meanwhile, the Navy might be experiencing an SM-2 interceptor shortage as they're looking for funding to recertify their remaining stockpile. Okay, well, if you consider that libs have this going for them, stop. You know what? Fuck it. I didn't want to do this to you. You've been good boys and girls and MBs so far, but it's time. It's time for you to see it. It's time for you to take the pill of arsenic, okay, in the form of content. You might not have thought previously, Hasan, liberal content can't possibly kill me, okay? Guess what? You'd be wrong. It can. I'm giving you a trigger warning right now. What you are about to see is possibly the worst liberal content I've ever shown on this broadcast. And you guys know I've shown you some real bad shit. Like I've shown you the DNC. I've shown you the Imagine music. I've shown you Lin-Manuel Miranda talking about Hillary Clinton, like singing about Hillary Clinton. I've even shown you the DNC song that they did, Hope song, Fight song, whatever. This is going to be worse than all of those things combined. Here it is.
Biden. Skibidi Biden. Skibidi, skibidi Biden. Skibidi Biden. Joe. Skibidi Biden. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language.
Skibidi Biden.
Seconds before this clip, he was mocking Biden hiring a meme officer. Let's run it one more time.
Skibidi Biden. Skibidi Biden.
I don't know why it feels like it's so much longer than 19 seconds. You know what I mean? Like it feels like it's so much longer than 19 seconds. Like it's just 19 seconds, but when you're in it, when you're experiencing it, it feels like a lifetime.
Skibidi Biden. Joe. Skibidi Biden. Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Trump is using Hitler's language. Skibidi
Skibidi Biden.
Incredible. You should be tried at The Hague for showing us this. Anyway, let's move on from that. Oh yeah, also the notion that we're inviting Netanyahu to speak is also unimaginable. It's ridiculous. I'm reporting you for psychological torture. Can we make this a new emote? The content is no longer available. Anyway, why didn't you run the ad break before playing this? It's because I wanted to punish everyone equally. Fun content. Lin-Manuel Miranda changes Hamilton lyrics for Hillary Clinton. Your understanding of fun content is very different than mine. We're going to move on to Batman in a second.
IDF? Israeli soldier? How many Palestinians have you killed?
What?
How many Palestinians have you killed?
20?
Uh-huh. Is this like real life?
I don't know what is Palestinians. I know Hamas. In Gaza there is not civilians.
In Gaza?
All Hamas. Terrorists.
In Gaza there's no civilians, they're all Hamas? Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Okay. So the 1 million kids in Gaza, they're Hamas?
Yeah.
What kind of gun did you kill them with?
How the fuck does this guy always find like Israelis and shit to talk to? I don't get it. VPN? What is this, sir? This is a classy show?
Tavares.
VPN? What is this, sir? This is a classy show?
Tavares. Right in the butt?
What?
No. Blake.
This is the...
Yeah, that's it.
That's insane. Did you see Mario got woke because a trans character is finally visible in game? I did not see that. And honestly, I don't care. It's time to play a game that has no fucking politics in it. Just kidding. It's all politics, but not in the way that like, gamers get upset about. We're doing Batman. It's Badussy time. It's the Bat. As you guys know, I'm coming fresh off the heels of a Sexo run. As IDF Batman edition begins, okay? IDF Batman, get in now. Do we have a meme? Billionaire Hasan playing Billionaire Batman? Yeah, that's why it's so easy for me to roleplay as Batman. The Bat. It's because I'm basically playing myself. Like, I have the same amount of money, same amount of power. I also come from a multi-billionaire family. Last night, you got the DA/mayor disfigured for life, fucked his girlfriend and cucked him. Yeah. And then beat his ass. I literally beat the mayor's ass with my dick out after I fucked this girl. He came over, saw me. It was ridiculous, honestly. The things I was doing was really fucked up. Meat in his face and all. I'm sorry. It was really funny. I was like, oh, I'm just checking in on her. All right, let's get started. Let's get it twisted. Obviously, this will give you previously on Batman, and it'll show the nut too, hopefully. I fucked this girl that called him a misogynist.
Why did you do it? Harvey needed you. Why save me?
I haven't actually seen it yet. You've had me wrapped up this whole time. Numbed beyond belief. Maybe it's not that bad.
Our stock is tanking. The board is losing confidence. Wayne Enterprises needs a new face. Oswald Cobblepot.
You're the only ally I have in this building. It's important. I need you to be my eyes and ears.
All right, I can do that.
Keep Oswald out of R&D, and let me know if anything comes up.
You're a good man, Bruce.
This episode is wild. Bro, last episode was wild. Oh, dude, hell yeah. Give me a kissy poo again. This is just posting my dubs again. Meanwhile, my L's are also posted.
I have to tell you how Bruce?
Bro, I got my schmeat out. It's so disrespectful.
Come stay with me.
I'll think about it. Dropped your pen.
That's not...
I think it's time you knew my real name. I am Lady R.
That was crazy. She used my biggest weakness against me, pussy. Like, I was so hungry, even after Catwoman satiated my thirst, that like I got. I'm not gonna even fucking lie about that. You know what I mean? It happened. You know,
have to face the truth sometimes.
There's not much we can do about it.
Retribution, Bruce.
I got with my schmeat out.
What is this place?
Get out. Breakfast.
Okay, I'm up.
It's Arkham Asylum, bitch. What do you mean?
For Christ's sake, put some clothes on. Doctor's making the rounds soon.
Doctor? What doctor?
Bro. Oh my God, bro. It's honestly, we still got the same getup from when I fucked Catwoman.
God, I hope it's mine. Looks like someone was angry.
Yeah, I wonder who that was, bro. Who could that have been?
Arkham Asylum. This can't be happening.
I know it's heavy. Chill, bro. I still haven't showered since I got pussy, but honestly, you know, you wouldn't either. Let's be real. You want to keep that stank on you as long as you can.
Better be decent. You settled? Good. Anything you need? Water, piss, rat poison?
Bro, even the doctor in New York is like, hey, how you doing? I'm your doctor over here. What do you need, eh? You need a gabagool, eh? You fucking animal, you.
I've been asked for rope before. Not really allowed to give it out.
You can tell me why I'm in Arkham Asylum for a start.
What, rich boy doesn't remember? Oswald Cobblepot? You beat him to a bloody pulp. Nearly killed him. Landed you here. Any of this ringing a bell? Might as well get comfortable. This is your home now. Time to meet your neighbors.
Oh, shit.
As you were. You look just like him.
Your father ever tell you about me? How he sent me here? Left me to rot in this goddamn hellhole? Somebody's gotta pay for that.
Hey, how you doing? It's gonna be you.
God, there is a hell.
You really don't want to do this.
You don't know a damn thing about me, Wayne.
Damn, bro. Okay, what the fuck? No QTE for that? Oh shit, bro, they fucking my ass up.
Come on, for a pretty birdie. Feel good? You like this?
The welcoming committee has really gone downhill around here, hasn't it?
What the?
Rude! Churlish! Not nice! How do you like it? You are pathetic!
Is that the Joker?
Buddy.
What
buddy.
the fuck?
Are you okay?
That's the Joker,
So
baby.
grand. More like the opposite. What would that be?
I'm fine. Just some bruises.
Alright. Tough guy. Nice.
It's me, I'm the Joker.
It's like I told you, Doctor. These creeps were attacking the new guy.
Well, who did that? Was it you?
Of course not. It was mostly over by the time I got in. The new guy's tougher than he looks. Right, buddy?
Bruce, is that really what happened?
Go on, tell her.
Yeah, that's what happened.
We have a very strict no fighting policy.
Bro, there's literally a camera in the room. The fuck do we mean? But I'm not snitching on nobody, dude. Yo, that's my goat right there. That's the real socialist.
Here in Arkham. If you can't obey that rule, you're going to find yourself in hot water fast.
The orderly that was here before took money from these men and let them into my room. He gave them a taser.
I knew that you coming to Arkham could cause some excitement, but I didn't expect it to happen so fast.
She's like, yeah, I mean, they should be excited. I gave them so many fucking people to fill their goddamn rooms, you know? My dad did, and so did I. I funded this fucking place, didn't I?
I'll do my best to keep you safe, but I need you to be careful.
Us nice guys gotta stick together. Am I right?
Come to me if anything happens.
Thank you. I appreciate the effort.
I'm glad you're so understanding after what just happened. Good thing help wasn't far away.
I'm just looking out for the new guy.
I'm Dr. Joan Leland, by the way, head of psychiatry. I'll be overseeing your case personally. We'll get you transferred to a new room, Bruce. One that doesn't have your blood all over it. For now, follow me.
I'm sorry, I don't think I ever got your name.
Bro, am I gonna cuck the Joker too by fucking Harley Quinn? Because I'm so down. And then he also becomes the Joker?
Me?
He's never given his name out to anybody.
What?
We just call him John Doe.
Bingo.
Wait, I gotta pee. I'm the Joker, baby. Oh, my legs are so pooped. Holy shit. Does it bounce when you walk? I mean, dude, I don't know how to answer that question.
John is one of our most improved patients. He's been with us for quite some time. I'm sure he'd be willing to show you around. Right, John?
Oh, yeah. I'll show him the whole 9 yards.
I think it would be best if you stayed by his side for now.
There's not enough black tiles, you hear me? There's too many white tiles!
Why no Kaya? Here.
You know, Doc, our last session was so enlightening.
Well, that's good to hear. Your next evaluation is in a few weeks. I'm glad you're starting to understand yourself better.
Oh, every day, Doctor. Every day.
I can't taste anything! I want to taste!
Gotta be more careful, Bruce. Some of these guys bite. You remember the first time you let me into the rec room, Dr. Leland?
How could I forget?
You had to teach me how to play checkers.
Well...
No, you need to let me go. I have to warn the president. They're trying to kill me.
You don't know the president.
They don't like it when you...
Damn, bro. This is where they get some of the chatters that I ban.
Try to use the phone.
That's because phones are for staff use only. No exceptions.
Stop that guy from trying. Such persistence.
Wrong number, dumbass.
John! I'll come by to check on you two later.
Don't worry about us, Dr. Leland. Good care of him.
The idea that a billionaire could be fucking arrested and thrown in a goddamn insane asylum like this is so funny. Like, even if he attacked someone in broad daylight and almost killed him.
Asylum. Believe it or not, some of these people are crazy. But everyone's friendly, mostly. I'd watch yourself around those two.
Larry David?
Not a big fan of strangers. And just a little bit, you know, prone to outbursts of violence.
What did they do?
This is Arkham, Bruce! Use that sick little imagination of yours. Murder, mayhem, carnage, the usual.
They just arrested him because he's bald.
On the couch, that's St. Louis. Ooh, shh. His favorite show's on. Never misses it. All right, friendo. Commercial break. Get up! Where is the remote? Phillies must have taken it. Never fear, though. I'll go ask Leland. She likes me. Ooh, I almost forgot. Here.
What is this?
Talk to Billy. Oh, no, I'm not gonna use the cabinet yet. What's up, Billy? Billy boy.
You got a bad case of the mind knives. I can tell. I can tell. Just shove off, all right? No mind knives for me. I already got my shots.
If that's the way the cookie crumbles. Cookie crumbs.
Hello?
Hello? Go away. Arnold's busy. I swear, if you bother him, I will gut you.
I like the puppet trick.
Nice trick.
Listen, pal. Arnold's had a tough time in here, and he doesn't need bullies like you making his recovery harder. So unless you have...
They arrested Jeff Dunham for doing criminally bad comedy.
Something important to say. Get lost. I solved the cookie riddle, not you. Sorry. It's just his voice. It's driving me nuts. Oh, but you're already nuts, aren't you, Billy?
Sorry, I can't talk right now. I gotta keep my eye on this guy.
The fuck are you gonna do to him, bro?
Hey there, buddy boy. You missed me? I missed you.
However, the threat remains. The children of Arkham are still out there, and I will not rest until these streets are safe and firmly under my control.
Never anything good on, is there?
All right, let's talk to Victor Zsasz.
Bruce Wayne. You've got quite a reputation around here.
Damn, his
Taking your
subtitles are
enemies
red.
out to stay on top. I like your style, kid.
So what's the deal with that?
Well, this one was a homeless guy trapped in a hopeless life. This was a woman who just couldn't stop cheating on her husband. This guy wanted to kill himself, but didn't have the courage. All lost souls. that I freed from their earthly woes.
Okay, yeah, that's enough. Thanks.
Wait, that's the move you're going to make? He cheats. Every time. He cheats. Sees what I'm thinking. Mind control. Cheater! I told you, if I could read minds, I certainly wouldn't waste my time on yours.
Lewis! What? No, that wasn't me. I'm sane, Lewis. And that was... that was crazy, Lewis. You see?
Based on the cheating wife? Wait, what? I literally just cheated.
Hey, I was wondering about...
It's not lunch yet.
Well, actually,
And
I wasn't...
it's not time for meds either. Beat it.
Alright, fuck you then. I'll use the fucking comical key on this cabinet. Wait, it worked?
Not the right key for this. Your key, it didn't work.
Of course not. That's not how you get out of here.
My enforcement squad has already seen great success. They stopped a massive attack being organized out of a local SkyTrain depot.
Politicians usually bore me to tears, but this one has become a lot more interesting lately.
In my
There's a
Gotham,
madness to
no
him.
one's above the law, including Bruce Wayne. After his vicious attack on Oswald Cobblepot, I had Mr. Wayne committed to Arkham Asylum, where I hope he'll receive the treatment he so desperately needs.
Double-crossing, two-faced. I thought you and the mayor were friends. I mean, you were supporting his campaign.
Harvey was my friend. I can't believe he's the one who put me here.
Really? I mean, you kind of deserve it. Honestly, we do. I deserve it. I literally deserve it. Roll credits. I cucked him, and then I beat his ass with my schmeat out.
Sounds like you need better friends. Slim pickings around here, though. I've looked.
Game
in which Mayor
recognized
Dent
game.
announced the creation of a special enforcement squad under his direct command to combat an imminent threat from the children of Arkham.
Rest assured, we will find these terrorists, their stockpile of drugs, and their leader, this Lady Arkham, before they can strike again.
Now, this is good television. Mayor on a rampage versus freaky drug terrorist.
I'm gonna find your drugs.
I'm going to expose your corruption.
Lady Arkham is dangerous. Way more dangerous than you think.
Oh, I know a bit about Lady Arkham. Let me tell you.
Tragically, there's still no sign of Gotham Gazette reporter Vicky Vale after her mysterious disappearance earlier this week.
Very tricky, Vicky. I think we both know she's quite the, lady, right, Bruce?
Wait, you know that Vicky is... Tell me what you know.
You want to find Vicky and her drugs, huh? Get your revenge just like you got your revenge on Cobblepot? Publicly and dramatically! Something entertaining for these newscasters to talk about.
Well, that all depends on you. If your information is good, we'll see.
I knew I liked you. I've been watching you for a while now, Bruce, and I can tell there's something darker in you. When you attacked Oswald, I could tell you enjoyed it. If those cops hadn't dragged you off of him, that Cobblepot punk would be dead.
That wasn't me. I was just pumped full of her drugs.
Those just amplify what you're already feeling, what's already inside.
He's right.
Don't be ashamed. It's in your blood. I see a lot of your father in you. She probably does too. It's obvious that's why Vicky hates you. Your dad helped bump off her parents.
Why would my father have the Vales killed?
I never said he killed the Vales. She was born in Arkham. Victoria Arkham.
What?
You didn't know that? The Arkhams did not approve of what your dad and his partners were doing. They were gonna blow the whistle on the whole thing, so your dad, well, parents murdered, leaving her with an unquenchable thirst for vengeance. Surely you can relate. Tragedy can drive people to do some pretty dark stuff.
Joker, once
Don't try to
again,
make this about
literally the best character.
Of course,
better
it's
than
about
Batman.
You, Bruce. This is all about you. You and Vicky are both dark souls, and now you're heading on a collision course towards each other. That's gotta be fantastic. You see, I know what you really are. And
Batman.
that's why I really want to tell you where Vicky's moved her drugs, but you're not gonna do anything while you're stuck in here. So, I vote we get you out. How hard can it be? You're Bruce Wayne. The Waynes always get what they want. All it would take is a phone call.
Well, sure, but there's no phone. I can...
Assume I can take care of that. It's gonna come at a price. When I get out of here, you're gonna owe me a favor. Okay? Just one. Yeah, I don't know what it is yet.
Sure. One favor, that seems fair.
I'm just doing it.
Excellent.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing it because he's awesome. I don't even give a shit that he's the Joker. He's dope. And I'm not even lying. I will help him out. He's the best.
We'll have loads of fun. You'll see. All right, tell you what. I'm gonna make a distraction to get the guards away from that gate. The rest is up to you. You make that phone call, and I promise I'll tell you how to find those missing drugs. Hey, Zaz! Hello, Zaz.
What the hell do you want?
Settle a bet. What happens if you make a tally mark before you kill someone?
What are you talking about? Ah! No! No, I don't match him. Oh god, I don't match!
You can fix that right now!
Skin feels like it's itching. Burning! Need to get rid of it!
Stop! Someone get me a sedative! Run, Brucey! Run!
Stop the fighting. Fuck no.
Call security!
Damn, I locked that shit too. I'm a billionaire. I'm gonna call lawyers.
Hello? Alfred. It's you, sir. It's so good to hear your voice. I've been trying to contact you, but they wouldn't let me through. They told me you'd lost your mind.
Contact my lawyers. You'll need to post bail, but that shouldn't be a problem. You have got to get me out of here.
I'll see what I can do.
I have to go.
Oh, Bruce, I have not had this much fun in ages.
You're a bad person. I'm a billionaire, bitch. And also, ridiculous that automatically lawyers would not have been contacted.
Let me tell you how to find Vicky's stash of missing drugs. Ask the Veils.
Quickly, come on.
Good luck on the outside, Bruce. I just know you're gonna put on quite a show.
Pretty grisly scene in there.
This version of Bruce is literally morally bankrupt in every sense of the word. Brother, I think growing up means recognizing that Batman is not exactly a hero, but instead very much a villain. And we've just been portrayed. We've been gaslit into believing that he's literally a fucking hero only because the people who he mercilessly beats the shit out of are like comically evil.
Multiple stabbings. One of the orderlies had a finger bitten off.
Doctor, I swear to you, I was not involved in any of this.
We're going to look into it further before I feel comfortable making a decision one way or the other. One moment. Yeah. Seems you have a visitor.
Alfred.
Bruce, thank heavens you're all right.
The fact that Alfred didn't come in when he knew that I was already like locked up in Arkham Asylum before I magically gave him a phone call is ridiculous.
You'll see.
It's not one that I can just easily forget, okay? As far as this, that might literally be the most ridiculous thing that we've seen so far in this entire franchise. Not like zombie people, like the blue dude, like that is the biggest
Everything
insanity.
is in order. He is to be released into my care.
You may have the money to make this go away, but this is going to hurt you in the long run. What happened with those men in your room? The riot with...
What do you mean it's gonna hurt you in the long run? Bitch, I'm stuck in an insane asylum where you won't even let me call my lawyer. No due process? I'm a billionaire. Yeah, I should stay here instead, dumbass.
Jazz, you clearly need help, Bruce. He needs extensive evaluation, treatment.
Dr. Leland, you know it isn't safe for me here. Look at what happened today. That won't be the last time.
That may be true, but I would never let that hinder someone from getting the help they need.
I'm afraid it's out of your hands now, Doctor. You have the paperwork.
Let's go, Alfred.
You can be on a 24 to 48 hour hold with no outside contact after an episode if you're committed to a ward. Not if you're a billionaire. I don't believe that.
See you on the outside, Bruce.
I can't wait!
What's that about?
As a friend. I made a friend, Alfred. Don't be jealous. He's sick. He's really cool, actually. You'd like him.
Well, I just can't believe that Lady Arkham was actually Vicky Vale this entire time.
And all the while she was working with Cobblepot to try and bring me down.
It's a good thing the family lawyers were able to get you out so quickly.
No kidding. Batman's got some work to do.
Even during Batman's brief hiatus, Gotham has become that much more dangerous. And the public opinion on Bruce Wayne, well, it certainly hasn't gotten any better.
So many people angry at me. The entire family. I just hope I can turn it around.
I'm sure you'll figure something out. You always do.
What the fuck?
Hello, Harvey.
He's calling to flex on me like I flexed on him after fucking his girl.
You should have stayed in the asylum where I put you.
What do you want, Harvey?
The streets of Gotham are a dangerous place for someone like you right now. Well, you'll figure that out. Eventually.
I'll be fine, Harvey. I can handle myself.
I don't think you understand the danger you're in. Maybe you haven't heard, but the children of Arkham have gone underground. Obviously plotting some sort of attack, and people are scared, panicking. I needed to show them that my resolve hasn't weakened, that Gotham is still strong. So I gave them an enemy. You and your family's filthy corruption.
Bro, why is everyone constantly suggesting I should have stayed in the insane asylum? Like, the doctor, Harvey, like, what do you think I'm gonna say? Like, what do you think I'm gonna say? Oh, okay, I guess I'll go back then? Like, what the fuck? Like, do they think that they're gonna convince me that I should go back to the insane asylum for the criminally insane?
The last thing I need is you traipsing around Gotham.
Would you listen to yourself? You sound insane.
No. I'm just a man who's done letting assholes like you run the world and take whatever they want.
Well, remember that. Who's Two-Face?
Can't let you keep running around scot-free, Bruce. It's the will of the people.
You can spare me your will of the people crap, Harvey. I know this is personal.
You knew I was interested in Selina. What you did was a low blow, Bruce. A real man wouldn't have done that. A friend wouldn't have done that.
She doesn't belong to you, Harvey. She can see whoever she wants.
Do not lecture me about Selina. Bruce? Bruce!
Catwoman was low-blowing Batman?
What's going on here?
Eric Adams goons, dude. Anti-terror unit.
Well. Bruce Wayne. You really must have done something to piss the mayor off so much, hmm? Maybe I'll get a bonus for this. Open the trunk. We're searching the car. If we find anything tying you to the children of Arkham, including drugs, weapons, or any other suspicious materials, you will be taken into custody.
I know my goddamn rights, and you better have a warrant to back that up.
Don't need one. Mayor Dent gave his enforcers full search and seizure rights.
What the fuck?
Come on, what's the damn holdup?
Get back to your car.
Gotta love how much superhero stuff is a perfect reflection of the American mind. Really smart of you to choose this instead of Elysium, even though I wanted that. City relying on a single fascist strongman. No one questions it. It's good, actually, for some reason. Yeah, Americans respond to a powerful leader. Americans, deep down inside, this is an entire nation that was built on fighting against monarchy, but it was a bourgeois revolution nonetheless. But regardless, like, it literally is a nation of people that have been desperately trying to return back to a monarch-like figure ever since 1776.
Of course. Should have known. Go back to Arkham, you damn maniac!
The hell?
Careful, or you'll be the next Cobblepot.
Showing your face in public like this?
I am tired, I am hungry, I haven't showered in 3 days! I want to go home, and if you don't get the hell out of my way, I swear to God, I will have this car run you over, and then back up again, just to make sure it did the job!
Bruce.
Shut up, Alfred, I can handle this!
Oh my God.
Someone else heard that, right? This psycho just threatened me!
Yeah, I filmed the whole thing!
That was not what I said. Or at least thought I would say.
You up.
Oh God, Alfred, I'm sorry. I don't...
You'll be fine. We just need to get out of this mess.
Nowhere to run, dirtbag!
What the fuck?
Next one won't be a warning shot! Alright, now the way I see it, there are 2 ways we can do this, Bruce Wayne. Either I let these people at you and see how you handle mob justice, or you could make a little donation to me and my boys to help us stay well-funded, And well-armed? What do you say?
They've got us blocked in. I can't back up. This is turning ugly, sir. What would you like to do?
The mayor's gonna hear about this, and it ain't gonna make him happy.
Here. It's everything I have, okay?
Dude, I just had stacks on me for no reason. That's what Billion a Billionaire is all about. Ram the barricade? Nah, dude, fuck that. I'd rather bribe the cops. I'm a billionaire, bitch. Thank you for your service, sir.
Sure, that'll work.
This isn't over.
Yeah, sure. Take it up with City Hall.
Casually buying Eric Prince? That's what you get to do when you're a fucking billionaire, baby. Oh, my girlfriend, Selena. Oh my gosh, she's breaking up with me. Fuck. Bro, she breaking up with me too.
What do you mean you're leaving?
Bruce, Harvey's clearly lost it. All over the news yelling about how you need to be brought to justice, throwing whoever he wants in jail. Not really interested in seeing what he has planned for me. I was supposed to be here laying low. Does this look like laying low to you?
You don't need to worry about Harvey. I'll protect you from him.
Don't write checks you can't cash.
Yo,
Don't you get it,
chill.
Bruce? Harvey catching you in my apartment drove him completely around the bend.
So you're saying you think his breakdown is our fault?
Yeah? Don't get me wrong, Bruce. The night was a lot of fun, but not worth dying
Damn. She said your dick game is good, but not so good that I'll die for it. That's fucked up.
He's dangerous. You understand, don't you?
I understand. I don't like it, but I understand.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But boy, are those puppy dog eyes breaking my heart right now.
One more time for the road.
So where are you gonna go?
I got some other business I need to take care of.
What other business?
Look at yourself, Bruce. You're in no shape to take on Harvey. Or the children of Arkham, for that matter. Of course. That's my car.
Wait, what? Who's picking you up? Hey, yo, hold up.
See you around. Good luck with
Hold
all
up.
of this.
You got a new man? Bro.
I'm fine, okay? I just need to get to the computer.
It's me for
exhausted.
real.
And the influence of Lady Arkham's drug may still be affecting you.
Harvey is turning Gotham into a police state. Oswald has stolen my company, and we need to find Vicky and the children of Arkham before they strike again. I can't just ignore it.
You're in no condition to work. You absolutely must get some rest.
I don't have time to rest.
You'll be no good to anyone if you can barely keep your feet under you.
You're right.
Hi.
You're right. Let's just focus on getting my head clear first. Bring up everything we know about Vicky Vale's drug.
Yes, of course.
If I can isolate the presence of the drug, I should be able to synthesize an antidote. Start a DNA scan. Compare it to my DNA on file in the back computer.
Pussy made Bruce crazy, man. You gotta quench his thirst. I know. The only solution is more pussy, honestly.
This is the refined sample of the drug taken from Officer Montoya after she killed Falcone.
What does it say about the times we live in that you had AOC on? One of the most important political figures in the United States. We couldn't crack 30K. And Kia has a comedian on and has 230K. Nothing, really. Yeah. Welcome to the real world, which is politics is way more boring than probably one of the most popular fucking comedians. Kia. Like, what do you mean? You think AOC is as popular as Kevin Hart? Newsflash, everybody. Newsflash. Shocking revelation. Are you guys ready for this? People care about entertainment more than they care about politics. It's crazy.
Here's my DNA before the incident. It seems that the drug attaches itself to specific proteins in the genome structure. If we can modify the drug's molecular structure, we should be able to create a counteragent.
Once you've figured this out, we'll have a working antidote. We can cure others affected by the drug.
No, I wish that were possible. This cure is based on my DNA. It'll only work for me. To cure other people, we'd have to sample and decode the genome structure for each and every person to make them an antidote.
We don't have the time or resources for that.
What am I doing
here?
here?
We were lucky to have mine on file already. Should do it.
Classic billionaire, only me? Yeah. Batman wouldn't even help the poor on accident, bro. Get the fuck out of here.
Don't imagine it'll be much fun. Hopefully that does the trick.
It'll work, Alfred. I feel better already.
So, what are we going to do now?
First things first, I need to know what Lady Arkham, has been up to while I've been away. Search for all children of Arkham recent activity.
He got the gay autism
Press is
vaccine.
reporting that Vicky Vale is missing.
Yes, and obviously the police have yet to find a body. That woman, trying to get the scoop on you, pretending to care. She betrayed you.
I wish things had been different. Maybe I could have gotten through to her.
You always try your best, Bruce.
Bro, you are
She had
still...
her own agenda from the
He's
start.
still starving. That brother's starving, bro.
The entire time, breaking me down. She wanted me in Arkham. She wanted me to feel what my father had done to all those people.
Bruce.
Bro said, oh, I fucking wish.
Batman stopped her at the Skyrail station, and I can't believe that she isn't finding another way to use the drugs.
Well, if that's true, she may be more dangerous than ever.
I know. I met someone in Arkham who gave me a tip on how to find her.
A tip? Do you really...
Acting like you didn't click that choice? It's true, I did. Because I'm starving. I gotta pee again. Oh my god. I've been pissing a lot because I drank too much water. The point is you shouldn't drink that much water. That's what it is, I think.
Think you can trust someone in Arkham Asylum? Offense intended toward your recent time there, of course.
He knew that Vicky Vale was Lady Arkham. No one else has that information.
I suppose that's not something we can ignore, trustworthy or not.
No,
told me
Gaia.
If I want to know what she's planning, then I should visit her parents' house.
Yes, my piss is clear.
If the Vales still live in Gotham, they should be easy enough to locate.
Got it.
Bruce.
Yeah?
If you do find Miss Vale, please, be careful.
Chat wants to know the color of my piss. That's the level of parasocial we're operating here. Watch out.
I'm inside the Vale house.
Damn, I'm fucking getting progressively more busted. What the hell? Did she kill her own fucking mom or whatever?
Alfred, the Vales are dead. One body confirmed, but there is a lot of blood. Alert Gordon.
Will do.
I don't know how this is connected to the drugs yet. Whatever they knew about it, Vicky made sure they kept quiet.
What the fuck?
Syringe. Seems she hasn't given up her old tricks.
Is this the same drug?
Yes, but this is several times stronger than the dosage I received.
Maybe she's escalating.
This seems personal. There's an injection wound on her neck. Same kind Montoya and I both received, but this one's much worse. Her eyes are gone. Stabbed out.
That's disturbing.
Wait, what? What the
Same
fuck is
device,
going on?
same drug. This confirms that Lady Arkham is the murderer.
The fuck? What was that? My shit's still busted,
Recent
huh?
family photo.
Vicky's not in it. It shows the Vales with another child in front of an industrial office. There's a logo on the building. I found a lock of hair.
Anything unique about it?
It was cut at a downward angle, probably with some force based on how clean the slice is. Large amounts of blood spatter across the walls. It's not steady like arterial spray. Someone was swinging wildly. Wait, there's a slight indentation where something bloody struck the wall with force.
Something thrown.
Nothing I can see.
Okay. There's nothing funnier than a dude coming in while we're gaming to fucking talk about his like loser favorite drama farmer. Bro, have you seen it? No rebuttal. What rebuttal, brother? What? What is it? Yes, dude, you're right. Israel is no longer conducting an ethnic cleansing campaign. Okay, you got it. That's my rebuttal.
It's clean. This wasn't used as a murder weapon.
Then why was it lying on the floor?
We're having fun right now, loser. You should try doing that sometime.
Alfred found Mr. Vale.
Alive?
No. He's gone. 10 hours at least, judging by the state of his soft tissues. Looks like a company logo.
How am I gonna fucking? Oh shit! He did the self autoerotic asphyxiation.
Before he was hung with the belt, Mr. Vale was beaten with it.
Damn. I guess maybe the logo with the fucking photo.
The logos match. Mr. Vale owned an oil and heating company.
Looking it up now. Yes, he's got a sizable warehouse in the industrial district and a fleet of delivery trucks.
And now Vicky's got it.
He didn't do it to himself. That's what you want to think. That's what woke liberals want you to believe.
It appears Mrs. Vale attempted to fight back with this knife, but only managed to slice through the attacker's hair.
Bro, I'm all over this crime scene, just polluting it, just fucking contaminating all the evidence and shit. It's kind of crazy. All right, and then belt buckle linked with the top of the hour ad break. That's right.
The indentation matches the shape of the belt buckle. It must have impacted with the wall during the attack.
What exactly happened in that house?
I think I know. After we stopped her at the rail station, Vicky needed a place to hide her supply of drugs. Her father's trucks and warehouse offered the perfect cover. To do that, she needed them out of the way. With Vicky Vale fully assuming her new identity of Lady Arkham, seems like she didn't need the Vales around to support her old one. Vicky showed up to attack her adopted parents, but only the mother was there at first. Miss Vale fought back and was able to slice off part of Vicky's hair. Vicky then subdued her with the same drug she used on me, but a much, much larger dose. Nearly lethal. She then removed the mother's eyes, indicating a deeply personal motivation. This was obviously some sort of vendetta. Sometime during this, Mr. Vale entered. Vicky attacked him with his own belt, striking with the buckle until he was unconscious and bleeding out. Finally, she dragged him to the closet and hung him with the belt. The blood loss got him way before the hanging did.
That's horrific. She never acted out in such a violent way before. Why would she—
Alfred, I think someone's still in the house. Going to look for a heat signature. If anyone else is here, I'll find them.
It's probably the kid.
Clear. Nothing here.
What living room's heat signature?
Anything?
No. There's someone here, under the stairs, alive. Who are you?
We know who he is. He's the kid.
Sir,
he's the adopted child.
Everything all right?
It's a kid, Alfred. The boy from the photo.
Is he all right?
Aside from the shock and a few bruises, he seems okay. He might be able to tell me more about what happened.
Possibly. But if that's the road you go down, please do it with caution.
Hey, it's gonna be okay. You're gonna be all right. I'm sorry I scared you. It's going to be okay.
Yeah?
I need you to tell me if you saw or heard anything. This is important.
Jesus
I heard
Christ.
someone say something. Something about drugs, fighting the police. I don't know who. I don't know who because I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything because I hid in here. Please don't send me to punishment.
Calm down. See, that does help me. Thank you.
Future Robin? No, that's District Attorney Alvin Bragg Jr. We're about to give him a gun and teach him to shoot only at heads.
Get down.
Well, hello, man. Pleasure to see you.
Penguin.
Let me guess. You're trying to figure out our next move. Figure out where the drugs are. Did I get it? Am I close?
I hate that he's British.
I've got these traps all over the city, but I should have known a good double murder would be what brought you out to the open.
The hell?
The fuck? Wayne Tech's improved. Maybe Penguin was right.
Are you safe? Were you wounded?
I'm okay.
Oh shit, you shouldn't see that.
They're dead.
It'll be better if you don't look.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
They weren't always nice, but they gave me a place to live.
I promise, I won't stop until I catch the person that did this.
Be strong. Look directly at the dead children, dead
no
parents.
matter what happens, no matter where you go, that will always be true, and I will always owe you one.
Getting that shit, touching all the evidence, it's pretty crazy.
And so your bat stunner just didn't work?
That's right. I have a bad feeling it was no accident. Alfred, get Lucius on the line for me, please.
Of course.
Let's get a closer look at you. No damage on the microfiber. Adhesion regulation reads normal. Electricity conductor, everything looks functional. It should have worked. EMP functionality is all in the green. This doesn't make any sense. This is strange. This microchip is emitting a low bandwidth receiving signal, but it shouldn't be.
Like the ones you shut down in the GCPD?
Something like that. But Lucius had his eyes on the Wayne tag that the Children of Arkham breached. This is something different.
Bruce, I have Lucius on screen now.
Good evening, Bruce. How can I help?
I need you to see something. Sending you schematics.
God, someone's found a way to get past my security upgrades.
Not just someone. Oswald Cobblepot.
Bruce, I am so sorry. I should have caught this, but he snuck right under my nose.
Dude, you suck, Lucius.
Oh, what a mess. With that sleaze Cobblepot at the heart of it all.
Cut yourself some slack, Lucius. There's no way you could have known. I certainly don't blame you for it.
Well, I still feel a little guilty. Looks to me like he's introduced some sort of bug into your network.
That's how he's making my equipment malfunction?
For now, but if he keeps it up, he could completely take control of your tech.
My lord, that would be catastrophic.
Is there anything you can do?
I can try to work on your firewalls, but if I do anything too drastic, he'll know we're onto him.
Cobblepot doesn't know we're onto him. We can't risk losing the element of surprise. I say you do what you need to do, as stealthily as possible.
Good plan. I'll get on it right away.
Thanks, Lucius.
Bruce, you're going to want to see this.
Excuse us, Lucius.
Of course. Reports of Children of Arkham activity are down. But these efforts do not come cheap. That's why I am formally seizing the Wayne estate. So the corrupt wealth of Gotham's elite can go to the better purpose of protecting Gotham's common man.
The fuck?
Mr. Wayne has 24 hours to evacuate his property and turn it over to the city, or he will be removed.
You can't let that egomaniac throw us out on the street.
I have to talk to him.
After what happened at the debate, Harvey probably isn't the biggest fan of Batman. On the other hand, perhaps Bruce Wayne can appeal to him on a more personal level.
You literally don't know it.
Unpredictable. Random. Who knows how he will react either way?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think either's gonna work. Poll time. Let's poll it. All right. Poll started. Which one? The Bat or the Billionaire? You came inside his girl, bro. I know, but like, goes Bruce and mog him? I can't even mog him as Bruce because he mogs me as Bruce. As Batman, I got padded. All right, it seems like this is a vote that is going to the Bat at 64% rather than the Billionaire at 36%.
Tonight, Batman saves Bruce Wayne.
Yes, about bloody time.
Oh, yeah. Get out of there.
Don't screw this up, Harvey. It was the right thing to do. Of course it was the right thing to do. I just can't second guess myself.
We need to talk.
Oh, Batman. What a surprise to see you on my roof.
You've gone too far. Leave Wayne alone.
Wayne?
It's a weird ass thing to fucking, as Batman, just like randomly show up and be like, yeah, Bruce Wayne, he's a good guy. I'm not him.
Is this about the whole seizing his assets thing?
What are you gonna do? You gonna break my legs? Or maybe you're just gonna make threats. Words out that you don't get violent unless you have to.
Calm down, Dad. I just want to talk.
Oh, really? A guy like you seems like he doesn't do a whole lot of just talking. Funny. Would have thought that this Wayne situation would be a little beneath you, Batman. After everything Bruce has done, why should I do anything for him?
You're losing your mind, and everyone can see it, Dent.
You want to save me?
I protect everyone.
Oh, is that so? Wayne is just another curveball this stupid city threw my way. Hill and his goons, the Waynes, the children of Arkham. I'm finally starting to understand. To see just how sick Gotham really is. To save Gotham, I need to do some bad before it gets better.
Just the classic effective altruism guy, you know, both him and Batman. Two sides of the same effective altruism coin.
Do it. What did you do? Our Lady Arkham's drugs destroyed.
Hey man, we lost a bunch of our own guys. The apartment next door. Jesus Christ.
Bro did 9/11.
Way bigger than you said. We must have taken out a whole city block with it.
We stopped the children of Arkham. That's all that matters. That's what a leader does. I feel like I should thank you.
Bro literally did his own Eric Adams 9/11. Oh my God. Eric Adams 9/11 is terrifying. A terrifying prospect. Everyone's a little bit Israel in this game, honestly. Like literally everyone's got a little bit of that Israel in them. Batman, the mayor, the police force. Pretty much everyone but the actual villains, honestly. The actual villains are very Hamas coded. Like they do violence, unnecessary amounts of violence sometimes, but like their cause ultimately isn't the worst. They'll end up killing some civilians in a very personal way, and it's like ridiculous, and you're like, why the fuck did you do that? But it's like ultimately they're talking about revolution and shit.
Seeing as you did give Gordon that tip.
Doing this, you're no better than the children of Arkham. You're worse.
No, I'm saving Gotham.
I doubt the police would see it that way.
The police? Oh, the smart ones already answer to me. Otherwise, well, I think Gordon is already a perfect example of what happens to the not-so-smart ones. Bet he wishes he had just handed over the location of the drug stockpile when I asked.
What did you say about Gordon?
Where is he?
Bro, Batman's always asking where is he in that tone. It's crazy.
Getting what's coming to him. You're so full of big scary talk.
Gordon is on our side. He's fighting for Gotham too.
Crime Alley.
Wait, Crime Alley? They have an alley called Crime Alley? Wait, isn't that where my parents got popped? That's such a weird name, bro. Maybe they should change it to like Law Alley. You know what I mean? That's wild. That's wild that they have literally like a place that called Crime Alley. Oh, I wonder what will happen there at Crime Alley. Yeah, how about Law and Order Alley? Thank you.
Crime Alley. Back off of Wayne, huh? Let's take a ride, gentlemen.
Typical Democrat run city, bro. Crime Alley. I won't stop until every alley is Crime Alley.
Mayor Dent says you're getting in the way of protecting the city.
Dent's got you brainwashed.
No, he's trying to help. The children of Arkham are out of control, and no one is doing enough.
Typical cops.
Batman, what a mess. Thank you,
Save
Batman.
the thanks, and explain to me why I just watched half a city block go up in flames. Dent took out the warehouse with the drugs, the location that I gave to you.
Are you accusing me of something, Batman? Just say it. Come on, let's hear it.
I only told you. Dent knows, so someone you talked to told him.
You know we're on the same team here. So stop leaning on me and let's figure out what happened.
Tell me what you know.
By the time I got back to the precinct, Dent already had the information. He strong-armed it out of Commissioner Grogan. I didn't even have time to scratch my ass before I got hauled out here.
Commissioner Joe Krogan
makes him dangerous. He's persuasive and he has power.
Dent thinks that what he's doing is best for Gotham. Executions and martial law.
I know.
I always considered him my friend, but he's past saving. And there's no world in which he manages to set this right.
I don't believe that. Everyone can be saved. You said it yourself. He's trying to help Gotham. He's just lost.
He's little more than lost. He's off the rails. I mean, you have to see that. We have a lot of work to do. Everything is such a goddamn mess. But we gotta start somewhere.
Okay. Get Commissioner Grogan to help take back the GCPD stop Lady Arkham.
The real threat on the streets is still the children of Arkham. They are what Dent is reacting to.
And standing in the way of dealing with them, too.
The precinct trusts you. The commissioner trusts you. Use that. Direct their focus.
Yeah. Gotta handle this first, though.
We will get through this, Jim.
I'm glad we're on the same side.
Common both sides are Hassan moment.
What's the situation?
I figured out how he's causing the feedback loop.
Hassan's choices show me he feels bad for cooking Harvey. Yes, I made him and I can take him out. You know what I mean? I brought him into this world, Two-Face, I mean, and I can turn him back into One-Face, I think.
He's somehow connected a black box computer to your encrypted network. It's like a digital battering ram. If he keeps this up, he could smash through the Batcave firewalls at any minute.
He'd have access to the Bat computer. Hang on, Lucius. It's Alfred. I'm patching him in. Al, Lucius figured out how Penguin's cracking my security. He has a device that...
I'm afraid we have another problem to deal with. Mr. Dent is pulling up to the manor as we speak, and he's not alone.
Already?
Uh-oh.
Sir, are you all right?
Penguin's hacking assaults are getting worse. At this rate, he'll have my tech compromised by the end of the night. The only place he could be hacking me from is Wayne Enterprises.
Well, I don't envy your position. Even Batman can't be in two places at once.
Okay, what do we do? Wayne Enterprises or Wayne Manor? I guess Enterprises, right? I gotta make sure that I don't get fucking hacked. That's so much worse than just having my assets seized.
I need to stop Penguin. You go to the Batcave and make sure Harvey doesn't find it.
I understand.
Time to go to work.
You just killed Alfred? No way. No fucking shot, chatters. No fucking shot.
Lucius, are you there?
I'm off-site, but I've tapped into the security systems to give us an advantage. I can let you know where Oswald's guards are, and which routes are clear.
So long as you can confirm Penguin's black box when we're in the lab.
I can do that too. Avoid that hallway. More guards ahead. Go right. Wait. Drones ahead. Turn around. Head for the... I'm opening the doors. Now.
What the fuck? Those drones are up my ass, bro.
Opening the doors now. Nice work.
I assume Oswald is in my office.
Naturally.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Does anyone have him? Useless! You're all bloody useless! Hey, it's the Bat! You're a dead man!
It's the Bat!
If it ain't the biggest bleeding pleasure to see your sour mug again!
Gloat while you can, Cobblepot. I'm taking you down.
Yeah? I don't think so. In fact, I think it's you who's gonna get beat by me.
I don't think so.
I'm pretty good in a fight, you know. Been in a few scuffles here and there.
You seem pretty confident about that.
Yeah.
Is he bruised? Yeah, I beat his fucking ass, bro. Remember, as Bruce Wayne. Well, we didn't see that, but...
Well, I am. You know, I like your style, Batman. I really do. But you're really starting to be a pain in the ass. The children of Arkham are going to walk all over this city, and there isn't anyone who can stop us, not even you! But this company, under my expert stewardship, with the technology being developed, we could control nations.
What are you and Lady Arkham planning?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. You know, Wayne was thinking too small. He was only tinkering around. So focused on consumer technology. Lady Arkham, she has vision. That's why she made sure Oh, I see. It helps you plan things out ahead of time. Neat trick, though. Pretty flashy for someone who only wears black.
How?
Not just for fashion. It's very functional. Face it, Batman. You're outmatched. Without your tech, you're just a man in a pointy-eared costume.
I don't know.
Can't stop
we don't
us.
need this shit. Just beat their asses, Bat.
Come on, Batman. Show me what you got.
Damn, he's good.
My turn. You're pathetic.
Is that my secret lair? Wait, he knows the existence of my secret lair. Oh no.
Yeah, that little beaut is almost done hacking your precious network.
That's the device.
Few more minutes. All your secrets are mine.
I will stop you before that happens.
Oh, is this how it feels when you put on that suit? I like it.
Bro, he's beating my fucking ass, even though I'm winning the QTEs. I'm doing the QTEs, but it's not working. Oh my god, bro. None of this works, bro.
Haven't you learned yet? I've shut you down. I'm the one with the toys now, Batman. This is the start of a new legacy. And I'm afraid you don't have any place in it.
That's it? That's what we got? What? I hit the fucking shift Q. I don't understand. Oh my god, I almost fucking hit him with that.
You absolute bastard!
No, I didn't. I don't miss any of the QTEs, chat. Oh, broke his fucking ass. Oh, broke both of his knees, bro.
This isn't the end,
Oh,
Batman.
shit.
You can't stop us.
It's done.
Your revolution is over. I'm a billionaire.
Cobblepot, your revolution is over. It started with you.
That's how he gets fat, by the way. You break both of his fucking kneecaps, so he can't do cardio no more and be the skinny British twink he was. And he's shorter too, because he's devoid of kneecaps.
And it ends with Lady Arkham.
Oh, good luck. You'll never find her in time.
Where is she? What is she planning?
The message is the same as it's ever been. We will open your eyes. The city's hypocrisy will be exposed.
Tell me where to find her.
Piss off.
Where is she?
I'm not telling you anything.
You're nothing but a pawn to her. And you're a fool if you think otherwise.
You don't get it, do you? I'm not a pawn. I'm a soldier. I die before I sell out the cause.
That's insane. I can't believe I did that shit to him. I curb stomped his ass, dude. That's crazy. Curb stomping revolutionary figureheads.
What the? Just cut me down, mate.
I'm a fucking bag on. Wait, what the fuck?
Was this really necessary? I mean, what will people say?
Just tell them Wayne put up a fight.
That's crazy. We did it. 49% promised Joker a favor. 68% went along with his plan. How did you get past the enforcer barricade? Paid him. 56% chose to intimidate Harvey as Batman instead of risking his wrath as Bruce. 54% chose to stop Oswald from destroying the tech. Blood's on his last 50 while we're having this conversation. Yeah, bro, I fucking tuned into his shit while I was pissing earlier in the day, okay? And let me tell you something, folks. This motherfucker hasn't shot a single three-pointer this entire time, which I find to be rather strange predicament. Let me tell you something, okay? He has yet to shoot a single three-pointer. He's not shooting it from the three-point line. Like, how is this a three-pointer? It's not only in front of the line, but he's also literally jumping into the fucking key.
Come on.
So for 6 hours he's been shooting. For 6 hours and 34 minutes he's been shooting, and he hasn't even shot a single fucking three-pointer. Scamming ass, scam wig, bro. Typical scam wig. Hold on, I gotta pee. Typical scam wig.
There it is. Come on. Come on. Off. Oh, fuck.
His shot is busted. Yeah. I mean, he probably has no more power left, but
Nice.
I did watch him early in the morning when he first started, and I'm not gonna lie, his shot was bad back then too. You would think that he'd get better after shooting 1,000 shots. Have you reacted to Joey B Tunes take on you? What the fuck is Joey B Tunes? Where are these fucking freak ass losers coming from today, bro?
Why the fuck not? Ooh, why not us? Why not today?
Who are these fucking people? What is happening? Bro, people have been coming in here being like, bro, did you know that Androgyny actually made a video about you, and it's kind of fucking alarming that you haven't responded. It's like, I don't know, man. Bro, listen, dude, Baba Booey fucking put a scathing takedown on your commentary, actually. It's like, who are these fucking, D-list chirpers?
Once you complete this,
It's like, I'm good, man. I don't know who the fuck these people are, but I'm good not knowing. You know what I mean? And you probably shouldn't either.
I also made 1,000 times more than Shaquille O'Neal.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, your silence around Skippy Biden.
20 left.
Oh, that's his first 3-pointer, even though he jumped over the line. Look at that. Congratulations. That's number one. That's one, I think. All right, I'm done for today. But listen, congratulations to Lud. I wish I could have been a part of this. I told him I would do a race to 100 before he gets there, just to fucking own him. And he didn't reply to me. But it's all good. I'm glad he's doing it. I'm glad he's proving to the world that he is not a jock. Okay? Anyway, love you all. And see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming. Review in the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord agitprop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again. Her sun is streaming. Her sun is streaming.